Chapter 3074. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Jiang Chen's mouth. His body was in a terrible state. His strength had been greatly damaged. He couldn't use the 9 venerables anymore. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. All he could do was to keep retreating to buy time for Dragon Shirsan and Wu Ningzhu to escape. In the end, he used the soul exterminating technique, but it weakened him to the extreme. Currently, it was difficult for him to make any progress in terms of strength or soul realm. Jiang Chen was struggling to stand with his sword. He knelt down on one knee and his face was pale. He had already expected this scene. No matter how strong he was, he would not be a match for the 4 half-step divine emperors. Even the Zulong Tower, his last resort, was gone. Jiang Chen had no way out now. However, he had no choice but to do so. If he could not even protect his lover and brother, then what was the point of cultivating? Jiang Chen never thought that he had done anything wrong. On the contrary, this was his style. Although Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing might blame him, he had no other choice. You are truly courageous and extremely righteous. Haha, looks like I have really underestimated you. You would rather use your death to exchange for your beloved and your brother. Even I am a little touched by this. Dou Qing smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Tongshan Mansion was in a mess. Although everyone managed to escape, they only had one target, Jiang Chen. As long as he was still alive, they would not lose the battle. It's not that easy to kill me. There are many people who want me dead. Who do you think you are? Jiang Chen stretched out his finger and gently wiped off the blood on the heavenly dragon sword. His cold eyes shone with a radiance as if he was facing death calmly. It was a battle with his back to the river. A fighter is a hero. Even if he were to die, he would drag someone down with him. You're still so stubborn when you're at death's door. If you hand over the inheritance of the immortal execution great sovereign, I might leave you with a whole corpse. Dou Qing said coldly. You're dreaming. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Dou Qing as though he was looking at an idiot. Good. Second master, if we don't kill him, we won't be able to quench our hatred. Dou Qing's words made the second master solemn. What he wanted was Jiang Chen's immortal execution's inheritance. However, this fella also wanted to snatch it away from him. The second master had made a mistake by telling them about the great sovereign's tomb, allowing them to find their ancestor. However, they were still not satisfied. These fellas obviously coveted the profound connection divine palace. If it wasn't for his big brother, they would have already taken action against the profound connection divine palace. The power of a divine emperor expert was not to be trifled with. Even the battle god clan did not dare to ignore it. There was a huge difference between a half-step divine emperor and a divine emperor. A divine emperor expert could be called a peerless almighty, but a half-step divine emperor was nothing in front of a divine emperor expert. This was also the reason why the second master had been refining the heavenly lightning crystal for thousands of years. As long as he could fuse with the heavenly lightning crystal, he would have the chance to break through to the divine emperor realm. A divine emperor expert was the true almighty of the heavens and earth. Only a divine emperor expert was qualified to be called a peerless supreme expert. Now that his big brother was traveling around the world, Tongshan Mansion was much weaker than the battle god clan. After all, they were in a disadvantageous position. Moreover, they had Dou Qing's help this time to save Tongshan Mansion. Otherwise, Jiang Chen might really destroy Tongshan Mansion. Brat, your time has come to an end. The second master took the lead and kept pressuring Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, putting up his last resistance. Sword shadows kept striking out, but he was forced to retreat again and again. Failure was not scary. What was scary was that after failing he would never be able to stand up again. Battle god broken military strike. Dou Qing struck again. Jiang Chen did not have any means to defend himself. The 4 of them kept pushing him back. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. His will was still holding on, but he could not hold on for much longer. Let's try everything we can. Eastern Emperor Bell, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen did not have any other way. The Zulong Tower was taken away by Long Shirsan in order to save Jiang Chen. Now that he was trapped, he could not even save himself. He could only place his hope on the Eastern Emperor Bell. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell had lost the Great Emperor's aura, it was still a true peerless emperor weapon. It was even better than the Cold River Stone. The Eastern Emperor Bell was the most terrifying divine weapon in the immemorial era. The Eastern Emperor Tai was also one of the top rulers of that era. Jiang Chen placed his hope on the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was a desperate gamble because he really had no other way. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, God Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen wanted to give it a try. However, the 4 half-step divine emperor's expressions changed. Because Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor Bell was too tough. Even though it did not have the aura of a billion years ago, the Eastern Emperor Bell still managed to block their attacks. After all, it was a great Emperor divine weapon from a billion years ago. Jiang Chen was delighted. The heavens did not want him dead. As long as he was not killed, there was still hope for him to live. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. At this moment, the life in his heart that was about to extinguish was reignited. What treasure is this? How can it be so tough? Dou Qing was in disbelief. The 4 half-step divine emperors could not even leave a mark on Jiang Chen's divine bell. Jiang Chen did not come out at all. It would be extremely difficult for them to kill Jiang Chen in the divine bell. I don't know. But such a terrifying divine bell should not be an ordinary item. The second palace lord said. His eyes lit up. Jiang Chen really has a lot of treasures. He's like a moving treasure vault. Of course, he thought that these divine weapons and treasures were obtained from the tomb of the immortal execution great emperor. After a round of bombardment, they still could not break Jiang Chen's divine bell. At this moment, Dou Qing and the rest were furious. Force him into the lightning-gathering peak. My big brother has set up the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation there. I have my ways to force him into it. Dou Qing and the other 2 nodded. They continued to force Jiang Chen to retreat. Although they could not break the defense of the divine bell, Jiang Chen's strength was already extremely weak. It was not easy for him to withstand the power of the divine bell. Jiang Chen retreated step by step and was finally forced into the lightning-gathering peak. Everyone exclaimed. Jiang Chen was forced into the lightning-gathering peak. At this moment, the lightning-gathering peak was filled with violent storms and lightning. This was a peerless formation created by the great palace lord to suppress the heavenly lightning. The means of a divine emperor was not something an ordinary person could compare to. In the lightning-gathering peak, lightning surged and the formation was formed. It was like the end of the world. Dou Qing and the other 2 paled. Chapter 3075. Jiang Chen has failed in the end. Bai Ying sighed as if he had already expected this to happen. Even though Jiang Chen was extremely powerful, he was still alone while his opponents were a few half-step divine emperors. Experts of such strength were way above them. Bai Ying had a deep relationship with Jiang Chen, but he could only sigh helplessly at this moment. Jiang Chen, you're right. You're right. Gu Malu's face was gloomy. He had a good relationship with Jiang Chen, but what could he do? He couldn't help Jiang Chen at all. The person he once respected had grown to a level that they couldn't even hope to catch up to. However, it was also because of this that the battle with Tangshan Mansion ended up like this. All of this is like a dream. Is Jiang Chen really going to die like this? Gu Malu said with a bitter expression. It's fine if he's defeated. People who overestimate themselves will not last long. An expert needs to endure and not be arrogant to the end. He has forgotten his own strength and identity. If it wasn't for Tangshan Mansion, how could he have achieved so much? In the end, he turned the tables on us. This kind of person is a wolf cub that can't be tamed. It's normal for him to have a taste of failure. It's just that we've misjudged him in the beginning. What can he achieve by deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors? You're just an early hierarch realm cultivator, yet you dare to have such an overconfident thought. It's just a fantasy to think that you can overthrow the profound connection divine palace that has existed for thousands of years. This is a bloody lesson. One should be realistic and take one step at a time to reach the peak. Bai Ying and Gu Malu both turned their heads to look. At this moment, Yu Chenglong was standing with his hands behind his back, silently watching this scene. He did not make a move earlier. His appearance at this moment shocked Bai Ying and Gu Malu. However, his strength had already broken through to the hierarch realm. Brother Yu, congratulations. It's a pity that Brother Jiang died just like that. He really shouldn't have done that. Bai Ying said helplessly. He was quite shocked to see that Yu Chenglong had broken through to the hierarch realm. Although Jiang Chen was wrong and may have betrayed Tangshan Mansion, he did save us. Gu Malu frowned slightly as he glanced at Yu Chenglong. Yu Chenglong's words were filled with sarcasm, which made him rather puzzled. Jiang Chen was indeed in the wrong first, but that couldn't cover up the fact that he had once saved their lives. Gu Malu had a knot in his heart. His senior brother Yu, who was incomparably arrogant and cold in his heart, seemed to be worlds apart from the current him. His strength had indeed broken through, but he felt that Yu Chenglong's breadth of mind had become even narrower. Everyone had their own goals. Gu Malu was not the kind of cultivator who worked hard to rise to the top, but he was a person who strived hard to achieve his goals. At least from his point of view, Yu Chenglong's sarcasm made him feel very uncomfortable. He was not qualified to judge the world. His strength was similar to Jiang Chen's, but it was impossible for him to do such an earth-shattering thing. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Without him, we wouldn't have been killed by the 4 Jiang brothers so easily. You've underestimated the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion. Even though I'm the only one left among the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion, the hierarch realm is just my starting point. There's still a long way to go in the future. Jiang Chen only has himself to blame. The profound connection divine palace is our greatest cultivation treasure. What will we get if he destroys it? What will we get? He's like a monkey who doesn't know how to be satisfied. His greed is insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. In the end, he harmed others and himself, yet he still claimed to be a hero. In fact, he was the one who dragged everyone down with him. He must have found his conscience to be able to fight in the end. Yu Chenglong smiled indifferently and said calmly. Bai Ying did not say anything, but Gu Maolu sneered with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Brother Yu, you didn't say that when Jiang Chen won the outer mansion's first place. Everyone makes mistakes, but I don't agree with what you said. A person should leave something for the world while he's alive. Maybe he will die, but he will always live in my heart. Although Jiang Chen was defeated, it was still honorable because the ones who defeated him were none other than the 4 great experts of the half-step divine emperor scripture. Can you do it? Gu Maolu's question made Yu Chenglong snort coldly, but he was speechless. Can you do it? Gu Maolu obviously did not dare to say that he was stronger than Jiang Chen. It was just that Jiang Chen was more arrogant, and he would not follow in his footsteps. So what if he's strong? Isn't he still going to be defeated by Tongshan Mansion and killed by the second Mansion Master and the others? A dead man is like an extinguished lamp. I want to see how he'll be able to do anything now that he's on his last breath. All of this was caused by himself. If he didn't do it, he wouldn't have died. Yu Chenglong said coldly. He was extremely dissatisfied with Gu Maolu, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Brother Yu, it's really worth congratulating you for making another breakthrough in your strength. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Sister Zhu is Wu Ningzhu, and the person she's been searching for is Jiang Chen. Don't tell me you don't know about this? You only appeared when she was captured by the second Mansion Master. You're really unpredictable. Gu Maolu said faintly. Don't think that I don't dare to touch you, Gu Maolu. You're too daring. Killing you now is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. You have no idea how terrifying the strength of a hierarch realm expert is. Yu Chenglong's face was filled with killing intent as he stared at Gu Maolu. Gu Maolu's heart sank, but he did not back down. Brother Yu, please calm down. Little Gu is just worried about Jiang Chen. He's our savior after all. No matter what, I'm still a little reluctant to let him go. My heart is filled with sympathy, and it's inevitable that my words are inappropriate. Brother Yu, please don't lower yourself to his level. Bai Ying smiled and tried to smooth things over. I hope you won't say the same thing next time. Some people are dead, some are still alive, and some have to accept reality. After Yu Chenglong spoke, he turned around and left. Bai Ying heaved a sigh of relief. He glared at Gu Maolu. Didn't you respect Brother Yu a lot in the past? Why are you so stupid now? Why are you arguing with Brother Yu? Is there any meaning to it? If it wasn't for the past, he would have already attacked you. I don't believe that he doesn't know anything about Sister Zhu and Jiang Chen. Gu Maolu said in a deep voice. Be careful of your loose lips. Shut up. Bai Ying shouted. Actually, you already have the answer in your heart. You just don't want to believe it. But that's how people are born. On the long road of cultivation, who would care about those details? The strong are the ones who will write the history of this world. Millions of years later, when you stand at the peak and look down on all living things, those things that no one knows about or have one side with emotion will no longer be important. Bai Ying said. He's no longer the Brother Yu that I respected in the past. He's the only one left of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace. At least Qinlong died a worthy death, at least Xiao Qinglong's death was not unjust. However, he's no longer one of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace that I admire. Even though his strength is no longer what it used to be. Gu Maolu said with extreme disappointment. People will always change because of power, because of strength, because of emotions, because of living. Chapter 3076. Damn it. Jiang Chen's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment he was trapped under the thunder-gathering peak by the second prefecture master, Do Qing and the others. The heavenly lightning surged and the formation was self-contained. The soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation was used to suppress the heavenly lightning. However, Jiang Chen was forced into it and there was no way for him to escape. After all, This formation was set up by a divine emperor realm expert to trap the heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen's strength was too much weaker than his. Although Jiang Chen could use the no-beginning formation to gradually evolve it, he still could not erase the might of the formation left by a divine emperor realm expert. I'd like to see if you can break through this formation. Ha ha ha, the closer you get to the center of the formation, the more violent the power of the lightning. Even a divine emperor realm expert might not be able to withstand it. The second prefecture master said with a laugh. Is this formation really that powerful? Dou Qing asked doubtfully. This was set up by my big brother in the past to trap the lightning origin energy. You should know how strong he is. There aren't many people who can escape from him. It's absolutely safe to be suppressed by the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation. The second prefecture master said with a proud face. Dou Qing silently nodded. Back then, the profound connection divine palace had been insufferably arrogant and stood above Fengyin County. Countless veteran experts were unconvinced, but in the end, they were all suppressed by the Great Palace Master. From this, one could see how powerful the Great Palace Master was. Since it's a formation left behind by the first prefecture master, I'm relieved. Does Jiang Chen still have a chance to live? Dou Qing continued to ask. Brother Dou, you don't have to worry about this, do you? Ah, of course I won't let him die so easily. Otherwise, how would I explain the death of my third brother? I'll torture him for 10,000 years and then send him to the land of 10,000 souls and bones. The second mansion master said with a gloomy expression. At this moment, Dou Qing was at a loss because he had no reason to stay any longer. Jiang Chen had been suppressed by the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation, but they still wanted to obtain the inheritance of great sovereign immortal execution. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 3 half-step divine emperors to help the profound connection divine palace get through this crisis. Although they were friends, they were just making use of each other. They had yet to acknowledge each other. To put it bluntly, they were just scheming against each other. The one who could laugh in the end would naturally be the one who laughs the best. Although Tongshan Mansion had suffered heavy losses, as long as the first mansion master was still around, Tongshan Mansion would not fall. Only they knew what a divine emperor meant. As long as the mountain was still there, it wouldn't be a problem for the sun to be dyed red with blood. A divine emperor was enough to change many things. In this prefecture, a divine emperor was already a top-notch existence. Even the Battle God clan, which was an ancient divine clan, wouldn't be willing to offend a divine emperor expert. Alright, since the second mansion master has said so, we can leave with peace of mind. Dou Qing smiled faintly and the second mansion master heaved a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Dou Qing wouldn't leave. Then he would be in a difficult situation. Yue Wei was still around, but he wasn't in Tongshan Mansion after all. It was impossible for him to be a match for them. Fortunately, they knew when to advance and retreat. They didn't intend to stay in Tongshan Mansion any longer. This time, the Battle God clan has sent out 3 half-step divine emperors. I'm very grateful for that. However, I think Brother Dou's purpose is more than that, right? The second mansion master asked. You're right. If it's just to help you, I alone can do it. However, something big has happened in the West Pole Divine region. It's said that it's related to our ancestor. So, we followed the order of our clan master and went to investigate. Dou Qing said. What's the matter that made the Battle God clan send out 3 half-step divine emperors? Seems like my guess is right. The second mansion master frowned and said in surprise. It's said that a reincarnated living Buddha has been born in the West Pole Divine region. The ancestor of our Battle God clan died in the hands of those old bald donkeys in the West Pole Divine region. This time we can't just stand by and watch. Moreover, it's said that even the Great Lane Temple was shaken. The entire West Pole Divine region has become extremely turbulent. In the end, it should be the birth of a rare treasure. Otherwise, it's impossible for Brother Dou to travel thousands of miles. The second mansion master said with a smile. Second mansion master is indeed wise. It's said that a god-suppressing monument has appeared in the West Pole Divine region. That's why experts from all over have come to fight for it. Dou Qing did not hide anything from the second mansion master and said bluntly. God-suppressing monument? What's that? Obviously, the second mansion master did not know much about the god-suppressing monument. It's a precious treasure of the Great Lane Temple of the West Pole Divine region. It's said that it's comparable to the Great Emperor Divine Weapon of the ancient times. Moreover, it's the birth of a living Buddha. It also means that the West Pole Divine region will face a great calamity. Dou Qing's expression was serious and meticulous. A divine object like the god-suppressing monument could only be known by those who possessed the heritage of a great clan or those who had existed since ancient times. It could definitely make one tremble in fear. The birth of a living Buddha. Isn't it a good thing for the Great Lane Temple? Why would it become a calamity? The second mansion master said doubtfully. You're thinking too simply. Do you think that the West Pole Divine Region is still the West Pole Divine Region of the past? There are countless Buddhas and Arhats who have their own way of doing things. Do you think that the living Buddha is still a great deterrent? The West Pole Divine Region can be said to be in a state of disunity. It used to be the base camp of Mahavairocana. However, since the immemorial war, the West Pole Divine Region has been devastated. Now all the experts want to obtain the living Buddha. They want to threaten the living Buddha to command the other Buddhas. Therefore, whether it's the appearance of the god-suppressing monument or the reincarnation of the living Buddha, it's not a good thing for the West Pole Divine Region. A great war is likely to happen. Do Qing said in a low voice. It seems that I have underestimated the West Pole Divine Region. I have to say that the Battle God clan is indeed an ancient great clan. They are still very sensitive about such things. The second mansion master said with a smile and gave a thumbs up to Do Qing. This trip to the West Pole Divine Region is a long and arduous one. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many half-step divine emperors. This time, the most important thing for us to go to the West Pole Divine Region is to find the mystery of the death of our ancient ancestor. Do Qing said in a righteous manner. If that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Brother Do, when my big brother comes back, he will definitely come to the Battle God clan to express his gratitude. Although his strength had recovered a little, Jiang Chen could feel that it was impossible to break out of the formation even if he recovered all of his strength. This fella, could it be that he wants to break through to the Divine Emperor realm with the help of the Heavenly Thunder Source? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He already had a slight understanding in his heart. The heavenly lightning that he thought would definitely injure him had instead become the pure lightning energy that Jiang Chen cultivated, allowing him to recover his strength faster. However, at this moment, even Jiang Chen did not expect a white lightning dragon to descend from the sky in the thunder-gathering peak. Its disdainful dragon eyes flickered with endless murderous intent. The domineering aura that stood above all life made Jiang Chen's heart palpitate. Jiang Chen knitted his brows, but in the next moment, he was completely devoured by the white lightning dragon. It was too powerful. The feeling of invincibility made Jiang Chen feel powerless. His defenses were destroyed by the lightning dragon in an instant, and his life was almost extinguished in an instant. It was a power that Jiang Chen could not stop. In a mountain 10,000 miles away from Tongxian Mansion, Long Shisan's face was covered in frost when he woke up. The first person he saw when he opened his eyes was Bai Yun. If it wasn't for you saving me, you would be dead by now. Long Shisan said in a low voice as he stared at Bai Yun. His cold expression caused Bai Yun's heart to tremble. Long Shisan's coldness was the kind that pushed people 1,000 miles away, causing Bai Yun's heart to clench. She had already expected that Long Shisan would reject her, but she did not expect it to be so intense. His coldness and disdain made Bai Yun feel extremely hurt. Don't tell me you don't understand Jiang Chen's good intentions at all? Bai Yun's face was wrinkled as if she had suffered a great grievance. However, this was completely ineffective against Long Shisan. He was even unwilling to look at Bai Yun with his own eyes. Long Shisan did not say a word as he turned around and left. Do you really not want to see me? Bai Yun bit her lip as she spoke, the sorrow in her heart overflowing. She had risked her life twice to save him, causing the origin energy in her body to grow weaker and weaker. Yet all she got in return was such a cold treatment from Long Shisan. I don't know you. Long Shisan stopped and said faintly. His calm words were the biggest mockery and hurt to Bai Yun. Bai Yun hugged her slender shoulders, squatted on the ground and wept indifferently. Bing Yun and Qian Renji couldn't help but comfort her. This innocent and pure little girl was treated so coldly by Long Shisan. It was really unbearable. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing remained silent, gazing at the rising sun in the east. If Jiang Chen died, their hearts would certainly be buried in the divine world. Whether I live or die, I will bring little Qinzi back. I will. Long Shisan turned around and left without any hesitation. He didn't even turn his head back. Knowing Bai Yun was like meeting a stranger. You don't have the right to decide my life or death. Long Shisan looked at Bai Yun. That moment of coldness was something Bai Yun didn't want to see again in her life. Because at that moment, her heart seemed to have died. Long Shisan had decided everything. His heart was filled with sorrow. He could feel that Jiang Chen's breath was extremely weak and intermittent. However, he knew that Jiang Chen wasn't dead yet. However, when Long San was about to return to Tongxian Mansion with the Zulong Tower in his hand, the radiance above the Zulong Tower disappeared instantly. This meant that Jiang Chen's breath had disappeared, and the connection between the Zulong Tower and Jiang Chen had been cut off. Long San's heart instantly sank to the bottom. No, little Chenzi, no. This isn't true. Chapter 3078. Bastard, come out and face your death. Your grandfather, Long I'm back. A voice that shook the 9 mountains reverberated in the sky above Tongxian Mansion. Silhouettes appeared one after another, staring at the proud figure in the void. They were extremely shocked. Long San actually came back? What gave him the confidence to come back to Tongxian Mansion? This was no different from digging his own grave. Does this guy want to die? He really doesn't know his place. Previously he ran away dejectedly. Now he came back to Tongxian Mansion recklessly. Isn't it good to be alive? TSK. He still wants to get back at Tongxian Mansion? What a fool's dream. Since he has returned to Tongxian Mansion, he is destined to stay here forever. The second mansion master will not let him go. Does this guy really think that he is Jiang Chen? Even Jiang Chen, that monstrous genius, was killed by the second mansion master under the pressure of 4 half-step deity emperors. What about him? The appearance of Long San once again attracted the attention of everyone in Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Chen was defeated and Long San and the others ran away. They thought that this matter had come to an end. However, they did not expect that there would be another wave of trouble. Long San's figure stood in the void like a sharp knife. His cold eyes were staring at Tongxian Mansion. However, no one noticed that Long San's body was trembling slightly. The light of Zulong Tower had disappeared, which meant that Jiang Chen was dead. Long San's last bit of hope had been extinguished. He had already guessed it, but he still could not believe it. Because Jiang Chen had escaped from death time and time again, Long San was full of hope for Jiang Chen. However, at this moment even the light of Zulong Tower had dimmed. That meant that Jiang Chen's life was completely gone. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chen be connected to Zulong Tower? Long San didn't expect that his wrong decision would cause his closest brother to pay with his life. The result of his staking everything on one throw had harmed others and himself. Because he wanted to kill the second mansion lord too much. No one knew how the second mansion lord had treated him after 100 years of torture. That kind of pain had tortured Long San for 100 years. What reason did he have not to risk his life for the second mansion lord? Long San had thousands of thoughts in his mind. He had thought of the final outcome, but he had never expected that Jiang Chen would die. They would fail at the last moment. Although they had killed the third mansion lord, the second mansion lord was still alive. This made Long San extremely angry and regretful. If he hadn't been impulsive, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake. He knew that he didn't dare to look at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. He was afraid to see their eyes filled with despair. Long San's heart would be condemned even more. Everyone would blame him but not Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was his life and death brother. This was the Jiang Chen in his heart. But what could he do? His hands were trembling unceasingly. Jiang Chen's breath had already been cut off. He was killed by the second mansion lord and more importantly by himself. However, he wanted to kill the second mansion lord. Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't hesitate. Long San's heart was in a dilemma. His anger soared to the sky. His breath had already reached its peak. Today he wanted to use his blood to dye the 9 heavens red. He wanted to use the second mansion lord's soul as a sacrifice to Jiang Chen. I didn't expect that you would dare to come back. I'm really surprised that you came back. The second mansion lord's eyes lit up when he saw Long San appear in the sky. He had originally thought that Long San would never return after escaping. However, he hadn't expected that this guy would dare to come back. In that case he wouldn't let him escape this time no matter what. Bastard Jiang Chen has been killed by you. Long San took a deep breath. His eyes were burning with anger, causing the second mansion lord to furrow his brows. Who do you think you are, kid? Do you think that you alone can fight me? Don't tell me you've forgotten the lesson from before? Even without you, Jiang Chen wouldn't have lived for long. He was seeking his own death by becoming my enemy. Not long ago you fled in defeat. Now that you've returned, could it be that you've decided to become my spirit beast? A wise man submits to circumstances. It seems like you're quite sensible. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you when you become my spiritual beast in the future. The day I break through to the Divine Emperor realm will be the day you follow me and make a name for yourself," said the second mansion lord with a smile. It was as if he could already see his unfettered, unrivaled, and lonely self. "I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to little Qinzi. Bastard, give me your life." Long Shersan's roar was like thunder, rolling across the sky. Long Shersan held the unparalleled divine staff in his hand and fought against the second mansion lord. The battle saint technique and the shadows of the staff filled the sky. At this moment, Long Shersan was fighting to his death. He didn't have the slightest desire to live. He had placed all his hopes on the unparalleled divine staff in his hand. At this moment, even the second mansion lord's expression changed. Long Shersan's attack was too strong. It was like a different person compared to before. This fella's battle saint technique was as if he didn't care about his own life. He charged towards the second mansion lord with the battle saint technique. The shadows of the staff danced in the sky, causing the sky to change color. With a spurt of energy, the second mansion lord fell into a passive position. He didn't expect Long Shersan to be so decisive. What's worse was that every time Long Shersan attacked, Long Shersan did not give him any leeway. Long Shersan's aim was to kill the second mansion lord in one fell swoop. Death was the scariest thing. The power of the battle saint technique was fully exerted. Even though the second master was a half-step divine emperor, he had no choice but to go all out. Although his strength had recovered to its peak, Dragon Shersan had changed his fighting style. He was exchanging his life for another's. The second master's face turned gloomy. It was his first time encountering such a crazy battle. It was even worse than the puppet's suicidal charge. Long Shersan was risking his life. The battle between him and the second mansion lord was even more earth-shattering. The people of Tongshan Mansion were all excited. They were charging forward without any regard for their own lives. Because of this, Long Shersan was able to perform the battle saint technique to its peak. "Even if I die, I will die with you. Bastard, you can't run away." Long Shersan suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, there was a towering battle intent in his heart. That battle intent was born from the Great Tao and was nurtured by the Great Tao. Battle Saint Art, Battle Symbol, Heaven and Earth Boundless, Battle Symbol, Tao Reincarnation. All of a sudden, Long Shersan's inherited memory, the Battle Saint Art, was completely comprehended at this moment. His battle intent had completely integrated with the Battle Saint Art. Only then did he truly integrate the true essence of the Battle Saint Art. Fighting to the death, the Battle Saint Art was finally completed. For so many years, Long Shersan could not completely comprehend the Battle Saint Art. He knew that the Battle Saint Art was strong, but he could not truly feel the terrifying domineering aura. It was so strong that Long Shersan was unwilling to give up because he knew that the Battle Saint Art could be stronger. Battle Symbol Technique, Heaven and Earth Battle. Long Shersan suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, his aura had skyrocketed to a level that the second mansion master could not believe. His strength was still at the late hierarch realm, but his aura was unparalleled, causing the second mansion master's expression to change. It was an oppressive feeling that came from the depths of his soul. The battle intent of the battle symbol technique made Long Shersan's strike collapse the mountains and rivers. The entire Tongshan Mansion and the 100 mountain range collapsed inch by inch. The majestic force caused the heavens and earth to change color and the clouds to rise. Such a powerful strike. The second mansion master said with dry lips. However, when he threw out a punch and tried to resist the attack, he realized that he could not withstand the pressure from Long Shersan. That strike had directly broken his arm and suppressed his aura. Even Long Shersan himself did not know how strong that terrifying battle intent was. Again? Long Shersan's blood-red eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. He wanted to avenge Jiang Qin, he wanted to seek justice for himself. He wanted the Tongshan Mansion to collapse completely. Long Shersan wielded the peerless divine staff once again and swept it across, cutting down mountains, causing rivers to flow backward and volcanoes to erupt. The scene was extremely majestic and tragic. The second mansion master was once again heavily injured by that strike. The battle intent that descended from the sky made it impossible for him to dodge. He clashed with Long Shersan, but in the end the second mansion master was smashed to the top of the void. "Today I will dye the heavens with my blood for Jiang Qin. Bastard, you must die." Long Shersan's hand that was holding the peerless divine staff trembled slightly. Jiang Qin's figure was constantly flickering in his eyes. However, that fatal strike had already landed on the second mansion master without any hesitation. "Don't, no," the second mansion master roared angrily. His face was completely ashen. As the staff smashed down, the second mansion master's body was completely shattered by the peerless divine staff. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were completely destroyed. Long Shan turned around and swung the staff once again. The second mansion master's soul was also incomparably terrified. In an instant, both his soul and spirit were destroyed, vanishing into thin air. Long Shan's hand was also trembling slightly. He had completely comprehended the battle saint technique, but who was that tall figure in his mind? Was it him? Was it the father that he had never met? All that was left in his inherited memories were scattered bits and pieces. That mountain-like figure was blurred, filling Long Shan's heart with despair and hope. Hope was born in the midst of despair, and hope was found in the midst of a desperate situation. Long Shan didn't know, but he couldn't feel happy at that moment. He had killed the second mansion master, but Jiang Chen would never return. Chapter 3080. You killed the second mansion master? The sound of thunder came from the void and 3 figures appeared. Dou Qing's eyes were wide open as he stared at Long Shan. At this moment, the entire Tongshan mansion was boiling with fear, anxiety, and anger. Jiang Chen had killed the third mansion master and Long Shan had killed the second mansion master. For them, the Tongshan mansion was like hell on earth and they were in despair. The great elder Lin Yukong and the others were in a mess because they couldn't fight back. Now that the second prefecture master was dead, this was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to them. Their backbone was gone, 2 out of the 3 prefecture masters were dead, and the great prefecture master was still wandering the world, with no one knowing when he would return. One could imagine how difficult their situation was. The death of the second mansion master was a fatal blow to the Tongshan mansion. The entire Tongshan mansion had lost a half-step emperor realm expert and it was hard for them to support themselves. Lin Yukong, the great elder, and the others couldn't continue to be the true ruler of the Tongshan mansion. This made them anxious like ants on a hot pan. So what? If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Long Shan shouted angrily. He wasn't afraid of Dou Qing. At this moment, his battle saint technique had reached perfection. Although he was injured, Long Shan wouldn't retreat. If he wanted to fight, he would fight without fear and move forward bravely. This was his belief and it was also his obsession. What a reckless guy. How dare you be so arrogant after killing the second prefecture master? Today, even though I am a member of the Battle God clan, I am duty-bound to take your life, said Lin Fan coldly. Dou Qing said in a deep voice and his face was full of pride. Now that the second mansion master was dead, he had come back. Or it could be said that he had never left and was waiting for this moment. If it wasn't for Long Shan, he would have killed the second mansion master by force. However, someone did what he should do for him. Wouldn't he be more free? Moreover, he could be the messenger of justice. Wasn't this a good thing? Senior Dou, I hope that you will uphold justice for the Tongshan mansion. If we don't get rid of this bastard, we won't be able to quench our hatred. The second mansion master died unjustly. The great elder's face turned pale. The situation had gone out of control. It was not easy for the experts of the Battle God clan to protect the profound connection Divine Palace. To them, this was the greatest comfort. The great elder didn't know how long he would have to wait for the great mansion master to return. However, at this moment this bastard was running amok. The Tongshan mansion was being bullied. Since when did they suffer such injustice? The great elder was furious but he had no choice as he wasn't a match for Long Shan. He could only place his hope in the hands of the 3 experts of the Battle God clan. I am deeply sorry for the death of the second mansion master. However, at this moment, you can rest assured that I will not let this bastard continue to be arrogant and get away with it. I, Dou Qing, will kill him as soon as possible to bring justice to the Tongshan mansion and Fengyin County. Dou Qing is duty-bound. Dou Qing's face was solemn as he looked at the great elder. The other elders were extremely grateful. They were indescribably respectful towards Dou Qing because they knew that Dou Qing was their last hope. If they didn't grab hold of him, the Tongshan mansion would be in grave danger. They knew better than anyone that they weren't the only major power in Fengyin County. If the death of the second mansion master and the third mansion master was spread out, the Tongshan mansion would definitely be in a difficult situation. The great mansion master hadn't returned yet, but it was destined to make everyone tremble in fear. The Tongshan mansion is unable to express the kindness of the Battle God clan. We thank you once again. The great elder and the others said in a deep voice. Long Shan sneered. This Dou Qing was pretending to deal with him but Long Shan could see the greed in his eyes. Dou Qing already knew his identity. Just like the second mansion master, he would definitely act against Long Shan. Moreover, his main purpose was probably Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had obtained the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor. That was why Dou Qing didn't hesitate to act against them. I have a close relationship with the second mansion master. His business is my business. Long Shan, if you surrender now, I might spare your life. At that time, suffer under me for 1,000 years and I might give you your freedom. Otherwise you will die today. Dou Qing's eyes were blazing as he stared at Long Shan. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Noisy guy, since you want to avenge this dog, then go to hell. Long Shan's battle intent surged. Dou Qing and the other two sneered, especially Dou Qing. At this moment, it was perfectly justifiable for him to kill Long Shan and take Jiangchen away. Even if the Tongxin mansion wanted to stop him, they didn't have the ability to do so. Even if the great mansion master returned, they wouldn't have the slightest objection. After all, he was the one who saved the Tongxin mansion. At this moment, although Long Shan was filled with pressure, he knew that he had to continue fighting. Although the second mansion master was dead, he wasn't the only one who killed Jiangchen. Battle Saint Technique, Battle Symbol Art. Long Shan attacked fiercely. He couldn't wait for Dou Qing to give him a fatal blow before he retaliated. It was already too late. Long Shan displayed the power of the Battle Saint Technique as if he had the help of God. Fighting 1 against 3, Long Shan's Battle Saint Technique actually withstood the first wave of Dou Qing's attack. The attacks of the 4 were incomparably sharp, but it wasn't enough for Long Shan. If he couldn't defeat the 3 of them, it would be impossible for him to leave. Although the Battle Saint Technique was incomparably powerful and he had completely comprehended it, it didn't mean that Long Shan was truly invincible. After all, there were 3 half-step divine emperors. Compared to the second mansion master, there was still a huge gap. He didn't need to face just one person. The 3 of them formed a pincer attack and pressed towards Long Shan. Long Shan fought and retreated at the same time. He brandished his scepter and swung it wildly, shaking the heavens and earth. Battle Symbol Art. Long Shan's situation was extremely dangerous. Although he could barely withstand the pressure from the 3 half-step divine emperors, it was self-evident how terrifying the 3 half-step divine emperors were. Moreover, he had suffered such heavy injuries all by himself. Now he was fighting with his life on the line. Fighting 1 against 3 was already a formidable feat. Long Shan retreated step by step, but his battle intent never wavered. Little Qinzi, I must avenge you. Long Shan fought with his life on the line. Even if he were to lose his life, killing 1 would not be a loss. If he could kill 2, it would be a profit. However, although his idea was good, it was still a dangerous one. Long Shan's attacks were difficult to deal with. He didn't need to know how strong the opponents he had to face. He only knew that he must drag 1 or 2 of them down with him before he died. Pfft. Chapter 3081. In the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation, lightning flashed and the sky changed color. The formation had formed its own space, but it had abandoned all laws. No one knew what was happening in the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation. After the white thunderbolt dragon injured Jiangchen, it was ready to devour Jiangchen. Because Jiangchen's body was a huge treasure vault, the body of myriad qi was a great treasure to it. If it devoured Jiangchen, it wouldn't need to be trapped here anymore. It was a fatal blow to it to have its source of lightning extracted for thousands of years. In the lightning-gathering peak, it turned into a thunderbolt dragon and kept attacking, trying to break free from the shackles. However, it couldn't do it. Gradually, its source of lightning was extracted by countless people. Because of this, its source of lightning became weaker and weaker, to the point that it could only be resisted by a half-step divine emperor. Foolish human. You're not qualified to control me. Even if I have lost most of my source of lightning, I can still kill you without much effort. The thunder dragon said coldly. At this moment, it was about to devour this reckless human. After devouring him, it might not take long for it to recover its origin energy. The myriad qi was very beneficial to cultivation. Ah. The thunder dragon had been waiting for this day for far too long. It had been trapped here, and its origin energy had been plundered. There was only endless pain and anger, and no one could understand it. This time, an auspicious sign suddenly descended from the heavens. Even in the ancient times, there was no such good thing. The myriad origin qi was enough to help it break through and transform into a human. Humans were the most intelligent of all beings and the origin of all beings. If it wanted to become the ruler of humans, it would need to transform into a human. As the leader of the heavenly lightning, it wasn't easy for it to break through the shackles of the heavenly lightning. It's your honor to be devoured by me. Tremble in fear, human. Ah. At this moment, Jiangchen suddenly opened his eyes. However, he was already under the control of the thunderbolt dragon. Silver-white lightning flashed across the void. Jiang Chen's heart sank. He knew that the thunderbolt dragon was going to attack him. "You want to devour me?" Jiang Chen said coldly. "So what? That's your blessing, you know? Little fella, from now on Zhiyu will become a true emperor. No one will be able to stop me. Initially, I thought that I would be suppressed here for the rest of my life. Who would have thought that the heavens would not destroy me? The myriad chi body is a great supplement." Zhiyu twisted his gigantic dragon head and said proudly. "Damn it." Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. His body was extremely weak right now. In the face of this terrifying thunderous dragon, he was like a powerless child who couldn't even trust a chicken. Jiang Chen finally knew who this fellow was. He was the Sky Thunder origin that the second mansion master had been trying to obtain. "Accept your death. You have no chance to refute." Zhiyu opened his mouth wide and tried to devour Jiang Chen. That terrifying lightning energy swept across the sky. Even though Jiang Chen had the protection of the Sky Thunder origin was much stronger than he had imagined. "My current strength is still too weak. If I'm at my peak, I might be able to fight it. This thunder dragon is at most an arrow at the end of its flight. Otherwise, the second mansion master wouldn't have wanted to devour it. It might look so strong, but it's definitely just holding on." Jiang Chen guessed that Zhiyu must have directly swallowed the thunder origin. However, within Zhiyu's stomach, the terrifying lightning energy was getting more and more intense. The thunder origin was the source of its true energy. Tongshan Mansion had been continuously refining the thunder origin all these years. This should be the reason why the thunder origin was constantly weakening this thunder dragon. Now that it was time to reap the harvest, the thunder origin would definitely be at its weakest. Jiang Chen had a bold guess. If he could refine this thunder origin and fuse 3 types of lightning, his strength would definitely have a huge breakthrough. Once the 3 types of Sky Thunder origin were fused, the power it could unleash would be far more terrifying than the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword formation. That was the true destruction of heaven and earth. If he fused the 3 types of Sky Thunder origin and fought against the second mansion master, Jiang Chen had absolute confidence that he could easily kill the second mansion master. After being swallowed by the thunder dragon, Jiang Chen could feel the increasingly terrifying thunder origin constantly attacking him, trying to melt him. However, he resisted with all his might. That unparalleled pressure from the Sky Thunder origin gave Jiang Chen a fatal pressure. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. His life force was constantly draining away. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. This thunder origin was far stronger than Jiang Chen had imagined. "Remember, my name is Zhiyu Drought Thunder. You will be devoured by me. Your life will be my greatest harvest." Zhiyu shouted in a deep voice. With a roar, the thunder origin in his heart continuously attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's aura was also suppressed to the point where he was on the verge of death. "Am I really going to die here? I'm not willing. I'm not willing." Jiang Chen's mind was racing. He had no other way now. Wanting to escape was no different from a fool's dream. "Tower, come!" Jiang Chen continued to roar. The Zulong Tower in Long Shursan's hand was smashed again and again, trying to suppress his opponent. However, it was useless. At this moment, the Zulong Tower in Long Shursan's hand regained a glimmer of light. At the same time, Long Shursan's heart also became blazing hot. Little Qinzi didn't die?" Long Shursan murmured. He was forced back by Do Qing's attack and suffered heavy injuries. However, he still laughed wildly. "Ah, that's great, that's great. Ah." Long Shursan laughed crazily. Even the people in Tongshan Mansion were a little dumbfounded. Could this guy have been beaten silly by the experts of the Battle God clan? He was injured several times, in imminent danger, and his life was hanging by a thread. How could he still laugh? Is this guy crazy? He doesn't look like it. Crazy. He's definitely crazy. He's about to be beaten to death and he's still so happy. Don't you think he's crazy? The second mansion master actually died in the hands of a crazy guy. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Countless people of the Profound Connection Divine Palace sighed silently. Even Do Qing frowned as she thought to herself, what is this guy trying to do? It seemed a little hard to fathom. However, even Do Qing did not dare to let his guard down. After all, the second mansion master was killed by this guy. He had to be careful. "Little Qinzi, I'll wait for you to come out and fight with me." Chapter 3082. The Zulong Tower flew up in an instant, leaving Long Shursan's palm and flying towards the direction of the lightning-gathering peak. The Zulong Tower shone brightly, the morale was high. Jiang Chen clenched his hand and the Zulong Tower suppressed the lightning dragon. Bastard! Damned human, you won't have a good death. How dare you resist, go to hell. Zhiyu roared, the lightning dragon continued to struggle. The Zulong Tower suppressed it completely. However, the lightning dragon's struggle also made it hard for the Zulong Tower to seal it completely. The lightning dragon was simply too powerful. Jiang Chen finally understood that the lightning dragon might have been feigning weakness, purposely showing an opening so that the second palace master could take advantage of it. The strength of this lightning dragon was definitely comparable to 10 half-step divine emperors. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Seems like this Zhiyu drought lightning was even stronger than the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and the 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. I must refine it. Now let's see who is stronger. Who will be the one laughing in the end? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. The Zhiyu drought lightning wanted to devour him. Why wouldn't he want to make the Zhiyu drought lightning his own? If that's the case, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. Jiang Chen controlled the Zulong Tower to fight against Zhiyu. Undeniably, Jiang Chen had underestimated the Zhiyu drought lightning. It was definitely comparable to 10 half-step divine emperors. Even if he gave it his all, he still couldn't force it back. At this moment he had no other choice. The power of the Zulong Tower was gradually fading. Jiang Chen was starting to feel powerless against the destructive sky lightning origin. Although the Zulong Tower was fighting against the Zhiyu drought lightning, it couldn't cause any damage to the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon was still looking down on everything. Jiang Chen's efforts were slowly being destroyed by the lightning dragon. To Jiang Chen this was like a bolt from the blue. You will not be able to escape from my palm. Even if the human who has been separated from me for millions of years appeared in front of me, he wouldn't be able to do any damage to me. Because my origin energy is not as simple as he thinks. Ah, such a foolish human. I wonder when you will wake up from your ignorance. The lightning dragon was incomparably arrogant. The lightning origin in its body wreaked havoc. Jiang Chen was struck down again and again. His body was on the verge of collapsing. The sky lightning origin was more than 10 times stronger than the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and the 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how strong the sky lightning in the rush lightning diagram was, it might not be stronger than the Zhiyu drought lightning. Because he was already using all his strength, but he still couldn't move the lightning dragon. I can't die. I still have to find my Xiaoyu. I still have Qingqing, I still have Sister Ning, I still have that damned monkey, I still have De Huang. I still have my father waiting for me in Linhe boundary. My father. I can't die. Jiang Chen roared in his heart. He struggled with all his might. The violent lightning baptism made him truly feel how powerful it was to be suppressed by the sky lightning. Before, Jiang Chen didn't even care about the sky lightning and pill lightning. But now, he knew that there would always be someone stronger than him. Because the origin energy of the sky lightning wasn't something he could resist. Jiang Chen relied on his will to keep attacking, but he was struck down again and again. His desire to escape became stronger. Long Shan suddenly turned around. He could feel Jiang Chen's danger, but he also couldn't protect himself. The only thing he could do now was to survive and wait for Jiang Chen to appear. Bang! Long Shan was once again forced back by Dou Qing. But he stood up again like an undying god of war. What supported him was his endless battle intent and unwavering faith in his brother. He couldn't die. Even if he had to die, he must see Jiang Chen for the last time. As his brother, he wouldn't run away. I, Long Shan, will never surrender. Only the heavens and earth, only Jiang Chen can fight against me. Haha, little Qinzi, don't let me down. I believe that you will be reborn from this hopeless situation. Long Shan grinned. He was calm and composed. Even though he was severely injured, his faith in Jiang Chen was still the same. Let's see how long you can hold on. You and that so-called Jiang Chen are both people who don't know the meaning of death. You're obviously talented, but you insist on going against the heavens. Weaklings should have the attitude of weaklings. Don't even think about defying the might of the strong. Scram. Dou Qing roared again and again. Shan was like an unkillable god of war. His ability to withstand attacks was too strong. Dou Qing couldn't kill Shan at all. Dou Qing coveted the battle saint technique. If he could get his hands on the battle saint technique, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It would be a waste if a mere hierarch realm expert got his hands on it. It would not be as strong as it was in Shan's hands. Shan swore to fight till the end against Dou Qing and the others. Even if he was on the verge of death, even if he was on the brink of death, his faith was still there. A single thought was enough for him to soar into the sky and fear no one. Are you finally going to die? Haha, the insignificance of humans can never be changed. I was born from the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth exist together with me. What are you? Jiu's eyes flickered. The lightning origin in his abdomen had almost pierced through Jiang Chen's body. The invisible lightning chains had completely bound Jiang Chen, making him unable to move. Jiang Chen's aura had become extremely weak. Suddenly, Jiang Chen could feel a faintly discernible aura flowing through his body, and it was rushing toward his dantian. It was an indescribable feeling of joy and excitement. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He could feel the existence of that thing. Great Sovereign's Dao accumulation. Jiang Chen was shocked. Originally, the Great Sovereign's Dao accumulation was not something that he could control. He needed to reach the Dao Emperor realm before he could have his own Dao. However, Jiang Chen's Emperor realm soul and his control over the heaven-dominating Dao had gradually formed the embryonic form of Dao. He could feel the existence of Dao. Although it was still very weak, it was not something that a hierarch realm expert could feel. Chapter 3083. Heaven accumulating Dao seal. Only those who possessed the Great Emperor's Dao could display the Howling Heaven seal. Jiang Chen was not even sure whether he could display the Howling Heaven seal or not. After all, the Dao in his body was too little, even faintly discernible. However, Jiang Chen had no other choice. He could only fight with his life on the line. In the end, success or failure was out of his control. However, if he did not fight with his life on the line, he would be gradually devoured by the Thunderbolt origin. Now he felt that his physical strength was running out. Even his mind had begun to waver. Even though he had the myriad chi body, Jiang Chen could not do anything about it. The Howling Heaven seal was his only way. However, to display the Howling Heaven seal required the Great Emperor's Dao. But could the weak Dao really control the Howling Heaven seal? Jiang Chen really had no idea. I'll fight with my life on the line. If I can display the Howling Heaven seal, then this guy will definitely die. Jiang Chen felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. He decided to give it a try. It was better than having no chance at all. His family was still waiting for him. He could not afford to give up like this. Howling Heaven seal, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen activated the weak Great Emperor's Dao and began to display the Howling Heaven seal. Although it was the first time for Jiang Chen to display it, he must not be careless. Success or failure depended on a single thought. Although there was only a slight chance, Jiang Chen did not want to miss it. There was a trace of Great Emperor's Dao flowing in Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. When Jiang Chen was about to display the Howling Heaven seal, the trace of Dao directly broke through Jiang Chen's dantian and rushed into Jiang Chen's heart at a terrifying speed. Jiang Chen formed a seal with both of his hands. Jiang Chen did not know how strong the Howling Heaven seal was, but at least it was not something that could be resisted by anyone below the Emperor realm. Even a divine Emperor realm expert might not be able to withstand it, because it could only be displayed with the Great Emperor's Dao. An ordinary Emperor realm expert would have to avoid it. Jiang Chen knew that if he displayed it, he would not be able to display the demeanor of a great emperor or the same as an Emperor realm expert. He only needed to defeat the Drought Thunder. Howling Heaven seal rise? Jiang Chen struck out with his palm, but there was no change at all. Jiang Chen's heart sank to the bottom. That faintly discernible Dao essence had finally disappeared without a trace? Jiang Chen struck out with his palm, but there was no change. His heart even felt a little hopeless. I don't believe it. Howling Heaven seal. Go. Jiang Chen displayed the Howling Heaven seal for the last time. At this moment, the seals on both of his palms suddenly changed. A destructive aura was unleashed from Jiang Chen's palm. That terrifying palm seal was like a comet exploding. With a formless sound, it swept out and destroyed the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon that was formed from the Drought Thunder's origin power was directly crushed by Jiang Chen. As soon as the Howling Heaven seal appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. A ray of dazzling light shot out from the lightning-gathering peak and soared into the sky. Could it be Jiang Chen who's underground? Impossible. Jiang Chen is already dead. He was suppressed by the second palace master. It must be the heavenly lightning of the lightning-gathering peak. The heavenly lightning was chaotic, causing the surroundings to tremble. Everyone was terrified. Long Shisan and Do Qing looked at the lightning-gathering peak. When the ray of light exploded, all of them felt their hearts palpitate. If they were to be struck by that ray of light, they would definitely die. Is that the power of a divine emperor expert? The elder of the Battle God clan murmured behind Do Qing. Do Qing's face turned pale. He shook his head and said, even a divine emperor expert might not be able to withstand that attack. At least a mid-divine emperor could do it. A divine emperor expert is not omnipotent. Dou Qing's words also shocked Long Shisan. Was Jiang Chen really that powerful? Was it really the heavenly lightning of the lightning-gathering peak? Then wouldn't Jiang Chen be impossible? Jiang Chen must still be alive. He must be. Long Shisan was extremely confident. No one dared to go near the lightning-gathering peak. Everyone retreated. Once they were affected by that terrifying ray of light, they might perish. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Did the heavenly seal really succeed? The silver-white thunderbolt dragon crumbled in an instant. Jiyu's thunderbolt origin was also heavily injured. He never expected Jiang Chen to be able to display such terrifying power. It's the great emperor's Dao accumulation. Impossible. This is impossible. Jiyu could not believe that the great emperor's Dao accumulation was unleashed by an early hierarch kid. Moreover, that terrifying aura was unforgettable to him. His lightning source had been completely depleted and he had risked his life to save his lightning source. It was the same for Jiang Chen. Although he had used the heavenly torturing seal to defeat the lightning source of Jiyu's drought heavenly lightning, his body was on the verge of collapsing. At the next moment he felt like his body was being sucked dry. There was not a shred of Dao essence left in his body. The scariest thing was that he could feel his essence, qi and soul being sucked dry. If it wasn't for the myriad qi that was supporting him, he might have already collapsed. Soundless and undetectable. Too powerful. Jiang Chen was shocked. Even he himself could not believe that the heavenly seal was unleashed by him. Jiang Chen suddenly felt as if he had survived a disaster. He almost lost control of the heavenly seal. The Dao accumulation in his body was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. He had only unleashed 30% of the heavenly seal's power, but it was already so powerful. The magnificent scene made Jiang Chen's heart palpitate. No one knew what Jiang Chen had experienced when he unleashed the heavenly seal. The shock he felt when the Dao accumulation in his body was sublimated was unforgettable to Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for him, even 10 half-step divine emperors would have been sucked dry. It was too terrifying. Now what else do you have to say? Isn't your thunderbolt origin very powerful? Let's see who's going to devour who now. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the extremely weak lightning source within the lightning-gathering peak. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even brighter. At the same time, a hoarse voice slowly came from the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon Prison, the Earth Fire Purgatory. Chapter 3084. Lowly human, you're not worthy to take my lightning source. Damn it. You're not worthy, Jiyu will not yield. No, don't. Jiyu roared in anger, sorrow and even hysteria. He was too weak right now, he couldn't fight against Jiang Chen anymore. This human's attack was comparable to an Emperor Realm expert. That seal just now had completely destroyed his lightning dragon, causing great damage to his origin energy. If he wanted to recover, he would need at least 100 years. Obviously, Jiang Chen wasn't going to give him that chance. Your time is up, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Immediately, bolts of heavenly lightning were unleashed from his palm, devouring the Jiyu drought heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen's origin of lightning was already very weak and couldn't fight anymore. He could totally devour the two origin of heavenly lightning at this moment. Damn you, you can't kill me, you can't devour me. I'm devouring heaven. Before Jiyu could finish his words, Jiang Chen's lightning source engulfed him. I don't care what sky you are, I'll devour you first. Jiang Chen didn't hold back and devoured the Jiyu drought lightning. That violent lightning flashed. Jiang Chen could feel how furious and violent the lightning source was. But no matter what, it had no chance to change its fate because Jiang Chen had already defeated it. The Jiyu drought lightning could only fight back instinctively. As for how big of a wave it could cause, that wasn't up to it. Jiang Chen devoured the Jiyu drought lightning's lightning source, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and dawn sky golden lightning. Because the lightning source of the Jiyu drought lightning was too violent. Even if they devoured it, they had to do it bit by bit. Jiang Chen's strength continued to recover, he was getting stronger and stronger. The speed at which he devoured the Jiyu drought lightning's lightning source was also increasing. At this moment, terrifying lightning struck down from the sky above the lightning-gathering peak, crashing against the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. The experts in Tongxian Mansion were also shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. The lightning energy on the lightning-gathering peak was always there, but it wasn't this violent. Nobody knew what was happening in the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. The lightning source of the Jiyu drought lightning kept crashing against the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. The experts in Tongxian Mansion were also shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. Although the lightning energy on the lightning-gathering peak was always there, it wasn't this violent. Nobody knew what was happening in the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. Xianhu Drought Lightning's lightning source kept crashing against the formation, making its final struggle. But it was to no avail. The instinctive resistance of the lightning source was the last song of the Xianhu Drought Lightning. Xianhu's voice faded into nothingness. Jiangchen wasn't distracted, he ignored the roar of the lightning source. It was already dead, the lightning source couldn't recover. How big of a wave could it create? Do you really think I'm scared? Xianhu's thunderous voice gradually disappeared from the lightning-gathering peak. The violent energy in Jiangchen's body was getting stronger and stronger. He was slowly gaining control over the source of lightning. However, the three sources of lightning couldn't be fused together, instead they were rejecting each other. This gave Jiangchen a headache. Jiangchen looked at his dantian, paying more and more attention to the lightning source. Even though it was devoured by him, it was still so violent. Jiangchen had to tame it, otherwise the lightning source of the 9 stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning and Dawn Sky Golden Lightning might be completely assimilated. That wasn't what Jiangchen wanted to see. I need to quickly assimilate the violent energy of the lightning source. Alright, let's see if I can purify it with my Tao essence. Jiangchen moved his mind and forced the lightning source into his dantian. Within the Tao essence, the violent lightning source actually calmed down. Jiangchen gradually gained control over the lightning source. The 3 lightning sources slowly reached a silent balance. Jiangchen smiled. It seemed like his heaven-conquering Tao was quite useful. However, the Tao essence had completely disappeared. It was impossible for Jiangchen to use the heavenly crushing seal anymore. However, at this moment he felt that his strength had greatly increased. The dragon marks in his body had once again undergone a qualitative change. The dragon transformation skill was also activated. His breakthrough was imminent. Middle Hierarch Realm? The powerful energy contained in the lightning source is quite surprising. Jiangchen thought in his heart. He was fully focused on his breakthrough. This soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation should not be a problem. He only needed to break through to the Middle Hierarch Realm and fuse the 3 lightning sources. Jiangchen was excited thinking about it. 3 types of lightning origin energy. That kind of frightening might was definitely enough to destroy the world. Furthermore, it was completely different from the heavenly lightning and pill lightning that he had refined before. This was the lightning origin energy. It was completely incomparable. Dragon marks densely covered Jiangchen's body. Streaks of heavenly lightning lingered in Jiangchen's dantian. This Xianhu Drought Heavenly Lightning was on par with the 9 stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning and the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning. Only these 2 lightning sources could reach a balance with it. This showed how powerful this Xianhu Drought Heavenly Lightning Ceiling formation was. Jiangchen's breakthrough had no obstacles at all. The lightning source energy was too terrifying. After Jiangchen fused with the lightning source energy, the divine origin energy in his body skyrocketed. His dragon marks sublimated. The Middle Hierarch Realm might not seem strong, but it was a qualitative change for Jiangchen. His current strength was enough to sweep away experts below the half-step Divine Emperor realm. He would not need to put in so much effort to fight against a half-step Divine Emperor. It was time for the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation to break through its shackles. Xuanhuan was forced into a corner by Dou Qing and the other 2. Every step he took was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, his will was on the verge of being completely obliterated. It wouldn't be long before he fell. Xuanhuan was only able to hold on until now. You no longer have a chance. Death is your only choice. Or, surrender to me and become my slave with your soul in exchange for your life. Dou Qing said coldly. Long Xuanhuan was once again forced to retreat by him. He knelt on one knee and it was extremely difficult for him to stand up. At this moment, Long Xuanhuan was almost at the end of his rope. However, there was no other way. He had already tried his best. If he could not hold on any longer, it would be difficult for him to see Jiangchen one last time when Jiangchen escaped from the soul-devouring lightning ceiling formation. What was life and death, brothers? This was life and death, brothers. The reason why Long Xuanhuan did not fall was because of his trust in Jiangchen. Fuck you. Dream on. Long Xuanhuan roared. Even if he was going to die in the next moment, he was not afraid at all. Stubborn fool. Die. Dou Qing shouted and rushed towards Long Xuanhuan. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard from the lightning-gathering peak. It was like a shooting star. The entire Tongxian mansion was shocked. Chapter 3085. The lightning-gathering peak was razed to the ground in an instant. Lightning surged and the sky changed color. At this moment, the phenomenon had disappeared and the formation on the lightning-gathering peak was gone. I knew it. You won't die so easily, Xianxia said faintly. The breath that was hanging in his heart was finally released. His body that was on the verge of death finally couldn't hold on any longer and slowly fell to the ground. Dark clouds surged in the void. The sky was gloomy as if the end of the world was coming. A figure shrouded in lightning stood in the sky. His eyes were like a diamond and his aura was like a raging dragon. Was Jiangchen. You hurt my brother and tried to suppress me here. All of you must die. Jiangchen's cold voice reverberated in the surrounding sky. Everyone's heart was filled with shock and fear. Jiangchen was like a devil incarnate who wanted to take his revenge. His eyes were filled with blood-red light, which made people shudder in fear. He's still alive? Didn't the second mansion master completely suppress him? An elder of the profound connection divine palace said in a deep voice with an ugly expression. Yeah. That's the peerless formation left by the great mansion master. How could it be destroyed just like that? Lin Yokong's face was gloomy. He knew that the crisis of Tongshan Mansion was coming. This kid can't be underestimated. The formation has been destroyed, but why do I feel that there's something missing? The great elder murmured. He did not know where the problem was. However, Jiangchen had given them a huge shock. Moreover, he had already broken through to the mid-hierarch realm. When he was at the early hierarch realm, he could already defy the heavens and change his destiny by defeating the second prefecture master and killing the third prefecture master. Now that he had broken through to the early hierarch realm, the great elder should be able to understand that Jiangchen had become even more terrifying. This kid cannot be judged by common sense. Is Tongshan Mansion really going to be destroyed? Impossible. There are 3 half-step deity emperors here. Even if Jiangchen could escape from the lightning-gathering peak, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. He's just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It's hard to say. Jiangchen has changed too many things. Recently, the entire Tongshan Mansion is in troubled times. Jiangchen even killed and seriously injured 2 mansion masters. Maybe Jiangchen can really change the fate of our Tongshan Mansion. Let's see if the 3 half-step deity emperors can bring him to justice. Now that the 2 prefecture masters have passed away, where should we go? The students of Tongshan Mansion began to feel anxious. Not everyone was in danger, but Jiangchen's sudden appearance had changed everyone's thoughts and views. They did not know where they would go if Jiangchen really destroyed Tongshan Mansion. This problem was pressing. No one wanted to think about it, but it was a reality that they had to face. Yu Chenglong looked at Jiangchen's proud figure. His heart was full of contradictions. There was even a trace of fear in his heart. Will Jiangchen really attack me? All these years he had taken care of Sister Zhu. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he had put in a lot of effort. Even though Yu Chenglong betrayed Wu Ningzhu in order to obtain the power of a hierarch realm expert. Even though Wu Ningzhu did not know about it. Deep in Yu Chenglong's heart, he was still tormented. Every man for himself. This was the law of survival since ancient times. No one could escape the fate of the great world. Even if he died for Wu Ningzhu might not remember him. Wouldn't she still be with Jiangchen? What was he after? Selfless love? That was bullshit. Only a true expert could stand tall in the world and ignore everyone's contempt. Yu Chenglong had a clear conscience. He was just following his heart. He liked Wu Ningzhu, but it did not mean that he had to die for Wu Ningzhu. Moreover, Jiangchen had appeared. Even if Wu Ningzhu died, she would not die in his arms. This was too painful for Yu Chenglong. He didn't want to sink into depravity, and he didn't want his life to be ruined because of Wu Ningzhu. He vaguely remembered his mother's warning before she passed away, that he must become a powerhouse, a peerless powerhouse who could stand above everyone else in this world. Now he was getting closer and closer to this step. Wu Ningzhu's appearance had destroyed his path of being a genius, and also destroyed his determination to pursue the path of a powerhouse. Now that Wu Ningzhu was about to leave him, he had no choice but to do it. At the last moment he almost killed Wu Ningzhu. Yu Chenglong's heart was on tenterhooks and he couldn't believe it. Fortunately, Jiangchen saved Wu Ningzhu at the last moment. Even if Wu Ningzhu died, it was Jiangchen's fault for not protecting her. It had nothing to do with him anymore. This was his final decision. Success was already beckoning to him. Although Yu Chenglong was struggling, he was extremely excited deep down in his heart. He had finally reached the hierarch realm. Those who idolized him in the past had finally witnessed the true strength of the 3 outer mansion dragon heads. 2 dragon heads had fallen and he was the only one left. Didn't this mean that he was stronger and more resilient? Yu Chenglong liked the feeling of being surrounded by his senior and junior brothers. He liked the feeling of being above everyone else. When Jiang Chen won the Outer Mansion battle, Yu Chenglong's heart was filled with endless loneliness. He swore that one day he would become like Jiang Chen, who everyone looked forward to and envied. Yu Chenglong was a little afraid. After all, the current Jiang Chen was too terrifying. He hoped that the 3 half-step divine emperors could defeat and kill him. Then Tongxian Mansion would return to peace. At that time he would be the new pillar of Tongxian Mansion. Seniors of the Battle God clan, it's all up to you now, Yu Chenglong murmured. Wu Ningzhu was still lingering in his heart. However, his dream of becoming an expert had already set sail. He would not allow himself to fall into depravity. It's just that your brother's skills are not as good as others. What other tricks do you have? Killing the 3rd Mansion Lord and defeating the 2nd Mansion Lord, in my opinion, it's just luck. Have you ever seen the true Do formation technique? Do you think that you can show off in front of the experts of the Battle God clan after breaking through the shackles of the formation? Kid, you're still too young. You're not qualified to fight against us. Hand over the inheritance of immortal execution, Great Emperor. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless, Do Qing said. Now that the 2nd Mansion Lord was dead, Tongxian Mansion was in a mess. Without a leader, they would be thankful if he could kill Jiang Chen and return them peace. Even if he obtained the inheritance of immortal execution, Great Emperor, it wouldn't matter to them. The inheritance you want is right here. Come and take it if you're capable. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, pointed at himself and said to Do Qing with a hint of disdain. Do Qing and the other 2 half-step divine emperors' countenance changed drastically. This reckless junior dared to provoke them. How could they tolerate him? Wait till I kill you. Then everything will change. Do Qing rushed towards Jiang Chen. Under the gaze of the entire Tongxian Mansion, 4 silhouettes turned into 4 rays of light and collided with each other. I had a dream last night. I dreamt that I appeared in St. Origin World with thousands of fans. We overcome all obstacles and fought for supremacy. Can the dream of being a hero come true? While I was writing, a friend who makes games called me and invited me to participate in the creation of a mobile game. It's called. What's interesting is that I can get Durex from killing monsters. Chapter 3086. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and punched out heavily, withstanding the attacks of the 2 half-step divine emperors. He retreated quickly and calmly. Jiang Chen roared and attacked in his dragon form. He formed a seal with both of his hands and struck out. The 5 elemental divine dragon seal turned into the 9 heavens divine dragon and gathered together. The 5 dragons fused together and the seal was overturned, shaking the heavens and earth. The divine dragon swept across the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat after a single strike. The 2 half-step divine emperors did not want to be outdone and fought back against Jiang Chen. What a powerful technique. The 2 half-step divine emperors were shocked. Jiang Chen's cultivation realm was only at the mid-hierarch realm, but he was able to fight against them so calmly and effortlessly. How could they not be shocked by his skills? Do Qing harumphed coldly and quickly joined the fray. The 3 of them were barely able to suppress Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen was not a weakling. Instead, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He did not show any signs of defeat even though he was fighting 1 against 3. Undeniably, the 3 of them were too strong. Even with Jiang Chen's techniques after his breakthrough, he could only remain undefeated. Instead, he was constantly forced to retreat. 3,000 Burning Sky Seal. Jiang Chen used the xianhuan technique again and merged his divine fire. The 3,000 Burning Sky Seal rose from the void and crushed the 2 half-step divine emperors. However, he was hit by Do Qing's palm. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. Good fella. Not bad. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. You're just digging your own grave by fighting against me. Do Qing snorted. The 3 of them intensified their attacks. Jiang Chen was not to be outdone. His sword chi was graceful and the limitless sword swept through the void. 11th Sword. Do Qing chose to retreat in order to advance. Facing Jiang Chen's limitless sword, they chose to evade its sharpness and fight in a roundabout way. It showed that the 3 of them had prepared well for this moment. Do you really think you can win against the experts of our Battle God clan? Tongxian Mansion was just careless. When the real Great Prefecture Lord returns, you'll die without a burial place. However, I can't wait for that moment. You can only belong to our Battle God clan. Because you have secretly learned our Battle God clan's battle formation technique, I must punish you later. Obviously, Do Qing's words were meant for the people of Profound Connection Divine Palace. Everyone knew about this. When the experts of the Battle God clan attacked, the Great Elder and the others already knew why they were here. Even though Jiang Chen had killed their palace lord, they still did not have the qualifications to keep Jiang Chen here. Therefore, it was reasonable for Dou Qing to take Jiang Chen away. Dou Qing wanted to take away Jiang Chen. You can always find a way to frame someone. What you want is the inheritance of the immortal execution Great Emperor. Unfortunately, I'll have to disappoint you because you are not qualified. Jiang Chen rushed forward again. He wanted to avenge Long Shisan. He wanted Dou Qing to pay the price. He was suppressed, attacked, and sealed in the soul-devouring thunder-sealing formation. Jiang Chen wanted to deal a fatal blow to Dou Qing. Jiang Chen rushed forward step by step. Sword shadows filled the sky like rain. The limitless sword had reached its limit. Jiang Chen finally displayed a stronger sword. 12th sword. The power of the 12th sword was far more terrifying than the 11th sword. This was the sword technique that Jiang Chen had comprehended when he was feeling the great path of heaven and earth. However, he could not display it. He could feel the 13th sword, but the control of the sword will of the 13th sword was not something that the current Jiang Chen could change. However, the power of the 12th sword against Dou Qing and the others was already quite impressive. The three of them were forced back by Jiang Chen. They were evenly matched and no one could gain the slightest advantage. Formation. Dou Qing shouted in anger and said solemnly. The three of them formed a formation. At this moment, even Jiang Chen did not expect that they would be so well prepared. This formation used the Profound Connection Divine Palace as the cauldron, and its purpose was to revolve around the Profound Connection Divine Palace. What a great reinforcement. Aha, it is better to say that you are scheming to control me. The Tongshan Mansion is in the palm of your hand. Even the formation has been set up. It seems that you have planned this beforehand. Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Dou Qing's formation did make him slightly surprised. However, the formation that the three of them controlled was extremely complicated. It was not something that could be set up in an instant. In other words, they had already set up everything. All of this seemed to be to lure the snake out of its hole, and Jiang Chen was the snake. Boy, death is at hand. Don't struggle anymore. This formation is specially prepared for you. Sealine formation. Don't forget how the Battle God clan stood at the peak of the divine world. Dou Qing said proudly. The Battle God clan was famous for their Dou formation technique. Who didn't know about this? However, from the beginning till the end they did not use any formation. Even when they were fighting against Jiang Chen, they did not use any formation. However, at this moment, Dou Qing had no choice but to use the formation that he had prepared. He had been waiting for this moment. Initially, this formation was set up for the second mansion master. However, Long Shisan appeared out of nowhere. Dou Qing had no choice but to take advantage of the situation. Now that he was fighting against Jiang Chen, it was like pushing the boat along with the current. As soon as the sealine formation was formed, Jiang Chen was sealed in the formation. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He soared up to the sky and slashed down with his sword. However, it was as if he had slashed at the sea. He could not even stir up a ripple. The terrifying suction force directly melted the sword light of Jiang Chen. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, it seemed like Jiang Chen could not escape. Jiang Chen's terrifying sword chi swept across the sky. However, the sword chi was melted by the formation. The power of the three of them formed a cage. Jiang Chen could not break through it at all. Boy, don't waste your energy. Not many Divine Emperor experts could break through this formation. Because this formation was set up by the power of the three of us. Our power is completely combined and twisted into a rope. It's not something that you can break through. Even in the Battle God clan, only the Patriarch can break through this formation. Humph, don't be so arrogant. You can't break through my sealine formation. Dou Qing swore. To him, the sealine formation was formed by the blood essence of the three of them. Moreover, it did not require too many complicated procedures. The three of them used their souls to set up the formation. This was one of the strongest techniques of the Battle God clan. The Battle God clan is most proud of their formation. Now that Jiang Chen is trapped in the formation, it will be very difficult for him to break through it. Phew, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This guy is a devil incarnate. How can he be so strong? It's completely beyond our knowledge. He who commits too much evil will bring about his own destruction. He asked for it. Going against our Tongshan mansion is just asking to be humiliated. Sigh. So ironic. Although Jiang Chen is being controlled by the formation and his life is in danger, the one who defeated him is not from our Tongshan mansion. Hee. The Great Elder and the others murmured in a low voice. In conclusion, the Tongshan mansion was saved. At least the great mansion master was still alive. Once the great mansion master returned, the battle god clan would be able to rise again. However, the Tongshan mansion had to keep a low profile compared to the other 3 divine mansions. Otherwise, they would not be able to face the might of the divine mansions from the other prefectures. Can you really control me with such a weak technique? Your battle god clan is famous for their formations. I Jiangchen am worthy of my reputation. Today I'll let you all witness who is the real array grandmaster. Chapter 3087. A true formation grandmaster? Haha, I also want to see if your attainments in array formations are better than the 3 of us. Don't disappoint me. Dou Qing laughed, completely disregarding Jiang Chen. This fella is boasting, wanting to surpass me in formation? That was ridiculous. Although Dou Qing did not dare to say that he was invincible in the field of formations, he dared to say that the number of people in the entire northern cold divine region who were better than him in the field of formations could be counted with 2 hands. However, Jiang Chen was just a nobody. How could he think that his attainments in the field of formations could surpass his? Wasn't this bullshit? There were countless formation masters in the battle god clan. There were more than a dozen grandmasters, and Dou Qing could definitely be ranked in the top 5. The battle god clan was known for their formations. He was confident that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to fight back if he used the xianxia formation. Jiang Chen wanted to use the formation to defeat him? That was just a fool's dream. Then let's see whose formation is better. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. His body transformed into 9 supreme beings, forming into a formation. This is the 3rd time he used the 9 supreme Saint Bones pills effect. The remaining 9 supreme Saint Bones pills effect in his body has been depleted by 30%. But to Jiang Chen, this 9 supreme Saint Bones pill is definitely enough to deal with Dou Qing's yin-sealing formation. 1 body transforming into 9 supreme beings? Unfortunately, it's useless against my yin-sealing formation. Dou Qing said confidently. He knows how terrifying the 9 supreme Saint Bones pill is, but he is also very confident in his formation. No one can easily escape from his yin-sealing formation. With the 9 venerables forming a formation, Jiang Chen was able to resist the pressure of the sealing yin formation. Between the 9 venerables there was a surplus of energy. His formation was not weak at all. 9 supreme battle formation. Jiang Chen shouted. The 9 supremes instantly turned into 9 shadows of the heavens and spread out. One after another, the shadows of dragons appeared and fought against the sealing yin formation. Within the sealing yin formation, a cold wind was blowing and waves were rolling. The surrounding heaven and earth were shaking. Countless disciples of the profound connection divine palace retreated from the area to avoid hurting the innocent. If they didn't leave as soon as possible, they might be buried together with the demi-monarch realm's might. They couldn't resist it. Retreat. Lin Yukong bellowed, causing the God King students to leave quickly. Jiang Chen's 9 supreme battle formation is incomparably terrifying. Facing the cold wind of the yin-sealing formation, it was unmoved like a mountain. The 9 figures kept unleashing their aura, trying to break the formation, but it was to no avail. However, the 2 sides fell into a stalemate because no one could gain the upper hand. Both sides fell into a stalemate, one attacking and one defending. In the 9 supreme battle formation, each of Jiang Chen's original body is extremely powerful, forcing Dou Qing to defend. However, the yin-sealing formation is formed by the blood and souls of the 3 of them, so they value it more and are more connected. This point is not inferior to Jiang Chen's 9 supreme battle formation. I didn't expect you to be evenly matched with me. Dou Qing was extremely shocked and said with a sigh. His strength was obvious to all. Being one of the 3 great formation masters of the battle god clan, he could not gain the upper hand over Jiang Chen in terms of formation. Instead, he was in a stalemate. To Dou Qing, this is a great humiliation. How could Jiang Chen's 9 supreme battle formation resist his yin-sealing formation? Junior brothers, hurry up. We must defeat him as soon as possible. No one can defeat the people of the battle god clan in terms of formation. Dou Qing transmitted his voice to the 2 junior brothers of the clan. The 2 of them nodded silently. The 3 of them pushed forward. Jiang Chen also felt the gale in the yin-sealing formation rising and pressing down again. His 9 supreme battle formation is on the verge of collapse. From this, it can be seen that the experts of the battle god clan are not ordinary people. Jiang Chen cannot underestimate them. After all, this is the special skill of the battle god clan. Without the no beginning formation as a reference, Jiang Chen may not be able to judge whether he will be suppressed by Dou Qing's formation or not. Jiang was not surprised. Instead he was delighted. Only in this way could he stimulate his potential. Only in this way could he unleash his full strength. 9 dragons emerged from the 9 supreme battle formation. Dragon shadows were faintly discernible. At this moment, the dragon transformation skill was circulated to the maximum. Jiang also unleashed his full strength to fight against Dou Qing and the other 2. At this moment, both of them had unleashed their full strength. Terrifying airwaves from the 9 supreme battle formation overturned the horizon time after time and smashed against the Yin ceiling formation. Dou Qing's expression was cold. Facing Jiang 9 supreme battle formation, he did not dare to be negligent. This formation naturally had its merits since it could fight against his Yin ceiling formation. The 2 formations continuously collided. Jiang did not hold back and wanted to charge out. Without exception, all 9 of the 9 supreme battle formation had unleashed their full strength. Damn it. Don't even think about breaking through the formation. Both of you unleashed the 4-star Dou formation technique. Dou Qing spoke again. The 3 of them were of one mind and unleashed the 4-star Dou formation technique in one go. The terror of the Yin ceiling formation instantly multiplied by several folds. Jiang 9 supreme battle formation was constantly being compressed and gathered together. Dou formation technique? You're not the only one who knows it. Jiang sneered as he unleashed the Dou formation technique continuously. The destructive explosive power caused the 9 supreme battle formation to reach an unprecedented level. The 9 supreme battle formation and the Yin ceiling formation had both reached the level of the 4-star Dou formation technique. At that moment, Dou Qing's face turned even uglier. The Dou formation technique was a secret technique of the Battle God clan. But now it had become a means for others to fight with him. It was too ironic. Dou Qingji was unwilling to give up. The 2 of them continued to clash against each other, causing the power of the formation to become more and more terrifying. Both of them had already reached their peak. Regardless of whether it was the 9 extremes battle formation or the ceiling Yin formation, both of them were already on the verge of collapsing. That was because the 2 formations were about to completely merge together. Whoever's formation was stronger would be able to stand out from the rest. However, the power of the 2 formations was too close to each other, causing the 2 terrifying formations to almost cancel each other out. At that moment, if the 2 formations were to completely cancel each other out, it was possible that they would be heavily injured. 9 Supreme Battle Formation Charge. Jiang roared angrily. The 9 Supremes rose and soared into the sky. If you want to break my formation, go back and practice for a few thousand years. 5-star Dou formation technique. Jiang you must have never expected this. Ah. His eyes were filled with radiance. He caressed the great earth roulette in his hand. With the great earth roulette in his hand he was not afraid at all. Even if he and Jiang were both injured, this great earth roulette could still take back his glory. Then, let's see if you can withstand this strike of mine. Jiang smiled. Withstand a strike from a divine emperor expert? I wonder if you'll be able to withstand the fusion of my 3 bolts of heavenly lightning? Bring it on, Jiang. You will definitely feel despair for your stupidity. Ah. Dou Qing pointed at Jiang with the great earth roulette in his hand. He was full of confidence, ready to have a life-and-death battle with Jiang. Then watch carefully. I will not use this strike a second time. Because if you want to see it a second time, you might have to wait until your next life. The corner of Jiang mouth curled up. He moved his hands slowly and 3 heavenly lightning gradually gathered at this moment. Chapter 3089. It's the heavenly lightning? Dou Qing frowned. This fella is really strange. Moreover, 3 heavenly lightning appeared at the same time. Even the 2 half-step deity emperors behind him looked serious. No matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves, they will all be overshadowed by my great earth wheel. Dou Qing waved his hand disdainfully. However, the 3 heavenly lightning in Jiang hand had already started to take shape. Jiang expression was cold. The 3 heavenly lightning in his hand slowly fused together. The terrifying explosive aura was constantly intensifying and getting more and more terrifying. 3 types of heavenly lightning. Moreover, Jiang had fused his origin energy into the heavenly lightning. That kind of power was absolutely incomparable to the previous explosion of the pill lightning. Wind and clouds suddenly rose in the surrounding weather. Even the air seemed to be mixed with traces of lightning. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Heavenly thunder exploded. Rumble, rumble, The shock of the heavenly lightning fusion made everyone's mouth dry. The terrifying aura once again fused together. That was an oppressive and suffocating feeling that no one could imagine. The heavenly lightning fusion is really strong. This fella has used it before, but it was not as strong as this time. The heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's body fused together. That kind of terrifying explosion could almost flatten the entire Tongxian mansion. Why does it feel like the end of the world? Is this fella's heavenly lightning fusion really that terrifying? Those disciples of the profound connection divine palace who were at a loss of what to do were slightly frightened. They were not sure how strong Jiang Chen's attack was, even though they were far away from the profound connection divine palace and were looking at each other from afar. 3 types of heavenly lightning fusion. Jiang Chen is too terrifying. This fella is a madman. Dong Huang Tai murmured. No one knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was as compared to them who came from the Lone Dragon County. Jiang Chen had risen from the Linha boundary step by step. Jiang Chen was like a terrifying sword, unparalleled and undefeated. The current Jiang Chen had already left them behind. In this world where strength was everything, no one was worthy of sympathy and pity. Only the strong could survive. Can Jiang Chen really win against 3 half-step divine emperors? Mo Qihan murmured. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. It was a piece of cake for him to fight those who were at a higher realm than him. However, his opponents were too strong this time. Jiang Chen had tried his best, killing the 3rd Mansion Lord and heavily injuring the 2nd Mansion Lord. They hoped that Jiang Chen could defeat the others and become the final winner. I have to say you're indeed a monstrous genius. To fuse the heavenly lightning together, it's such a dangerous and suicidal method. But no matter what, you can't stop me from becoming your enemy. My great earth roulette is unstoppable. Dou Qing was still howling arrogantly. His aura continued to rise and he had the absolute initiative. How could he lose to the crowd? I hope that what you've imagined will be as you wish. Jiang Chen said faintly without any distractions. The 3 heavenly lightning had already fused together. A green, blue and purple lotus slowly appeared on Jiang Chen's hand. It was extremely strange, enchanting and surging. Jiang Chen could even feel the terrifying aura of extinction coming from the death lightning lotus. It was as if everything would perish under the death lightning lotus. That kind of fear made Jiang Chen's heart palpitate. Come, is this your final ability? I hope you won't disappoint me. Dou Qing sneered. As you wish. As Jiang Chen moved his palm, the dark clouds and thunder curtains seemed to tremble at this moment. The entire Tongxian Mansion's mountain range shook continuously. The surrounding void seemed to have been restricted. A deathly aura was emitted from the death lightning lotus that Jiang Chen had thrown out. The 3-colored death lightning lotus exploded. The destructive aura caused almost half of the buildings in the Tongxian Mansion to be destroyed. Even the Heavenly Dragon Tower was heavily damaged and collapsed layer by layer. The Tongxian Mansion could be said to have been destroyed in a day. The death lightning lotus that was filled with deathly aura made Dou Qing's pupils dilate. He raised the great earth roulette and struck it out forcefully. However, at that moment, Dou Qing's heart trembled a little. He suddenly felt the despair and fear when the death lightning lotus bloomed in his eyes. The great earth roulette seemed to have lost its power. The remaining 2 half-step deity emperors were devoured by the heavenly lightning fusion almost at the same time when the death lightning lotus exploded. Their souls were scattered and not even a trace of their bodies was left. The dazzling radiance made people not dare to look at it directly. Dou Qing retreated again and again while striking out the great earth roulette. However, he heard the sound that he was most unwilling to hear. The great earth roulette started to crack at this moment. Crack, crack, crack. No, this is impossible. My great earth roulette. Dou Qing screamed continuously. He had never experienced such despair before in his life. The great earth roulette had withstood the first wave of attacks. When the death lightning lotus was released, the great earth roulette could not withstand it anymore and shattered. Dou Qing had used all his strength, but he was also struck by the heavenly lightning tribulation. He was severely injured. His clothes were torn and tattered and his body was extremely weak. He knelt on the ground on both knees and was on the verge of death. If it wasn't for the great earth roulette, he would have been dead by now. Dou Qing had boasted before, but now he couldn't even protect himself. The scariness of the death lightning lotus made him realize how stupid he was to take Jiang Chen's attack head-on. However, in the end he had failed. It was a terrible defeat that was unbearable to look at. His defeat had caused the Battle God clan to lose face. Dou Qing spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was in high spirits as he walked out of the Battle God clan. He had wanted to go to the West Pole Divine region and leave after obtaining some benefits from the Tongshan mansion. However, who would have thought that he would suffer such a calamity? The aura of death permeated Dou Qing's heart. When he raised his head, it was already gone. The Tongshan mansion is finished, the great elder murmured. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the heavenly dragon pagoda had already collapsed. The thunder-gathering peak had also collapsed. The entire Tongshan mansion was in ruins. Thousands of students were in a daze. The Tongshan mansion that they were so proud of had collapsed at this moment. The explosive power of the Death Lightning Lotus caused airwaves to roll out, causing the entire profound connection divine palace to turn into a pile of ruins, shocking everyone. Chapter 3090. The Great Elder was dumbfounded. Lin Yukong, Yu Chenglong, Gu Maolu, Donghuang Tai'e and everyone else were dumbfounded. Jiang Qin fought against the three martial emperors in a fit of rage. The whole Tongshan mansion was razed to the ground. It was unimaginable. In front of Jiang Qin they were like ants. The feeling of powerlessness and defeat was not something that could be experienced by ordinary people, especially the Great Elder and the others. They could not bear to look at the tragic scene of Tongshan mansion. To them it was hopeless. It was like a bolt from the blue. However, the truth was that Tongshan mansion had collapsed. Their faith had collapsed in an instant. The second and third mansion masters were dead. Their last hope was the great mansion master. However, the great mansion master was nowhere to be found. He was wandering around the world, totally unaware of the crisis that Tongshan mansion was in. The great elder Lin Yukong and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had already made up their minds to face death. Because once Tongshan mansion collapsed, they would not be able to survive. Jiang Qin was a ruthless person. He would never allow them to live. The great elder had already expected this. The heavens want our Tongshan mansion to perish. The great elder sighed. His face was pale. He had lived for thousands of years, yet he could not escape from the misfortune. This catastrophe was too shocking for the Tongshan mansion. Our Tongshan mansion has really collapsed. Is this the power of Jiang Qin? Even the two great mansion masters and three half-step divine emperors could not even withstand a single blow from him. What are we? Perhaps this is fate. Tongshan mansion was supposed to face this calamity. However, no one would have thought that they would die in the hands of their own people. It's like nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity. Such a person will definitely stand at the peak of the heavens and earth. We will not be able to reach him. Today we are fortunate enough to witness the birth of a true great emperor. The students of Tongshan mansion were filled with emotions. They were all students of Tongshan mansion and cultivated step by step from the outer mansion. However, they were worlds apart compared to Jiang Qin. Who would not be jealous? Who would not be emotional? Everyone had the heart of an expert. The law of the divine world was that only the strong would be respected. Only the strong could have a foothold in the divine world where there were hundreds of races and experts. Even a hierarch expert would not dare to say that he was invincible. Even a divine emperor expert would not dare to say that he was unparalleled in the world. Perhaps only an emperor expert would have the ability to control the heavens. Dou Qing's aura was extremely weak and he could even die at any time. The two brothers behind him were instantly killed by Jiang Qin. This was like a bolt from the blue. Dou Qing could not even protect himself and he did not stand a chance at all. Facing Jiang Qin's Death Thunder Lotus, even though he took out the Great Earth Roulette, it was still useless. The Great Earth Roulette turned into dust under the Death Thunder Lotus of Jiang Qin, leaving nothing behind. Dou Qing had used all his strength to survive under the situation where the Great Earth Roulette had blocked 90% of its power. However, he no longer had the ability to fight against Jiang Qin. He was like a fish on Jiang Qin's chopping block, completely becoming Jiang Qin's prisoner. If Jiang Qin moved, his life would be gone. Dou Qing looked at Jiang Qin in extreme fear. His life was already in the hands of his opponent and he was in a precarious situation. His life was hanging by a thread. He had tried his best but he still failed in the end. He was defeated by a hierarch and was defeated by the Battle God clan's secret technique, Dou Formation technique. To Dou Qing this was more painful than being killed. However, since he did not die he still had the desire to live. Everyone had the will to live. Dou Qing was not a righteous hero. In the face of death he had to give in. He was full of confidence but he was defeated in the end. Although it was embarrassing, it was better to live than to die. Now what else do you have to say? Jiang Qin said coldly. He had already sentenced Dou Qing to death. This guy must be killed. Otherwise, the Battle God clan would send more powerful experts to deal with him in the future. However, a half-emperor like Dou Qing was already considered as a top expert. Even if the Battle God clan sent more experts to deal with him, they might not be that strong. Can you spare my life? I'm begging you. The Battle God clan will definitely repay you. Dou Qing gritted his teeth and said. He was a half-emperor realm expert who had never blinked his eyes in the northern cold divine region. However, he was now submissive to a hierarch realm kid. Dou Qing had endured great humiliation. However, he had no other way to survive. Your Battle God clan sees me as a thorn in your flesh. Letting you go this time is equivalent to letting a tiger go back to the mountain. Will your Battle God clan let me go? Do you believe it? Jiang Qin snorted. This guy was talking nonsense. If he was deceived by him, he would be a fool. He had killed several experts from the Battle God clan, including 2 half-step divine emperors. This hatred was irreconcilable. No matter how magnanimous the Battle God clan was, it was impossible for them to reconcile with him. How could Jiang Qin not understand this? This Dou Qing was just talking to himself. Dou Qing held his breath. He knew that he had underestimated Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was not fooled. Since it has come to this, you have already killed 2 of my Battle God clan's experts. Why don't we bury the hatchet? I'll tell you a big secret and you let me go. Is this a good deal? Dou Qing said in a deep voice. This was his last chance to live. He had lost the ability to fight in front of Jiang Qin. He could not move an inch now. Tell me about it. Jiang Qin said faintly and looked at Dou Qing with interest. Dou Qing was overjoyed. As long as Jiang Qin was interested, he would have a chance to live. The reincarnated living Buddha has been born in the West Pole divine region. Moreover, our Battle God clan knows that the God-suppressing monument has appeared. In less than 100 years, the entire West Pole divine region will be in chaos. We are the first to receive this news. As long as we get the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument, we will be able to command everyone. The entire West Pole divine region will be in chaos. Now the West Pole divine region is completely divided. The God-suppressing monument is the supreme divine weapon that can unify the West Pole divine region. Dou Qing said word by word. God-suppressing monument? Jiang Qin's pupils shrank and his expression changed. The person holding the God-suppressing monument must be a monk. It has been more than 100 years. Did this guy cause trouble in the West Pole divine region again? However, Jiang Qin believed that this guy would not suffer any loss. In the past, this guy was always the one who cheated others in the 9 regions immortal world. But now Jiang Qin was still a little worried. After all, the divine world was not like the 9 regions immortal world where they came from. The true experts were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. No one knew how many experts were standing at the peak of this world. Even though Jiang Qin's current strength had the ability to fight against a half-step divine emperor, it was still difficult for him to fight against a true divine emperor expert. You know about the God-suppressing monument? Dou Qing was overjoyed. Since Jiang Qin knew about the God-suppressing monument, he understood the relationship between the God-suppressing monument and the reincarnated living Buddha. In order to recover his damaged soul, Jiang Qin went to Red City. In Red City he met the heroine Xianxia and helped the Misty Rain Tower to defeat their opponents. He became the overlord of Red City and obtained the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit to fly in the sky. Chapter 3091. I know. A divine item like the God-suppressing monument is in the hands of my friend. Therefore the person you are looking for and the peerless divine item is in my friend's possession. Tell me, should I spare your life? Jiang Qin laughed and said. Jiang Qin. You. How dare you go back on your words? Dou Qing's expression changed. Jiang Qin's killing intent surged as soon as he took a step forward. Dou Qing was the first to bear the brunt of Jiang Qin's killing intent, becoming Jiang Qin's target. Even though Dou Qing had told Jiang Qin the big secret, he still could not return to peace. This fella is like a scoundrel. A true expert cares about their dignity. When did I promise you that I would spare your dog life? To me your death is not worth mentioning. Therefore killing you is just a matter of convenience. Jiang Qin sneered. He raised his sword and the half-step divine emperor expert died under his sword. Since then, the 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan had all died in the hands of Jiang Qin. The people of Tongxian Mansion were extremely nervous, because Jiang Qin was going to deal with their Tongxian Mansion next. Rumble. At this moment, an incomparably huge scorching wave rose up from the Heaven Dragon prison. The destructive aura was suffocating. Jiang Qin couldn't react in time. However, at this moment, a flaming dragon was formed from the Heaven Dragon prison. It roared and soared up, crushing the entire profound connection divine palace. Its mightiness was overwhelming and unstoppable. The eyes of the flaming dragon were ferocious and terrifying. Jiangchen kept retreating, but the terrifying flaming dragon had already swept towards him, as if it was about to devour him. What a terrifying fire dragon! Jiangchen thought to himself. Even his 5 elements divine fire seemed extremely insignificant in front of this fiery dragon. The 5 elements divine fire rippled out and fire snakes filled the void, burning the entire Tongxian mansion. Scram! Jiangchen shouted in a low voice. The blazing flame of the 3,000 flame sky seal was instantly swallowed up. Jiangchen's expression suddenly changed. What exactly was this flame dragon? It was actually so powerful and majestic. Even if the current him were to go all out, he might not be able to block the attack of this berserk flame dragon. Flood the Golden Mountain. Heavenly River, retreat. All of a sudden a roar was heard. The 4 waters mad dragon that was formed from endless divine water crushed the void. In the void, the 2 dragons, 1 fire and 1 water, intertwined with each other. Terrifying waves of air rolled and mist rose into the sky. In the end, the 2 terrifying water and fire dragons returned to the void. Their dreadful aura also rapidly retreated like the tide. Jiangchen's heart trembled. He also felt that he had a new lease of life. If it wasn't for the 4 waters mad dragon that forced the flaming mad dragon to retreat, he might have been turned into ashes by now. Not to mention the students of the Tongxian mansion. Even Jiangchen had never seen or heard of such a phenomenon. Just a flame phantom alone was able to burst out such a terrifying power. Jiangchen knew that he was far behind. It's him. It's really him. A hoarse voice resounded in Jiangchen's ears. You're awake? Senior Dragon Emperor. Jiangchen's heart moved. The 4 waters mad dragon should have been created by the ancestral Dragon Emperor. However, Jiangchen could feel that the ancestral Dragon Emperor's aura had become weaker. Obviously it was caused by the attack just now. I'm awake. But soon I'll fall into a deep sleep again. Damn it. To meet him here. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's words were filled with helplessness. Jiangchen knew that the ancestral Dragon Emperor had been in a deep sleep for a long time. However, in order to save Jiangchen, the ancestral Dragon Emperor fought the flaming mad dragon with all his might. The flaming mad dragon emperor was forced to retreat and he must have used up a lot of his soul energy. Is it because of the flame phantom? What is it? Jiangchen frowned and asked. He always felt that there was something hidden in the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison. After seeing it today, he knew that it was not something that he could control. It's something that you shouldn't know about now. If it wasn't for the ancient seal, the seal left by a divine emperor expert wouldn't be able to suppress him. The ancestral dragon emperor said with lingering fear. As for who he is, it's better for you not to ask about it. You might only have the chance to witness his magnificence when you've at least reached the divine emperor realm. Currently, even if he's sealed under the ground, his illusory figure is enough to kill you. To think that there's a seal left by a divine emperor expert here. What a joke. The only thing that can seal him is the ancient seal. This fella might explode anytime. Once he explodes, he'll be the real devil from hell. The ancestral dragon emperor's words were filled with fear. Jiangchen didn't ask any more. To be able to make the ancestral dragon emperor afraid, he must be a powerful existence even in the immemorial era. Most importantly, that fella's phantom that was sealed under the ground could still deal a fatal blow to him. How powerful was that? You really didn't disappoint me. To think that your soul has reached the emperor realm. Wait, you formed your own Tao? The ancestral dragon emperor was shocked as he did not expect Jiangchen to be able to condense his own Tao when he was still in the hierarch realm. Moreover, this Tao was quite powerful. Even the ancestral dragon emperor was extremely serious about it. Yes, I call him Ling Tian Dao. Ling Tian Dao, Ling Tian Dao, Ling Tian Dao. Jiangchen said. Great. This is too shocking. Haha, kid, promise me one thing. When you've reached the peak of the divine emperor realm, can you come to the dragon clan? If I want to be revived, I must go back to the dragon clan's ancient land. Otherwise, I won't be able to cultivate the golden body. The ancestral dragon emperor said. All right. Jiangchen promised the ancestral dragon emperor. However, he didn't know when he would be able to reach the peak of the divine emperor realm. Oh right, senior dragon emperor, I have another question. How did I obtain the great emperor's Tao? Where exactly is the Taoist connotation? Jiangchen asked with a low voice. The great emperor's Taoist connotation is born out of the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The Taoist connotation is born out of the will of the Tao. Cultivating with the sword, cultivating the heart with the sword. The Tao is born from the heart and the will is moved. It is the Qi connotation of the cultivation of the Great Way. For you, it is still too far away. Although you have cultivated the Great Way, it is not easy to truly comprehend the Taoist connotation of heaven and earth. Even so, you're the first person that I've seen who could form the Tao in the hierarch realm. The ancestral dragon emperor was full of praise for Jiang Chen. When the great Tao is formed, the heaven and earth will not move. Jiang Chen's talent has a long way to go. This time, in order to save you, I defeated that guy. It's really a failure. I might have to fall into a deep sleep again. When your soul realm is strong enough, you might be able to wake me up. Remember, hurry up and leave this place. It won't be long before that guy makes a comeback. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice slowly disappeared from Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen looked at the heaven dragon tower that he had razed to the ground with a lingering fear. What kind of expert was sealed under the heaven dragon prison? Jiang Chen didn't know. However, he knew that he must leave this place. Otherwise there might be another battle. By then, the ancestral dragon emperor would have retreated and Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to fight against him. Jiang Chen looked around. The entire Tongshan mansion had become a ruin. The void was filled with dust. Those people from Tongshan mansion looked at the scene helplessly. To Tongshan mansion they were innocent. Jiang Chen did not start a massacre. The Tao of Ling Tian was to go against the heavens, not to bully the weak. Chapter 3092. Yu Chenglong's heart sank and his face became extremely gloomy because he felt an incomparably strong killing intent directed at him. Jiang Chen's eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent that was hard to describe. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would stare at him at this time. That kind of gaze penetrated all obstacles in the sea of people, directly towards him with a terrifying momentum. Although Jiang Chen didn't do anything, he still felt his heart tremble. No one could understand that kind of feeling of despair. Yu Chenglong felt that his heart was already in his throat. Tongshan mansion is in danger. Lin Yukong sighed. He originally thought that Jiang Chen would continue to kill at this time, but Jiang Chen's actions were out of everyone's expectations. He didn't attack the people of Tongshan mansion. Even those elders weren't reprimanded by Jiang Chen. Killing people can't solve everything. The grudges between me and the second and third mansion masters have been cleared. It has nothing to do with you. When the so-called great mansion master comes back, he might come looking for me. But all of this has nothing to do with you. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, there was no meaning in killing them. It would only increase the sin of killing. The great elder Lin Yukong and the others looked at each other. The corners of their mouths were full of bitterness. Jiang Chen didn't want to attack them because if Jiang Chen attacked them again, they wouldn't have any power to fight back. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's previous means. It wasn't something they could contend against. Yu Chenglong, I really underestimated you. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Chenglong in the crowd and said. Everyone looked at Yu Chenglong. Yu Chenglong's heart sank to the bottom. What do you mean? Yu Chenglong's heart was beating like a drum, but he didn't dare to look Jiang Chen in the eye. He didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking, but that murderous aura was frightening. Yu Chenglong had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Jiang Chen knew what he was doing in secret? That shouldn't be the case. Even if he was unhappy with me, it should just be a guess. Don't you understand what I mean? Jiang Chen sneered. We can be considered old friends. Jiang Chen, it's true that you're strong, but I, Yu Chenglong, won't allow anyone to frame me. If you have anything to say, just say it. What's the meaning of this? If you want to kill me, I won't be able to fight back. But even if I die, I want to die in peace. Yu Chenglong walked over proudly. He forced himself to look at Jiang Chen, but his heart was already filled with fear. If Jiang Chen really acted like a hothead and killed him instantly, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He was also gambling that Jiang Chen wouldn't act against him, gambling that Jiang Chen was just guessing. If it wasn't for Sister Ning, I would have already killed you. Jiang Chen said coldly. I've taken care of Sister Zhu for over 100 years, and I'm infatuated with her. Even though she only has you in her heart, when have I ever hurt her? I've only silently protected her. Unfortunately, you don't know that Sister Zhu won't be able to live for long. If I can save her, I won't hesitate even if I have to die. But where were you at that time? Do you really think that you're worthy of Sister Zhu? For her, I can go through fire and water, but you're still carefree. What right do you have to obtain her selfless love? I'm not willing, I, Yu Chenglong, am not willing. Yu Chenglong roared, pretending to be wronged. Jiang Chen's heart wasn't moved, but he snorted in disdain. But when he mentioned that Sister Ning wouldn't be able to live for long, Jiang Chen's heart was touched. Because Sister Ning had said the same thing before, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take it seriously. She must have suffered a great injury for her to be like this. Jiang Chen didn't argue with Yu Chenglong, because there were some things that he only needed to understand. He could turn them into ashes with a lift of his finger, so why would he care about what others thought? Ask yourself honestly, just do what you should do. But with your cultivation, I'm afraid there's no need for you to continue existing. Jiang Chen said coldly. What are you trying to do? Jiang Chen. Yu Chenglong's heart sank and his expression changed. Could it be that Jiang Chen was really going to make a move against him? Because of Sister Ning, I'll take your life. But people have to take responsibility for their own mistakes. Jiang Chen said. He took a step forward and charged towards Yu Chenglong. Yu Chenglong's expression changed and he quickly retreated. However, his speed was worlds apart from Jiang Chen. Yu Chenglong wanted to retaliate, but Jiang Chen's methods were too ruthless. He didn't give Yu Chenglong the slightest chance to take a breather. With a thunderous palm strike, Yu Chenglong couldn't retaliate at all. Too powerful. Jiang Chen defeated senior brother Yu in a single move. This is too shocking. It's a complete suppression in terms of strength. But he's only slightly stronger than senior brother Yu. How could there be such a huge disparity? Don't forget that a half-step divine emperor is much stronger than Jiang Chen. But in the end he was still killed by Jiang Chen? Can this guy be judged by common sense? That's right. Jiang Chen only needed one move to deal with Yu Chenglong. This is already giving him enough face. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't kill senior brother Yu. Jiang Chen's strength was shocking, but everyone was already used to it. Jiang Chen had done more shocking things than this. Jiang Chen crippled all of Yu Chenglong's strength with a single move, turning him into a mortal in an instant. Yu Chenglong was completely dumbfounded. His face turned pale. The feeling of being reduced to a commoner was far more painful than being killed. He fell from heaven to hell. Such a difference was really better than Jiang Chen killing him directly. His million years of cultivation had completely turned into an illusion. Just a moment ago, he was still all-powerful and had become a well-known figure among the students. But now he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. If it was anyone else who would be able to endure this. No, this is impossible. Impossible? Yu Chenglong murmured. His eyes were filled with despair. He even looked a little dazed. No one would have thought that Yu Chenglong had actually gone mad. Such a blow was really shocking. Some people felt sorry for him, some sighed. The three heads of the outer sect, who were once the great senior brother of the inner sect, had now become like this, full of lunatics. Those who commit unjust deeds will bring about their own destruction. He only has himself to blame. Gu Malu sneered. He was well aware of everything that Yu Chenglong had done. This guy was not someone who was easy to deal with. Gu Malu had really underestimated him and was almost deceived by his appearance. He didn't expect Yu Chenglong to be such a despicable person. Sigh, brother, you still couldn't escape his misfortune. Jiang Chen isn't someone easy to deal with. This time, brother, you has made a grave mistake. Bai Ying also sighed. Both of them were well aware that Yu Chenglong's current strength and status could be considered as fate. But who would have thought that the final outcome would be so miserable? Chapter 3093. To an expert that had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, Yu Chenglong's failure was equivalent to his death. It was more painful than death. Now he's a little crazy, he's no longer as elegant as he used to be. However, no one dared to criticize Jiang Chen's actions. Even Lin Yukong and the Great Elder could only lower their heads silently, not daring to have the slightest objection. Because, if Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. He's like a god emperor looking down on all living beings with cold eyes. Donghuang, Zishi, what do you guys plan to do after I leave? Jiang Chen looked at Donghuang Tai and the others. Everyone looked at each other because they couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, if the great master of the prefecture or the great elder of the prefecture were to come after them, they would be powerless and helpless, waiting to be slaughtered. This was because they were inextricably linked to Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen left, they would most likely become the scapegoats. This was a principle that everyone understood. There's more than one divine mansion in the northern cold divine region, we'll go to the other divine mansions. Since we're divine kings now, we can go anywhere in the world. Donghuang Tai said after a moment of silence. This was their only choice, they must not stay here anymore. You're right, there'll be other places for us to stay, haha. Mo Kahan said with a smile. Without any hesitation, more than 20 of them stood on their side. Many of them were people that were indebted to Jiang Chen. They were close to Jiang Chen. They must leave now. If the people from Tongxian Mansion were to take action against them, it'll be troublesome. The Tongtian Divine Mansion should be the closest to here. I've been wanting to go there for a long time. Gu Malu said with a smile. He was right to befriend Jiang Chen. Even though he couldn't catch up to Jiang Chen anymore, they've fought together before. Everyone, let's meet again if fate wills it. Jiang Chen still has important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After speaking, Jiang Chen turned around and left. He turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. Donghuang Taiji Donghuang Ta Emurong Wanyu Lu Dong, Mo Kihan, Zishi Gu Malu Bai Ying and the rest, more than 20 people came from the same place as Jiang Chen. They left Tongxian Mansion. The world was big, there would be a place for them. A group of Divine King Realm experts would not be buried in the Divine World. Yu Chenglong slowly raised his head and looked in the direction where Jiang Chen had left with a gloomy expression. His aura was completely gone and all that was left was a broken body. He would remember today's humiliation for the rest of his life. The first elder glanced at Lin Yukong and said in a low voice, Tongxian Mansion has suffered such a great loss. Looks like we have to make a choice. That's right. No one can stay out of this. Jiang Chen's battle has caused a huge blow to our profound connection Divine Palace. 2 of our palace masters have fallen, only the Great Palace Master is left. I wonder when the Great Palace Master will return. Lin Yukong said. The day the Great Mansion Lord returns will be the day we take our revenge. The first elder's eyes were cold. Even though Jiang Chen had spared them, they would never forget the enmity of Tongxian Mansion. However, it was impossible for them to change their fate with their current strength. They could only place all their hopes on the Great Mansion Lord. Bai Yun silently looked towards the east. That was the direction of Tongxian Mansion. She had an uneasy feeling in her heart, as if there was something hidden in her heart. Brother Shirsan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Bai Yun squatted on the ground and cried silently. However, she was clear that Long Shirsan was completely angry with her. They had even broken off their relationship. When she tried her best to bring Long Shirsan away, he was filled with hostility towards her. Even though she only wanted to save Long Shirsan, in Long Shirsan's eyes, Bai Yun had already disappointed him. Bai Yun knew that Long Shirsan's departure was a disaster. They had witnessed the strength of Tongxian Mansion. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen who sacrificed his life to save them, the situation would have been even more dangerous. Jiang Chen sacrificed his life for justice, but he was suppressed by 4 half-step deity emperors. That scene was extremely tragic and dangerous. Even Long Shirsan's final choice was no different from seeking his own death. Sister Ning, what should we do? Little Chenzihe. Yan Qingqing murmured. When the words came to her mouth, she could no longer control her emotions. That kind of sorrow and heartache was written all over her face. I don't believe that our man will leave just like that. Wu Ningzhu looked towards the direction of Tongxian Mansion. She couldn't believe that she had suffered such a huge blow when she had just met Jiang Chen. She was willing to die for him, but she didn't want him to lose his life for her. Humans were selfish, but Wu Ningzhu wanted to keep Jiang Chen by her side forever. Although Wu Ningzhu knew that she would die soon, she couldn't stop missing Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing followed Wu Ningzhu's gaze. Jiang Chen's aura had disappeared without a trace. Long Shirsan was gone forever. Was this the end for them? Would the peerless prodigy of the 9 regions immortal world fall just like that? Qian Renji had left. She wanted to go to Lone Dragon County and Qilian boundary to look for Zi Qingtian. She was helpless and could only leave silently. The people of the Lihuan sect had also left. After knowing that Jiang Chen did not leave a life-death mark on them, they were filled with gratitude and longing for life. Shuiliang and Bingyun looked at each other. Shuiliang didn't believe that Jiang Chen would fall just like that. When he turned around, Bingyun held his hand tightly. Don't go. If you leave, how can I live alone? Bingyun bit her red lips. Shuiliang had to stop his actions. He wanted to go to Tongxian Mansion to look for Jiang Chen, but how could Bingyun let go of him? The extravagant hope full of affection melted Shuiliang's heart at once. Shuiliang sighed. At this moment he knew that he couldn't abandon Bingyun. If he was alone, he would definitely go to Tongxian Mansion, even if he had to collect Jiang Chen's corpse. Jiang Chen, if you die, I won't live alone. Wu Ningzhu closed her eyes and her heart was filled with despair. In this world, the one who can make me, Jiang Chen, bow down to me has not been born yet. A burst of laughter resounded in the void. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the familiar figure. They felt as if their hearts had been hit by a huge impact. Jiang Qin, whom they had been longing for, had finally returned. Moreover, he had broken free. This was unbelievable. Chapter 3094. To be able to escape from the hands of 4 half-step deity emperors was simply a fantasy. However, Jiang Qin did it. This insufferably arrogant guy had once made countless people sigh in pity, but he still returned with pride in the end. When Jiang Qin's figure appeared in the void, everyone was greatly shocked. Jiang Qin was like an invincible god of war, returning with glory. That kind of power and dominance made them feel that the insufferably arrogant Jiang Qin had returned. Little Qinzi. Yan Qingqing couldn't wait to rush into Jiang Qin's embrace, feeling his warm and firm chest. This kind of real and warm feeling made Yan Qingqing heave a sigh of relief. Their prayers had finally come true. Jiang Qin looked at Wu Ningzhu and Wu Ningzhu looked back at Jiang Qin. When their gazes met, Jiang Qin felt like he had just survived a disaster. Wu Ningzhu's eyes didn't show any blame or resentment. There was more of tolerance. She knew that it wasn't easy for him. She knew the pressure he was under. She knew the reason why he returned with boundless longing. I want all of you to live well. Live well with me. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. He reached out and embraced Wu Ningzhu. At that moment, there was only a faint satisfaction in his heart. There was no killing, no competition, no comparison, and no hurt. There was only deep affection for each other. The most unforgettable ancient poems, the most disdainful was yearning. Jiang Qin knew that there was no joy or sorrow in his heart, only their gentle faces. 100 years of melancholy, just a thought. Regardless of life or death, just to hold hands with you. Shuiliang and Bingyun looked at each other and smiled. Their lips were full of blessings. Jiang Qin's return was undoubtedly the best news. Although they didn't know how Jiang Qin broke through all the dangers and finally escaped, that scene must have been quite thrilling. Shuiliang's admiration for Jiang Qin increased. This guy was always so mysterious. Even under the encirclement of 4 half-step deity emperors, he could still walk leisurely and escape unscathed. Except for Jiang Qin, Shuiliang couldn't think of anyone else who could do it. It was just like a fantasy story. However, Jiang Qin's luck had made it. In Shuiliang's heart, Jiang Qin was always the kind of expert who stood at the top of the world. He had always wanted to compete with Jiang Qin. Even if he was not as good as Jiang Qin, he still regarded Jiang Qin as his goal. Jiang Qin's strength was always beyond his imagination. Regardless of life or death, both were exciting. However, if Jiang Qin really died, then he seemed to have lost the motivation to improve. The two of them were like two fated people who were entangled with each other. Shuiliang regarded Jiang Qin as his confidant and would never let him leave so easily. A gentleman would die for his confidant. Although Bingyun had too many concerns and fetters, Shuiliang would never retreat if it was a matter of life or death. Jiang Qin. Where's brother Shursan? Is he? Baiyun looked at Jiang Qin with hope in her eyes. Her heart was full of entanglement and struggle, but she missed Long Shursan. Jiang Qin was back, but Long Shursan had disappeared from her sight. His strength was not as good as Jiang Qin's. Would something bad happen to him? Baiyun's eyes made Jiang Qin's heart ache. This little girl had a natural sense of closeness to Long Shursan, and her humble side made Jiang Qin feel sad. Don't worry. He is not dead and I won't let him die. However, his injury is too serious. I'm afraid it will take a long time for him to recover. Jiang Qin said. Really? Baiyun finally felt relieved. As long as Long Shursan was alive, everything would be enough. Even if she was wronged, even if she was abandoned by Long Shursan, so what? As long as he was alive and happy, she would be satisfied. As long as he was well, it would be a sunny day. Can you give him to me? I promise that he will recover as soon as possible. Baiyun seemed to be a little excited and said, looking at Jiang Qin eagerly. Jiang Qin frowned. It wasn't that he didn't trust White Cloud, but her identity was too mysterious. He couldn't figure it out at all. Moreover, she had healed Dragon Shursan's body several times, which had shocked him tremendously. Even his myriad chi body couldn't be faster than her. All right. Jiang Qin hesitated for a while. However, looking at Baiyun's eyes, he couldn't bear to reject her. After all, she had good intentions. If she could help Long Shursan recover as soon as possible, it would be beneficial for him. As Jiang Qin waved his hand, Long Shursan appeared in front of Baiyun. Baiyun was crying tears of joy, but she felt heartache for Long Shursan. Her tears fell on Long Shursan's body. Long Shursan's injuries were too severe. At the last moment he almost resisted the attacks of 3 half-step divine emperors by himself. In order to buy time for Jiang Chen, in order to hold on until the last step, he had almost exhausted all his strength, essence, qi and spirit. He was left with only a breath left. Bai Yun's body was covered in blood. Bai Yun was crying while using her origin energy to heal Long San. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked. Because the origin energy was her own essence, it was equivalent to using her life force to prolong Long San's life. No one could imagine that Bai Yun was so determined. Jiang Chen wanted to say something but he shook his head in the end. This was Long San's fortune and also their fate. The rise and fall of fate was not something that he could control. Long San's body was recovering bit by bit. However, Bai Yun's expression became extremely ugly. Wrinkles appeared on her young face. Even her long black hair had slowly turned silver. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Bai Yun had channeled 90% of her origin energy into Long San's body. It was like giving Long San a new lease of life. Moreover, his body had also undergone a huge change. His terrifying recovery power and self-healing ability had increased infinitely. Jiang Chen could not help but feel speechless. Bai Yun was really silly. There was no doubt that she had harmed him. This silly girl. Sigh. Chapter 3095. The red cocoon wrapped Long San layer by layer. Jiang Chen became more and more curious. Such a change in Long San made the vitality in his body extremely exuberant, more than 10 times stronger than before. However, all this was because of White Cloud. White Cloud's little hand was silently placed on Long San's body. Bursts of bright essence shone and overflowed with colorful flowing light. Long San also became extremely lucky, at least in Jiang Chen's view. Jiang Chen could see that White Cloud had almost transferred all her origin energy to Long San. This was undoubtedly a great harm to her, but the benefits to Long San were also immeasurable. White Cloud was so selfless and affectionate that Jiang Chen could not help but be surprised. This red cocoon has such powerful energy. I have never heard of it. Brother Jiang, what is it? Shuiliang looked at this scene in shock and whispered. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I don't know, but it seems that this red cocoon should benefit him a lot. Shuiliang nodded silently. There was no doubt that the violent energy and the huge origin energy in the red cocoon amazed them. After Long San absorbed this terrifying origin energy, he was bound to be reborn. The red cocoon gradually turned into strands of purplish-red qi that resonated with San. In less than half an hour, 80% of San's injuries were healed, but he still didn't wake up. It was not until the red cocoon gradually faded that White Cloud staggered a step back. Her little face was full of solemnity. She stared at Long San with burning eyes, full of reluctance and attachment. Hey too, I'll leave Brother San to you. I'm leaving first. White Cloud said reluctantly, her heart full of anxiety and hesitation. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you not going to wait for him to wake up before leaving? Jiang Chen said with a frown. White Cloud shook its head. The person he probably doesn't want to see the most is me. I think I'm not annoying, so I'll leave now. I hope he won't speak ill of me the moment he sees me. Jiang Chen saw White Cloud's helplessness, but he didn't understand why. He wanted to ask more, but Wu Ningzhu grabbed his hand and signaled him to stop asking. That's good. Take care of yourself. We will meet again if fate allows it. I thank you on behalf of Long San. Jiang Chen smiled. Thank you. I don't regret meeting you at all. Goodbye. After saying that, White Cloud turned around and left. His thin and small figure was withstanding a huge pressure, which made people's hearts ache. One was a peerless weirdo, one was a flawless piece of jade, one was proud and conceited, one had no worries, one was like the bright moon in the water, the other was like a flower in the mirror. If there was no fate, he met him again in this life. If there was fate, his worries would eventually disappear. Just like that, White Cloud left without any worries, but was their fate really broken just like that? In Jiang Chen's view, White Cloud's friendship with Long San had been extremely benevolent, but he knew Long San's character better than anyone else. He was right only if he thought it was right, and no one could change his mind. When you were trapped in the profound connection divine palace, San tried his best to save you. But at that time, we had just gotten out of the profound connection divine palace and we didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Even if San went back, he would be courting death. So White Cloud took the opportunity to knock him out. When he woke up, he completely broke up with White Cloud. After all, it was because Long San wholeheartedly wanted to save you that it ended up like this. White Cloud has good intentions, but in San's eyes, it's a deliberate obstruction. Perhaps he knows it very well in his heart, but he's still filled with deep hatred towards White Cloud. If you die, perhaps he'll put all his hatred on White Cloud. Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. All this happened because of Jiang Qin, but they could not blame Jiang Qin. None of them was wrong, including Long Shirshan and White Cloud. The only mistake was the battle. Although they won in the end, they paid a great price. For them, Jiang Qin's safe return was the greatest relief. After all this happened because of me? Jiang Qin sighed with a wry smile. If you hadn't turned the tide, we would have died in Tongxian Mansion. Why do you blame yourself? Shuiliang said. Now that Jiang Qin and Long Shirshan had returned safely, they were going to leave. The world was vast, but he had to rely on his own means to make a breakthrough. I'm going to the Central Province Divine Land. Jiang Qin, I'll wait for you in the Central Province. I hope you won't let me down. When we meet again, I'll definitely fight with you. Shuiliang said confidently. His pride and confidence were what Jiang Qin admired the most. It's a deal. Shuiliang and Bingyun left. At this moment, the red remnant sword on Long Shirshan's body all turned into halos and finally integrated into his body. Bai Yun left, but Jiang Qin was greatly shocked and surprised by her background. Her origin chi was not inferior to his myriad chi body. Jiang Qin could not help but sigh at the recovery of his injuries. Bai Yun's origin chi was not inferior to his myriad chi. When Long Shirshan integrated all the halos formed by the red cocoons into his body, Long Shirshan finally opened his eyes slowly. There was a burst of brilliance in his eyes. His strength had recovered, and it seemed to be more refined and terrifying than before. There was an extremely powerful origin chi in his body, which had not been completely absorbed by Long Shirshan. But Long Shirshan knew that it was White Cloud's origin chi. When he was injured before, she used this method to save him. But at this moment, his injuries were even more serious. He could wake up so quickly, and his injuries had disappeared completely because of the origin chi that had not been completely digested by him. This origin chi was endless, which made Long Shirshan gain a lot. All of this came from White Cloud. Little Qinzi. Long Shirshan's eyes lit up. He looked at Jiang Qin, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and the others. Damned monkey, you're finally awake. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Did she save me? Long Shirshan's expression changed. In order to save you, she gave 90% of her origin chi to you. You shouldn't blame her. Jiang Qin said. I don't like to be controlled by others, especially when she knocked me out. Long Shirshan said with a frown. This matter started because of me. That's why you hate her so much. If you're going to die, blame me. White Cloud has sacrificed a lot for you. It has nothing to do with you. There's no friendship between me and her. Dragon Shirshan gazed afar with fiery eyes. Jiang Qin knew that this bastard was too stubborn. If he was in Dragon Shirshan's shoes, perhaps he wouldn't have done any better than Dragon Shirshan. If Dragon Shirshan was in danger, Jiang Qin would never allow anyone to knock him out, but the situation was different. If there's a chance, I'll repay her favor sooner or later. Long Shirshan said stubbornly. Everyone had their own choice. Jiang Qin couldn't say anything more. They didn't do anything wrong. It was just that their personalities didn't dictate it. Chapter 3096. Long Shirshan knew that he was indebted to Bai Yun. Anyone would feel that he should forgive her, but he couldn't do it. Especially when he thought that she had stopped him from saving Jiang Qin, Long Shirshan felt very upset. If something really happened to Jiang Qin, he might be even crazier than he was now. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's take a rest and prepare to head to the West Pole Divine Region. Jiang Qin said. West Pole Divine Region? Why are we going there? Yan Qingqing asked doubtfully. The monk might be there, in the land of the West Pole Divine Region. I heard from that guy from the Battle God clan that they are heading to the West Pole Divine Region. The reincarnation of the living Buddha and the appearance of the God-suppressing monument all indicate that the monk might be there. Jiang Qin said solemnly. Alright, then let's take a rest and head to the West Pole Divine Region. I haven't seen the monk for a long time. I wonder how that guy is doing and how strong he is now. I don't think he's a match for us. Long Shirshan said confidently. Oh yeah, Sister Ning, what happened to you? I heard from Yu Chenglong that you might die soon. Let me take a look at you. Jiang Qin said with concern. Wu Ningzhu's safety was more important than anything else. Wu Ningzhu's breathing stagnated. Her eyes were filled with despair and sadness. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to leave Jiang Qin and Yan Qingqing so soon. She still had so many things to say and so many hardships to tell Jiang Qin. Don't worry, Sister Ning. No one can take you away from me, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen held Wu Ningzhu's hand tightly and said. He was afraid that Wu Ningzhu would do something that would make him feel a trace of despair. However, Jiang Chen knew what was going on and was confident that he wouldn't let his woman gradually wither in front of him. And Wu Ningzhu nodded silently. Your soul has suffered a heavy injury? This is a sign of withering souls. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably solemn. Even he couldn't do anything about Wu Ningzhu's current situation. Her soul seemed to be withering slowly until its end. Even Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul couldn't help her at all, but Jiang Chen could prolong Wu Ningzhu's life. Your soul will wither completely in less than 10 years. Although I can't save your soul right now, I definitely won't let you get hurt. Within 1,000 years I will use my soul force to protect you. In this way we can find a solution as soon as possible. When my strength reaches the Divine Emperor Realm, I'll probably find a solution. 1,000 years was more than enough. Don't worry, Sister Ning. I won't let you lose me and I won't lose you either. Jiang Chen hugged Wu Ningzhu tightly and said, Really? 1,000 years? Even if it can't be cured, I'll be satisfied. I thought that my soul was really going to wither. When Wu Ningzhu heard Jiang Chen say 1,000 years, she felt relieved. 1,000 years was already too much for her. Little Qinzi never goes back on his words. Sister Ning, we should believe him even more. So what if it's 1,000 years? We want to be together forever, not just 1,000 years. In the divine world, 1,000 years is just a blink of an eye. Yan Qingqing pulled Wu Ningzhu's hand and helped her out of her predicament. Let's rest for a while, we should leave now. Jiang Chen looked at Long San. The four of them had finished their preparations and could leave for the West Pole Divine Region at any time. West Pole Divine Region, Moro Prefecture, Ethereal World, Wolf Mountain. Thousands of miles of divine land, thousands of miles of wind and snow, piercing through a world, the shadow of snow torrential, the wind and frost falling, the entire Wolf Serpent Mountain was covered in silvery white, the sky and the mountain joined into a line, the imposing manor swallowing the heavens, only leaving behind a boundless expanse. The Wolf Mountain stretched endlessly, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. One side was covered in snow, the other side was sunny, it was above half of the ethereal world. In the middle of a snowy mountain, 3 red-eyed snow-ground ice apes were staring at a woman with long hair. The woman was dressed in white, pure and flawless, as if she was even purer than the snow. Her eyes were fixed on the 3 beasts in front of her, she was extremely nervous. Facing these 3 beasts, it was almost impossible for her to avoid them. Her snow-white clothes were stained with scarlet blood, it was exceptionally dazzling. The storm was still rolling, the snow fell like goose feathers, it was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes. The woman's cold face was full of hardships, but it could not hide her beauty. The coldness and stubbornness at the corner of her mouth made her even more indignant. She was like a monument that would never yield to mediocrity, she would never bow her head even in death. The 3 abnormally powerful beasts roared continuously and slowly approached her. That kind of invisible pressure made it hard for her to breathe. It went without saying how terrifying the 3 early Hierarch Realm beasts were. It was quite taxing for her. Although she managed to kill one of them, she was also seriously injured. It would be extremely difficult for her to escape from this place. The 10,000 miles of ice vein and the 1,000 miles of snow mountain were the snow-ground ice apes' territory. She was also seriously injured, it was impossible for her to escape. She wanted to obtain the snow-ground ice ape's gallbladder and refine it, but she did not expect that she would end up losing the rice used to lure the chicken. She was now trapped in a dangerous situation. Am I really going to die here? The white-robed woman murmured. Her face was filled with desolation. Her current strength was less than 1/10 of her original strength. There was no way she could fight against these 3 ferocious beasts. After running for 1,000 miles, she could no longer run. Damn human, how dare you kill our people? You must die. The snow-ground ice apes roared, constantly pounding their huge chests to show their anger and hatred towards the white-clothed woman. The 3 vicious beasts surrounded her, trapping her in the middle. There was no way to advance or retreat. Even if I die, don't think that you will have an easy time. The white-clothed lady said coldly. The sword in her hand was full of energy, sweeping away the flying snow. Even though she knew she could not win, she had no way out and could only fight till the end. The 3 snow-ground ice apes completely ignored the white-clothed lady's attack. The rain of swords was blocked by them. They roared and kept approaching the white-clothed lady. The aura of the 3 beasts was terrifying. They attacked and closed, creating a terrifying wave. Snowflakes danced in the sky. The white-clothed lady was once again pushed back by the snow-ground ice apes. Her expression was extremely ugly. Despair was written all over her pretty face. If this continued, her chances of leveling up would be slim. Puff! The snow-ground ice apes struck with their palms. The sword in the white-clothed lady's hand was broken. A terrifying wave of air rolled out. The three-headed beast roared like thunder. The white-clothed lady was heavily injured again. Chapter 3097. It's been 100 years, everything has been wasted. Am I going to die here? She looked towards the north with despair in her eyes. Between life and death, no one could change anything. It was quite ironic that she was killed by the snow-ground ice apes because of her greed. Although she tried her best to resist, it was still difficult to break through the three beasts' encirclement. Snow and wind filled the air, making it difficult for her to move. Three beasts, get out of my way. Suddenly, when she was in despair, a burly figure holding the Great Way appeared and landed in front of her and the snow-ground ice apes. Lady, leave these three beasts to me. You just watch from the side. The deep and rough voice was filled with endless killing intent as it stared straight at the three beasts. There was a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the woman in white. Was there finally hope? Looks like heaven was still waiting for her. The middle-aged man's beard was loose and unkempt, but his eyes were like torches. Wherever his long blade pointed, he directly clashed with the three fierce beasts. The blade was resplendent, and wherever it went, it directly cut off the arm of a snow-ground ice ape, causing the other two fierce beasts to be shocked. With a furious roar, they charged forward. Under the suppression of the middle-aged man, the three fierce beasts did not have the slightest chance. They were completely blocked. The middle-aged man's every step was filled with killing intent. Within 100 moves, he had swept away the three fierce beasts. This scene caused a trace of fear to appear in the eyes of the white-clothed lady. What a powerful technique! The white-clothed lady was shocked. That person's strength had reached the middle hierarch realm, which was quite terrifying. Facing the three ferocious beasts, he was able to defeat them with lightning speed. It was impossible for her to do that. The three beasts were instantly killed by the middle-aged man. The lady was relieved that she had just brushed shoulders with death. Lady, you're frightened. Snow-ground ice apes often appear in the deep mountains. These snow-ground ice apes should be the strongest elder-level beasts. They're not simple. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I'm wuxialover. Nice to meet you. Wuxialover smiled bitterly. She was very grateful to the middle-aged man. What a good name. Young lady's appearance is so shocking that it can cause the downfall of a city and state. You've really shocked me. If I didn't already have a wife and concubines, I would definitely go through fire and water for young lady. Ah. The middle-aged man laughed and said. He couldn't help but take another look at wuxialover with a strange light in his eyes. The corner of wuxialover's mouth twitched slightly, looking a little embarrassed. Senior must be joking. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. Seeing that you're heavily injured, it's inconvenient for you to move around. Why don't you return to the mansion with me and recuperate for a while? It won't be too late to make a decision after you've recovered. This seat is the realm lord of the Nether Passage realm. The 500,000 li of Wolf Serpent Mountain is completely under my control. You are Tao Qianjun, the realm lord of the Nether Passage realm. Tao Qianjun. Wuxialover exclaimed. Her pretty face slightly changed. She had been in the Wolf Serpent Mountain for more than 10 years. She naturally knew who the master of the Wolf Serpent Mountain was. It was the realm lord of the Nether Passage realm, Tao Qianjun. However, Tao Qianjun's arrogance made Wuxialover somewhat disapprove. The Wolf Serpent Mountain stretched across more than half of Moro Prefecture. If it was said that Tao Qianjun was in charge of the entire Wolf Serpent Mountain, he was still somewhat arrogant. But even so, Wuxialover was incomparably shocked. She was actually saved by the overlord of the Wolf Serpent Mountain, the realm lord of the Nether Passage realm. This was truly a fortune. Qianying is afraid that it will be inconvenient. It's better that I don't go. This trip will definitely cause many troubles. Your great kindness is something that I can't repay. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, I will definitely die 10,000 times. Wuxialover cupped her hands in obeisance and said, Hey, don't be so polite. You're now seriously injured. If anything happens to you in the Wolf Serpent Mountain, I'm afraid it'll only bode ill for you. Even I can't save you every time. Haha, let's go back to my residence to recuperate first before making a decision. You definitely want a safe environment to recuperate and cannot be disturbed. My nether passage realm is also the only choice. Tao Qianjun still insisted. Then, alright, then I'll have to trouble the realm lord. Yuki Chihin said hesitantly. It was difficult to refuse Tao Qianjun's kindness. Moreover, he had saved her. Yuki Chihin really couldn't refuse. Nether Passage Realm, Qingguang City. As the largest city in the Nether Passage Realm, and also the place where the realm lord of the Nether Passage Realm resided, it was incomparably peaceful and serene within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. No one dared to cause trouble in the Nether Passage Realm of the Western Pole Divine region. However, it was difficult to live up to its reputation. Undercurrents were surging in the Nether Passage Realm. On the surface, it looked calm, but in reality, it was full of turbulence. In the city lord's residence, there were thousands of pavilions and towers. The land was vast, incomparably luxurious, incomparably magnificent. However, to Yuki Chihin this place was like a cage. Yuki Chihin had already stayed here for more than a year. In the hall, at this moment, Tao Qianjun had a difficult expression on his face. His face was filled with worry as he paced back and forth in the hall. On this day, it just so happened that Yuki Chihin wanted to bid farewell to Tao Qianjun. Senior, why are you so worried? Yuki Chihin asked. Sai, it's difficult. The city lord's residence is currently on the verge of collapse. Tao Qianjun said with a bitter smile. The corners of his mouth were filled with helplessness, as if he had suffered a huge blow. Even his appearance had aged a lot in an instant. How could this be? If Senior has any difficulties, you can tell me. If Chenin can help, I will definitely do my best. Yuki Chihin said. Really? Tao Qianjun's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. His heart was filled with hesitation, and he did not continue speaking in the end. My life was saved by Senior. Now that Senior is in deep trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? Yuki Chihin knew that she had to return this favor. Otherwise, her heart would always be filled with entanglement. She never liked to owe anyone anything. Now that she was about to leave, she did not want to leave any regrets behind for Tao Qianjun. This matter has nothing to do with you. I cannot drag you into this. Tao Qianjun said with a straight face and righteous tone. He was completely unwilling to drag Yuki Chihin into this. I understand Senior's words, but I, Yuki Chihin, do not like to owe anyone anything. If there's any help, Yuki Chihin will naturally do her best. I will definitely not make things difficult for Senior. Sai, since you insist, I'll tell you. Tao Qianjun pondered for a moment. It's like this. Presently, the entire Nether Passage world is in turmoil. Two great powers are coveting my Nether Passage world, and it's even to the extent that there are people trying to obstruct us. Presently, I'm in a dilemma. At this time, I can only push my daughter, Tao Lianlian, forward. For the safety of the entire Nether Passage world, for the survival of the entire Tao clan, this is the last method. But Lianlian committed suicide at this moment. Even though I've saved her, there's nothing I can do. Presently, the two great powers will probably charge over here in no time. Originally, I intended to use Lianlian to find a spouse through a martial competition and let the two great powers deal with me. So long as any one of them is able to successfully form a marriage alliance with my Tao clan, then it would surely form a triangular force. At the very least, it would ensure the safety of my Tao clan and the safety of the Nether Passage world. Unfortunately, Lianlian would rather die than agree. As her father, I almost ended her life. Tao Qianjun sighed with extreme emotion. Chapter 3098. Right now, I can only fight with my back to the river. Although I don't know what the final result will be, it's better than sitting and waiting for death. Otherwise, how can I explain to the millions of people in the ethereal passage realm? You can't help me in this matter. You're not strong enough. If the two great forces join forces, my Tao family's chances of survival are slim. Tao Qianjun glanced at Yuki Chihin. Yuki Chihin's beautiful face carried a trace of solemnity. Tao Qianjun's words made her feel incomparably complicated. It was almost impossible for her to leave now. After all, the entire ethereal passage realm and the Tao family were in danger. How could she leave at this time? Wouldn't that make her an ungrateful person? But if she wanted to save the Tao family, she could only step forward bravely and ask for a marriage alliance. Yuki Chihin frowned. She naturally wasn't willing to do this, but it seemed to be the only solution. Moreover, Tao Qianjun was facing the difficulties of the two great forces. Yuki Chihin already knew that this battle was almost certain to end for him. Then let me go. Yuki Chihin said in a low voice. Her life was saved by Tao Qianjun. If she left at this time, she might not be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. However, she wasn't someone who dared to surrender to fate. At this time, the only thing she could do was to follow her heart. Yuki Chihin had no choice but to repay Tao Qianjuan's kindness. What are you thinking? Qianing, although you are not related to me by blood, you should know that I see you as my own child. How can I let you replace Lian Lian? This is simply nonsense. Even if I die on the battlefield, I will definitely not compromise. Qian Ying's face was filled with disdain as she said, "What a joke," Tao Qianjun said with a resolute expression. Yuki Chihin shook her head. "Perhaps this is the only way. I'm indebted to Senior for saving me and allowing Qianing to stay here for over a year. Now that the Tao family is in imminent danger, I naturally can't sit idly by. Miss Lian Lian is extremely noble and cannot compromise, so let me take her place." Yuki Chihin was also incomparably persistent. She insisted. She had to return this favor. Yuki Chihin knew that it was impossible for her to help Tao Qianjun with her current strength. Therefore this was the only way. Even though she would be betting her entire life, Yuki Chihin had no other way. At this moment, that cold and aloof figure couldn't help but appear in her mind. Not long ago, that figure had already been buried in the bottom of her heart. It was just that even she didn't dare to believe it. Only at this moment did she finally feel anticipation towards that figure from 100 years ago. However, everything was like a dream. What was love in the world? She was unable to answer it, nor was she able to free herself from it. "No, although you are not my daughter, you are more like a daughter. How can I push you into a pit of fire?" Tao Qianjun said with a face full of indignation. "This matter is decided. Senior, this is the only way to save the netherworld," Yuki Chihin said in an unquestionable manner. She turned around and left, not giving Tao Qianjun any chance to continue speaking. At the instant when Yuki Chihin turned around and left, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Tao Qianjuan's mouth. This was the method of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. He had long seen through Yuki Chihin's character. If he wanted to obtain the support of the two great powers, this was the only way. His daughter Tao Lianlian's suicide was fake. He wanted to use Yuki Chihin as his bargaining chip. If he used force, this woman would definitely threaten him with death. However, now that he was using the carrot and stick tactic, loosening the reins only to grasp them better, there was no doubt that Yuki Chihin had fallen into his trap. Above the jade water, Yuki Chihin stepped on the clear waves. At this moment, her heart had already died. From the moment she decided to sacrifice herself for Tao Qianjun, Yuki Chihin was no longer Yuki Chihin. She should have had her own meaning in life. However, she had never imagined that this would be the outcome. Would she be willing to accept this? Obviously she was unwilling. However, she was a loyal person and a person who kept her promises. Since she had chosen to repay her debt, she would definitely not hesitate in the slightest. This was her belief, and it was also her character that she would adhere to for her entire life. Fate is decided by the heavens. I didn't expect that this trip to the extreme west would become the focus of my life. I hope that in my next life, I'll still be fated to meet him. Yuki Chihin murmured. She didn't want to admit that she had truly fallen in love with him. However, at this moment, there was only that proud silhouette in her heart. With a single sword strike, he was invincible, sweeping away the entire younger generation. That was the peerless hero that she loved. Finally I'm here. Ha ha ha, the extreme west, this should be the most eye-catching wolf mountain in the entire extreme west. I Long Shersan have finally arrived. Smelly monk, even if you're powerful, Master Monkey still has to come and save you. Long Shersan said proudly. The Wolf Mountain was the symbol of the extreme west and the northern cold divine regions. A large part of the Wolf Mountain was located in the Moro prefecture of the extreme west divine region. It seems like you can't wait for that monk to be captured and beaten up. Yan Qingqing couldn't help but smile. However, they didn't stop along the way because they wanted to see that monk as soon as possible. Now that they had entered the territory of the extreme west divine region, they were one step closer to their goal. Kaka, then I'll take this opportunity to strike. Isn't that equivalent to saving that monk's life? The unparalleled Long Shersan is supposed to be like this. Long Shersan said seriously. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. This guy was really not serious at all. However, at this moment after Long Shersan finished speaking, his face turned extremely grim. Even Jiang Chen was startled. He had never seen such a solemn side of Long Shersan. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. It's Lingji. I can feel the chi of Lingji. I can't be wrong. Long Shersan said in a deep voice. His expression also became more and more solemn. She must be in the extreme west divine region. I have to look for her. She has entered the divine world. Long Shersan's breathing became rapid. Lan Lingji was the most important person in his life. Jiang Qin could understand the worry in his heart. I'll go with you, Jiang Qin said. Long Shersan shook his head. That monk might also be in danger. I alone am enough to deal with him in the extreme west divine region. Unless it's a divine emperor expert, I won't be afraid even if it's a half-step divine emperor. I'll go alone. Then you must take care of yourself. See you in the great lightning tune temple of the extreme west divine region. Jiang Qin and Long Shersan exchanged glances and nodded heavily. Chapter 3099. Even Lingji has entered the divine world? Wu Ningzhu said plainly, but her eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with disappointment. Now that he and Yan Qingqing were here, the only one missing was Yan Qinyu. Xiaoyu was the biggest concern in Jiang Chen's heart. She was also the last person he wanted to talk about. However, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing exchanged a glance. They knew Jiang Chen better than him. They also hoped that Xiaoyu could appear as soon as possible. However, things didn't go as they wished. Xiaoyu didn't even appear in front of them. There wasn't even the slightest news about her. Even though Lan Lingji had already entered the divine world, there was still no news about Xiaoyu. I hope 13 can find Lan Lingji as soon as possible. To him, Lan Lingji is his biggest harbor. Ever since he entered the divine world, he has experienced too many trials and tribulations. It couldn't be better if there's someone who cares about him and comforts him. He won't be so presumptuous in the future. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Although he missed Xiaoyu, he didn't say a word about it. Although he didn't know where Xiaoyu was, he could feel that she must be in the divine world. It was just that he didn't know where she was. One day they would be reunited as a family. Let's go to this city first. It would be best if we can find some spiritual herbs that can help your soul. We can also inquire about Tyrant's news. Jiang Qin held Wu Ningzhu's hand in one hand and Yan Qingqing's hand in the other. The three of them walked towards Skylight City in the distance. After paying 15 mid-grade divine origin stones, Jiang Qin took out a high-grade divine origin stone and handed it to the city guard. The guard's facial expression changed instantly and revealed a look of surprise. This was half a year's income for them. Moreover, high-grade divine origin stones were something that could only be found by luck. What can Senior do for me? Feel free to tell me. I'll tell you everything I know. The city guard could tell that Jiang Chen's strength was not ordinary. Moreover, he had brought two fairy-like beauties with him and was so generous. Such a person was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. I want to know where the largest medicinal herb trading center in the city is, or what large-scale auction houses are there. Jiang Qin said lightly. The largest medicinal herb trading center of our Skylight City is Lingying Workshop. There are almost all kinds of spiritual herbs there. As for the auction house, it is also the Lingying Auction House under the banner of Lingying Workshop. Elder can go to Lingying Workshop and ask. It is 3,000 miles east of the city. The city guard said with a chuckle. Jiang Qin nodded his head. He brought Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu and headed straight for the east side of the city. A few city guards smiled with envy in their eyes. On one hand, they were envious of the city guard who could be rewarded by an expert. On the other hand, they were envious of the ladies beside Jiang Qin. She was simply devastatingly beautiful and looked like a fairy. They had never seen such a beautiful lady in their lives. It was as if she had walked out from a painting. She's really too beautiful. I'll be satisfied even if I look at such a lady one more time. This is simply a miracle. This is the most perfect creation of the heavens. I feel that I've already lost interest in that tigress of mine. A group of city guards looked at the disappearing figures of Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu with infatuation. Lingying Workshop, as the largest medicinal herb trading center of Skylight City, could be said to be in the limelight. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs here. As long as it wasn't too strange, it could definitely be found. Jiang Qin directly entered Lingying Workshop. The eyes of the beautiful female attendants fell on Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing without blinking. I want the best spiritual herb here to heal the soul. Jiang Qin looked at the female attendant and said, The best? Young master, are you sure? The female attendant was slightly startled. The best spiritual herb, how much would that cost? It was not something she could receive at all. I don't like to repeat myself. Jiang Qin said with a frown. All right, please wait for a moment. Go to the private room upstairs and have some tea and snacks. I'll go and invite the shopkeeper. The female attendant did not dare to be negligent. Most importantly, the two great beauties beside Jiangchen were too stunning. How could an ordinary person control these two peerless beauties? Jiangchen's identity was certainly respectable. He had been working in Linging workshop for many years, so he still had this kind of eyesight. Not long after, an old man with white hair and beard appeared in the private room. His expression was calm and his eyes were shining. He said with a smile, "Young master, what do you need? How can this old man help?" "I need the best spiritual herb for healing the soul. The price is not a problem." Jiang Qin said indifferently. "The best spiritual herb for healing the soul here is the soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass. The price is also very expensive. One soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass costs at least 100 supreme-grade divine origin stones." The old man said with a smile and looked at Jiang Qin. One should not judge a book by its cover. As one of the few old shopkeepers of Linging Lane, he would not make such a low-level mistake. Those who were truly capable and had a strong background would always keep a low profile. However, this young man was indeed low profile, but he was ostentatiously walking around with two stunning beauties. He was not low profile at all. "Bring me to have a look," Jiang Qin said. The old shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat. The soul-breeding Ganoderma was a treasure that not many people would touch. Those who could use the soul-breeding Ganoderma were mostly Divine King Realm experts or even Hierarch Realm experts. After all, not everyone could afford hundreds of supreme-grade divine origin stones. At least, those who were below the Divine King Realm would not be able to afford it. The old shopkeeper was only a peak heavenly god. He could not see through the three people's strength at all. "All right. Young master, please follow me." The old shopkeeper brought Jiang Chen to see the soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass. Wu Ningzhu also held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, hoping that the soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass could help her. The three of them followed the old shopkeeper to the warehouse. Jiang Chen stopped in front and the old shopkeeper entered. After a while they came out from the warehouse. The old shopkeeper held a purple golden wooden box and gently opened it. A purple velvety medicinal herb with a thin layer of ripples appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. This soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass was indeed a great treasure. However, this one was just a drop in the bucket. "How is it? Young master, what do you think of my soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass?" The old shopkeeper said proudly. "A treasure worth 100 supreme-grade divine origin stones, how could it be ordinary? It's not bad. How much do you have here?" Jiang Qin said. The old shopkeeper was stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that he wanted to take everything? "How much do you have?" "I'll take everything," Jiang Qin said. Chapter 3100. Little Qinzi. Wu Ningzhu was a little shocked. One soul-nurturing Lingji grass was worth hundreds of supreme-grade divine origin stones. Even one was enough to shock her. "Don't worry, what is this bit of money? As long as your soul injury can be healed, it doesn't matter even if I have to use up all my divine origin stones." Jiang Qin smiled gently. Divine origin stones were just worldly possessions to him. They were worthless compared to Wu Ningzhu. "Young master, are you serious?" The old shopkeeper said with a solemn expression. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Jiang Qin said. "Even our Linging Lane only has 30 soul-nurturing Lingji grass in our inventory. Young master, do you really want to buy all of them? That's at least 3,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones." The old shopkeeper said again. "Okay, deal. 3,000 supreme-grade divine origin stones?" Jiang Qin asked. "I want this soul-nurturing Lingji grass." A yellow-clothed youth with a loud voice slowly walked over with a folding fan in his hand. His face was steaming and his eyes were bright. He had an elegant demeanor. "It's young Master Bai." Young Master Bai, where did you get the mood to come to my Linging Lane? Your presence brings light to my humble Linging Lane." The old shopkeeper's eyes brightened as he said with a smile. "But, first come, first served. This young master has waited for a long time." Although the old shopkeeper was very respectful to the yellow-clothed youth, he didn't ruin Linging Lane's reputation. Jiang Qin glanced at the yellow-clothed youth and said, "Lung Lung, there's always a first-come, first-served rule for everything. First come, first served. If you want this spirit-incubating Ganoderma grass, don't even think about it. Soul-nurturing Lingji grass is indeed a good thing. I also want to buy it for this young lady. This young lady has an extraordinary appearance and charm. This one is very moved. Just now, I heard that Mrs. Soul was injured. I, by Zhegong, naturally want to buy this soul-breeding Lingji grass to comfort Mrs. Soul Injury. I hope Miss doesn't mind. Bai Zhegong's face was full of smiles, and his gaze was fixed on Wu Ningzhu. However, Wu Ningzhu remained unmoved, and her expression did not change. She only held onto Jiang Chen's hand calmly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The coldness at the corner of his mouth grew even more frightening. You still dare to tease my woman in front of me? You really aren't afraid of death. Everyone loves beauty. Even if this lady met you first, do you think you can stop me from liking her? Truly laughable. 4,000 superior grade divine essence stones. Old shopkeeper, you should understand what to do now, right? Bai Jiagong said confidently. 4,000 superior grade divine essence stones. That's 1,000 more than Jiang Chen. At this moment, the old shopkeeper was finally moved. Humans die for wealth just as birds die for food. Needless to say, the difference of 1,000 superior grade divine essence stones was too exaggerated. If he was still not moved, then the old shopkeeper would really be a fool. 5,000. Jiang Chen said calmly. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The old shopkeeper and Bai Jiagong never thought that Jiang Chen would be so daring to increase the price by another 1,000 superior grade divine essence stones. This was simply too crazy. The old shopkeeper could no longer control himself. For the first time, he felt that he was about to be defeated by money. The difference of 2,000 superior grade divine essence stones would all be his if he sold this soul-breeding Lingji grass. On the other hand, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing never thought that Jiang Chen would be so stubborn. Obviously, this soul-breeding Lingji grass was very important to Wu Ningzhu. Most importantly, how could he let others give something that he wanted to Wu Ningzhu? This was Jiang Chen's bottom line. 6,000. Bai Jiagong held his fan and said while shaking his head. 6,000 superior grade divine essence stones, only a young master of a realm like him would be so daring. Now the old shopkeeper was a little dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Nobody would say no to money, especially when the price had already doubled. 7,000. Jiang Chen increased the price again. At this moment, Bai Jiagong was obviously a little powerless. The price had already risen to a sky-high price. Although this soul-breeding Lingji grass was a superior grade spiritual medicine, it wasn't worth this much money. Jiang Chen and Bai Jiagong's provocation had actually helped Linging Lane. Bai Jiagong's expression was a little ugly. After all, spending 7,000 or 8,000 superior grade divine essence stones just to win a beauty smile wasn't worth it. Even he was a little hesitant. 8,000. Bai Jiagong gritted his teeth and said. If he wanted to act cool, he absolutely couldn't hesitate. If the beauty looked down on him, then how could he continue to communicate with this absolute beauty? This beauty, he must get her. These two essence divine tools, the price shouldn't be lower than 5,000 or 6,000 superior grade divine essence stones. They're yours. Jiang Chen took out 2 essence divine tools and threw them to the old shopkeeper. The old shopkeeper's hand trembled and almost couldn't catch it. These were essence divine tools that weighed more than 1,000 caddies. Even Bai Jiagong sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy wouldn't be a madman, right? He actually threw out 2 essence divine tools. He originally thought that he was already awesome enough, but he didn't think that the other party was actually so rich. Could it be that essence divine tools were picked up from the streets? He casually took out 2. Just what was this guy's background? How could he have such great capabilities? Such lofty sentiments, it was hard for him to compete with him. After all, if one had money and divine essence stones, one could really do whatever one wanted. Bai Jiagong didn't have the courage to bid anymore. If he were to bid again, it would definitely be above 12,000 superior grade divine essence stones. That was not something he could afford. Even if he was the young master of a realm lord, there must be a limit when he did things. Without so much money, acting cool was not something he could bear. The strength of this Linging Lane was not ordinary. Even in Qingguang City, its position was also extremely aloof. Even the city lord residents did not have too much power to restrict it. From this, it could be seen that the force behind Linging Lane was definitely extremely terrifying. The old shopkeeper licked his dry lips and took a glance at Bai Jiagong. Bai Jiagong's face was also extremely ugly. To fail in acting cool in front of a beauty was a very shameful thing, and Jiang Chen had obviously succeeded. Kid, consider yourself ruthless. Bai Jiagong gritted his teeth and said. This guy was really too rich. He casually threw out 2 essence divine tools. This was too extravagant, even Bai Jiagong couldn't catch up to him. Things that should be yours, why would I let others give them to you? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Wu Ningzhu instantly melted into his embrace. Jiang Qin hugged the two beauties as if there was no one else around, making Bai Jiagong furious. Chapter 3101. Bai Jiagong's expression turned ugly. He naturally would not let Jiang Qin leave just like that. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Although he could not fight in Linging Lane, if he wanted to touch someone, not many could escape. Kid, you have made me very angry. Since you like to argue with me so much, let's have a good fight today. How about it? Bai Jiagong said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold as he looked at Jiang Qin. You are not qualified. Jiang Qin shook his head and said. Bai Jiagong's strength was only at the early hierarch realm. He was not his match at all. Jiang Qin could crush him with one hand. Haha, what a joke. This is the first time I heard someone more arrogant than me. Why am I not qualified? Who do you think you are? You can have two beauties? Who do you think you are? If you have the ability, come and fight. Bai Jiagong coldly said and laughed out loud. This fellow was simply boasting shamelessly, causing Bai Jiagong to sneer. Another guy who wants to die. Old shopkeeper, where is my soul-nurturing Ganoderma? Here. The old shopkeeper quickly gave the soul-nurturing Ganoderma to Jiang Qin. This is a small place. If young Master Bai wants to fight, please go outside. The old shopkeeper said with a smile. Of course I know. I don't need you to remind me. Humph. Bai Jiagong said coldly, glaring at the old shopkeeper. This money-minded guy was really hateful. Although Bai Jiagong was angry, he wouldn't make a move in Linging Lane. Otherwise, once Linging Lane was dissatisfied, it would likely lead to a war. Although Bai Jiagong was a playboy, he still knew the severity of the situation. I will wait for you outside. Kid, if you lose, the two beauties beside you will belong to me. Bai Jiagong said with a smile, turned around and left Linging Lane. Young master, you must not act recklessly. This Bai Jiagong is the son of Tianlai Boundary's lord. Be careful. The old shopkeeper said to Jiang Qin. It was a kind reminder. By the way, old shopkeeper, apart from this spirit-incubating Ganoderma, do you have any other elixirs or living elixirs that can greatly restore and benefit the soul? Jiang Qin asked. The old shopkeeper pondered for a moment and said, There is, but I don't know if you can get it. In the Penglai realm 300,000 miles away from here, the Penglai realm lord has a chalcedony soul seed. It's his treasure, but I don't know if you guys can borrow it. Jade marrow soul seed? Jiang Qin murmured. That's right. The jade marrow soul seed is extremely beneficial for nourishing the soul. It's not something that the spirit-breeding Lingji grass can compare to. The old shopkeeper said solemnly. Jiang Qin nodded and left with the two women. Little Qinzi, do you really want to fight this guy? Yan Qingqing said worriedly. What, are you afraid that I'm not his match? Jiang Qin smiled. I'm afraid that you will beat him to death. After all, he has the lord of a realm behind him. I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. We've just arrived and we're in someone else's territory. It's better to be careful. Yan Qingqing continued. Sister Qingqing is right. Little Qinzi, you have to be careful. Wu Ningzhu also said in a low voice. She knew that this matter was caused by her. Wu Ningzhu was afraid that Jiang Qin would offend the entire realm. At that time, things would get out of hand. I have my own plans, Jiang Qin said. Outside Linging Lane, in an empty area, Bai Jiagong was already standing there, blocking the path of Jiang Qin and the others. Brat, you're the first who dares to snatch my love away from me, Bai Jiagong. Give me your soul-nurturing Ganoderma grass and these two beauties. Maybe I can consider sparing your life. Bai Jiagong laughed and said. His eyes were cold, but more of them were covetous towards Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. These two peerless beauties. To be able to get one of them was already a blessing of 10 lifetimes. But this guy actually had them on his left and right. For Bai Jiagong it was really exciting. Look, isn't that young Master Bai from Tianlai realm? Who's the person fighting with him? How dare he go against young Master Bai? Is he tired of living? Diske, you're short-sighted. How can he be a nobody if he dares to go against young Master Bai? Look at the two beauties beside him. They're like fairies. How can ordinary people have such luck with women? That person must also be someone with a respectable status. Now that you put it that way, it really is the case. But this time, the 7th marriage proposal from the Skylai realm has already caused our city lord to be badly battered. This time's marriage by combat will definitely be quite exciting. It's said that this Bai Jiagong is a popular candidate for this marriage contest. Maybe our city lord will betroth his adopted daughter to him. Many experts in the city saw this scene. Bai Jiagong had already been in Skylight City for a period of time. Moreover, he was very high profile. Soon, everyone in Skylight City knew about him. A filthy mouth can't spit ivory. I didn't want to kill you at first. But it seems that even if I spare your life, it won't help. Jiang Qin said coldly. Ah, come on. I'd like to see which one of us is the real filthy one. Bai Jiagong didn't get angry. Instead he laughed. He naturally didn't care about Jiang Chen's arrogance and mockery. Who was he? He was the son of the Lord of Tianlai realm. He had a noble status and a respectable position. Moreover, his strength had reached the early stage of the hierarch realm. Unless he encountered a peerless expert, there weren't many people in Moro Prefecture who could kill him. Moreover, many people couldn't afford to offend his Tianlai realm. Today he encountered a hothead who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Bai Jiagong's heart was filled with amusement. He felt that Jiang Chen was becoming more and more ridiculous. Noisy guy. If you die, perhaps this world will quiet down. Jiang Chen sneered. He took a step forward and started to fight with Bai Jiagong. He didn't hesitate at all. To deal with this kind of scum, he must be swift and decisive. Only then would he be satisfied. Good. Bai Jiagong shouted. However, Jiang Chen's punch already had a mountain-shattering momentum. Bai Jiagong's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect that he couldn't even take one punch from Jiang Chen. Was this guy's strength so much stronger than his? Before Bai Jiagong could recover from his shock, he was already hit by Jiang Chen's punch and was sent flying. So fierce. Bai Jiagong's expression was ugly. He was shocked. Jiang Chen had forced him back with one move. He was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy's strength too strong? Where did this guy come from? He was completely not his opponent. Stop fighting. Let's fight another day. Bai Jiagong roared and retreated. However, Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance. Who do you think you are? If it wasn't because of your arrogance, I might not have killed you. However, now, even the Emperor of Heaven won't be able to save you. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He stepped into the sky and slammed his palm down. The 3,000 flame sky seal destroyed everything. Bai Jiagong's pupils shrank and he cried out in surprise. However, he was already submerged in Jiang Chen's 3,000 flame sky seal. Chapter 3102. Fuck. It can't be, right? Young Master Bai is so weak? He's too weak. The son of the realm lord of Tianlai realm is just SOSO. Wasn't he very powerful in our ethereal realm? Why has he become a soft-footed shrimp now? This is called marinated tofu. Everything has its vanquisher. Aha, I think young Master Bai won't be able to end this now. I can only say that this guy who popped out of nowhere is even more terrifying than young Master Bai. The onlookers could all see the result. Bai Jiagong was not a match for Jiang Chen. He was directly sent flying by Jiang Chen without any room to maneuver. Bai Jiagong's figure was completely subverted in Jiang Chen's palm print. The 3,000 flaming sky print instantly destroyed Bai Jiagong's attack. His vitality was severed. He struggled to stand up, but Jiang Chen did not give him the slightest chance. He directly punched out. Thunder rumbled in the sky, shocking all directions, causing the surrounding onlookers to exclaim. Bai Jiagong was directly punched by Jiang Chen until nothing was left. He turned into ashes. Daring to tease his woman, this was his ending. Jiang Chen did not have any hesitation. He moved like lightning and killed quickly, not leaving any room to maneuver. This is the retribution you've won. Jiang Chen said coldly. At this moment, everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would defeat young Master Bai, but he actually killed young Master Bai. To them this was really a great shock. That was the son of the realm lord of Tianlai realm. His status was respected and no one could compare to him. And Jiang Chen, this guy who popped out of nowhere, actually killed Bai Jiagong. Once this news was spread, the realm lord of Tianlai realm would definitely go crazy. He's really bold. This guy actually dared to kill Bai Jiagong. He's done for. Yeah, I'm afraid this guy is in big trouble. I wonder why the realm lord of Tianlai realm hasn't appeared yet? His own son was killed, but he's still so calm. Looks like Tianlai domain is fated to return in failure from participating in the joust for a spouse held by the city lord's mansion. As for the soul rising spirit gathering pill, they probably won't be able to fight for it at all. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and his face became solemn. With a flash, he appeared beside the person who spoke just now, scaring the heavenly god realm expert to the point that he almost lost control of his bowels. You're talking about the soul rising spirit gathering pill? Where is it? Jiangchen frowned, exuding killing intent. The heavenly deity realm experts didn't dare to look at him directly. That soul-rising spirit-gathering pill is the dowry of the city governor this time around. It is rumored to be a relatively frightening peak immortal tier medicinal pill. The value of this medicinal pill can be said to be extremely valuable. Moreover, there is also the adopted daughter of the city governor. Whoever can come out on top should be able to obtain the soul-rising spirit-gathering pill. The heavenly deity said in a trembling voice. He was afraid that Jiangchen would kill him with a single palm strike. Even young Noble Bai was not a match for Jiangchen. The terror of this man was simply indescribable. All right. Thank you. Jiangchen turned around and left. The heavenly deity realm expert couldn't believe his eyes. This man actually thanked him? However, he also heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like an expert indeed has the demeanor of an expert. He would never kill the innocent. Moreover, he didn't even have the strength to fight back against Jiangchen. Looks like we have to wait until the joust for a spouse event before leaving. I must get this soul-rising spirit-gathering pill. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. What if the daughter of the city governor falls for you? Yin Qingqing said with a smile. Jiangchen smiled awkwardly. I already have 2 beautiful ladies. Yuki Chihian knew that from this moment on, her life no longer belonged to her. Her future was already fixed. Looking at the cheering relatives and friends, looking at the happy marriage character that was plastered in 100 li, looking at the boundless sky, even her world seemed to have lost its initial color. The martial contest to find a spouse was imminent. Chapter 3103. There were not many people participating in the martial arts competition. There were only 3. Monk Yuan Yin of Tianluo Temple, the son of the Lord of Tianlai Boundary by Zhegang, and the son of the Lord of Penglai Boundary, Gang Men. These 3 great powers were all powers that could contend against the ethereal opening realm. Otherwise, Tao Qianjun would not have wanted to find one of the 3 great powers to ally with him. Only then would he be able to resist foreign enemies and stabilize his empire. Otherwise, the ethereal opening realm had been covetously eyed by others all these years. Whether it was the heavenly Lai realm or the Penglai realm, they all had the same intention. Only by keeping the powers within in check could he not drift with the flow and be killed by others. The Lord of a Boundary was not omnipotent. As long as he fell, there would be countless people rising up to replace him. There had never been a lack of experts in the God world. There had always been quite a number of people eyeing them covetously in the dark. Once the city lord's mansion fell, the monkeys would scatter when the tree falls. Naturally, there would be people who would replace them. As for those people living in the Nether Passage realm, it was impossible for them to rise up and fight back. All they wanted was a peaceful realm. As for who was the ruler, it was not important to them. To Xue Qianying, Tao Qianjuan's trick of injuring himself to gain Xue Qianying's confidence was considered a successful trick. However, Xue Qianying didn't know that even if she knew, she would still do it in order to not owe Tao Qianjun. This was just her nature. Now, the martial arts competition for a spouse was about to begin. Countless experts had gathered. There were more than 10 hierarch experts and hundreds and thousands of divine king experts. The martial arts competition for a spouse in the city lord's mansion had attracted more than hundreds of thousands of spectators. However, most of them were just there to join in the fun. They just wanted to see a battle between true experts. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, the guard leader came in panic. He knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Not good, city lord. Something bad has happened. Why are you panicking? What's going on?" Tao Qianjun said coldly and glared at the guard leader. "The son of Tianlai Realm's lord, by Zhegang, is dead and he died in our Skylight City." It said that the murderer was a powerful godly venerable realm expert, and he even brought along 2 stunning beauties. The guard commander said timidly, fearing that the city lord would vent his anger on him. "What?" Tao Qianjun abruptly stood up, his countenance extremely gloomy. Bai Zhegang was dead. The son of the realm lord of Tianlai Realm was dead, and he had died in Qingguang City. This was no small matter. How was he going to explain this to Qingguang City? How could he explain this to Bai Chao? This put him, the city lord, in a crisis. How could Bai Chao remain indifferent when his own son had died in Skylight City? They would definitely find an opportunity to start a war with Skylight City, especially before this. He had received secret information that the Tianlai realm might ally with the Penglai realm to launch an attack on them. Thus, he had no choice but to recruit a few major factions and hold a martial arts competition to recruit his companions, hoping to tide over this crisis. But now Bai Zhegang had died in their Qingguang city before the war had even begun. This made Tao Qianjun unable to continue. What the hell was this? Could it be that someone was interfering? Could it be that someone from the Penglai realm who was still alive from the Tianluo temple did it? Investigate this matter thoroughly. Otherwise the Tianlai realm will definitely not let this go. Tao Qianjuan's breathing stagnated, his countenance grim. Now it seemed that this martial arts competition for a spouse was the calm before the storm. Perhaps Bai Chao still did not know that his own son had died here. Otherwise he would definitely rush to Skylight City without stopping. The martial arts competition for a spouse will be held as scheduled. Outside the city lord's residence, the arena will be opened. Tao Qianjun shouted in a deep voice. Countless people from the city lord's residence began to get busy. But now there was not much time left for Tao Qianjun. The martial arts competition for a spouse had to be carried out as soon as possible. Now, even if only monk Yuan Yin of the Tianluo temple and gang men of the Penglai realm were left, they definitely could not stop. As long as he could obtain the support of either of these two forces, Tao Qianjun would not have to fear the Tianlai realm. At that time Bai Zhegang's death could be investigated slowly. At least, he would not have to worry that Bai Chao of the Tianlai realm would do something desperate in desperation. Tao Qianjun was still worried. Before the martial arts competition started, he went to Yuki Chihian's boudoir. Qianying, alas, it has really been hard on you. Your father is also extremely ashamed and angry. If you are not willing now, I will definitely not force you. The life and death of my ethereal realm is important, but my daughter's lifelong happiness is also equally important. Tao Qianjun said in a righteous manner. Yuki Chihian shook her head and said in a low voice, I have already decided. Father, don't worry. As long as I can marry into any force, I will definitely not trespass on a single inch of the ethereal realm. Yuki Chihian's persistence also made Tao Qianjun feel completely at ease. Now he did not need to worry that his protection would fail. In the end, Yuki Chihian did not disappoint him. Tao Qianjun had to admit that saving Yuki Chihian was a completely correct decision. At the crucial moment, she had blocked such a scheming battle for him. How could he not feel happy? And his daughter was also exempted from this political marriage. Tao Qianjun was quite gratified in his heart. But this was life. For Tao Qianjun this was nothing out of the ordinary. Yuki Chihian was all alone in the world. If she could enter a large force and become the mistress of a family, it could also be considered a good fortune. At least, Tao Qianjun did not feel that he had pushed Yuki Chihian into a bottomless abyss. Everything has its pros and cons. To Yuki Chihian this matter was not necessarily not a big change. I have really wronged you. Qianying, I really feel guilty in my heart. Tao Qianjuan's face was full of sorrow as he let out a long sigh. Yuki Chihian's heart was as calm as still water. After all, this martial contest for a spouse was necessary for her. She had to repay what she owed. The next day, on the high platform of the city lord's mansion, Tao Qianjun stood proudly. Facing the hundreds of thousands of people of the ethereal realm who came to watch the battle, Tao Qianjun was unusually calm and indifferent. However, there was a faint smile on his face all along. Today is the day of my adopted daughter's wedding. The martial contest for a spouse is imminent. This old man is very happy to have a daughter at such an old age. My adopted daughter is a peerless beauty with a leisurely charm. Her beauty is unparalleled. Since ancient times, beauties have been paired with heroes. My adopted daughter's strength has already reached the early stage of the hierarch realm. Her strength is extraordinary. Naturally, I have to choose a powerful genius to be worthy of my adopted daughter. Therefore, I have specially set up an arena here today. Whoever wins will be able to marry my daughter and form an eternal bond with my ethereal realm, bringing peace and prosperity. Apart from this love, I, Tao Qianjun, will also present a peak immortal grade pill that I have treasured for many years, the Soul Rising Spirit Gathering Pill, as a dowry. Chapter 3104. However, unfortunately, the son of the realm lord of Heavenly Claw Realm, Bai Zhegang, has unfortunately died. Moreover, he died in my ethereal passage realm in Heavenly Light City. I, Tao Qianjun, am duty-bound to investigate this matter thoroughly, and bring justice to the Heavenly Claw Realm, and bring justice to Brother Bai. Now, only Penglai Boundaries Gu Gang and Tianluo Temple's Reverend Tian Yin are left to fight for the top spot in the martial arts competition. However, Bai Zhegang has already passed away. For the sake of fairness, I'm willing to pick one of the experts from all over to have the chance to become my ethereal world's lord's son-in-law. A stone that caused 1,000 ripples. By Jiagong's death and the fact that Tao Qinjun would choose a successor from the experts of the 8 regions had become the reason why everyone present had gone mad. This caused the groom search competition to be even more thought-provoking, and countless people raised their heads in anticipation as they hoped they would be able to win the heart of the beauty. Are you serious? Anyone can participate? That's great. Aha, I want to participate too. You're really a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Do you think anyone can become the city lord's son-in-law? Haven't you heard that even the city lord's adopted daughter has reached the early hierarch realm? How many people can reach that level of strength? This brother's words are not false. Sai, it's really impossible to compare oneself with others. Even among the true experts you are still outstanding. Among the countless young geniuses here, there might not even be 10 who can surpass the hierarch realm. There's still hope. The hierarch realm experts are probably going crazy with joy now. Ah. Everyone's heart was itching. They had long wanted to see the city lord's adopted daughter's peerless beauty. Many of them were looking forward to it. Even if they could not become the city lord's son-in-law, just a glance was enough to make them remember it for life. At this moment, Yuki Chihian, who was dressed in white, slowly walked out. Her face was covered by a green veil, but even so, it could not hide her peerless beauty. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, shaking the 9 provinces. Hundreds of thousands of people were fascinated by her. Just the green veil alone was enough to make people unable to look away. Who could imagine how beautiful this woman was? Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was graceful and graceful. She gave others a feeling of grace and elegance, but there was also a feeling of coldness. Is this woman as beautiful as us sisters? Yan Qingqing giggled and said. She looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin wrinkled his brows. He felt that the woman with a green veil on the high platform seemed to be somewhat familiar. He became absent-minded for a moment. Humph! Damn Jiang Qin, stinky Jiang Qin. Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. There is no good man. Don't you think so, Sister Ning? Yan Qingqing snorted coldly. Wu Ningzhu also smiled bitterly. The two of them had already covered their faces with green veil. Otherwise, they would definitely become the focus of the crowd outside the city lord's mansion. At that time, the entire city lord's mansion would probably be in an uproar. She is indeed very beautiful. Jiang Qin murmured. However, he could not remember who this woman was. That ice-cold temperament was extremely familiar to him. Looks like some people are going to turn this martial arts competition into reality. They said that it's for the medicine, but who knows if they are coveting the city lord's precious daughter. Yan Qingqing crossed her arms in front of her chest and glared at Jiang Qin with a hint of anger. This guy was really infatuated with her, causing Wu Ningzhu to giggle. How boring. Looks like this trash from Tianlai deserved to die. He didn't even see my face before he was killed. How laughable and sad. Ah. His body was sturdy, his chest was exposed, and his face was covered with a full beard. He looked quite rough and his strength was quite good. His lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He naturally did not care about trash like this. He only had one goal, and that was to obtain the spiritual gathering pill, as well as the heart of the princess of the city lord's mansion. Originally, he only needed to obtain the soul rising spirit gathering pill. However, from the looks of it now, that was not the case at all. This was because the city lord's mansion's princess was really too beautiful. He yearned for her and could not stop himself. Who wouldn't want such a woman? Moreover, as long as he could become the son-in-law of the city lord's mansion in the ethereal realm, his position and reputation in Penglai world would be even higher. In the future, it would be reasonable for him to succeed the position of Penglai realm lord. With the existence of the ethereal realm's marriage alliance, these trash from Tianlai world could also join hands and slowly plot against them. In this world, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. There were only eternal interests. As long as there was enough entanglement of interests, the Penglai realm would not only be able to collude with the Tianlai realm, but also with the ethereal realm and the Tianluo temple. Even spiritual master Tianin, who cultivated on behalf of Tianluo temple, had his eyes fixed on Yuki Chihian. This city lord's mansion's figure, temperament, beauty, and strength were all at the same time. He was determined to get her. The reason he came here this time was to gather strength for Tianluo temple. Although he was not a true core disciple of Tianluo temple, with spiritual master Chenin's strength and methods, he still had an unusually high position in Tianluo temple. As one of the 10 famous temples of the West Pole, Tianluo Temple's strength and status were unquestionable. If the person who came today was a core disciple or successor of Tianluo Temple, even the Reverend of the Seven Realms of Moro Prefecture would have to come and pay his respects. Even so, spiritual master Qianin's visit to the ethereal realm represented Tianluo Temple to a certain extent. Their ultimate goal was to contact the ethereal realm. Moreover, Tao Qianjun had taken out the soul-condensing pill to protect himself and to find a qualified partner to rely on. Even a peak hierarch realm expert might not be able to take out such a powerful pill. However, as the ethereal realm lord for millions of years, Tao Qianjun's strength and status were still there. You can see me, but won't the ending be the same? Dao Master Tianin looked at the man with disdain. His long hair was tied with a hairpin, and he looked like a talented man. Compared to the man with a rigid mouth, he was thousands of times better. He was like a gust of wind, as light as a swallow. His figure was thin, but his agile aura gave people a great pressure. As a spiritual master of Tianluo Temple, his strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we have to drag him out for a walk. Aren't you afraid of cutting your tongue with your words? We'll know who the real prince consort is later. Chapter 3105. As you wish, you will be defeated very, very miserably. Dao Master Tianin said faintly, as if he was going to win. At this moment, among the 10 or so hierarch realm experts in the crowd, 7 of them were highly respected seniors. Among the remaining 4 there were 2 women. The remaining 2 early hierarch realm experts wanted to give it a try. After all, if they could win this martial contest for a spouse, not only would they get the beauty, they could also become the son-in-law of the hidden realm lord. Who wouldn't want to participate in such a good thing? However, the lowest requirement was the early hierarch realm. The rest of the people had no chance at all. I'm Zhang Liaoyuan. I want to give it a try. I hope the city lord agrees. I'm Su Jianshan. I also want to challenge the Tianluo Temple's spiritual master and Penglai realm's young master. Tao Qianjun, the lord of the hidden realm, had a slight change in his expression when he saw the 2 of them. He knew both of them. Zhang Liaoyuan was his advisor, and Su Jianshan was an overlord of the hidden realm. Both of them possessed extraordinary strength, being at the early stage of the hierarch realm. Being able to become respected venerables, they were naturally not ordinary people. However, their strength might not be a match for Dao Master Tianin and Unyielding Mouth. Both of their strength had reached the peak early hierarch realm. If there were no accidents, the Emperor's son-in-law would be decided between Dao Master Tianin and Unyielding Mouth. Good. Both of you are our Nether Passage realm's geniuses. This martial contest will definitely be a battle of the century for us. I'm very pleased, very pleased. Ah. Tao Qianjun said with a laugh. The green leaf matched with the red flower made him look fair and impartial. Count me in. Jiang Qin took a step forward and said with a faint smile. His appearance also startled Gangmen and Taoist Tianin. This person's strength made them feel a trace of danger, because his strength gave them a feeling of unfathomable depth. Jiang Qin was calm and composed, standing proudly in the void. He looked at Tao Qianjun on the city gate tower with a calm expression. Who are you? Tao Qianjun asked lightly. Rank 1 loose cultivator. I am Jiang Qin. Under the green veil, her beautiful eyes flickered with endless complicated emotions. There was panic, excitement, shock, joy, sorrow, and all sorts of other emotions. Her thoughts changed rapidly and turned into tears that she didn't know what to call. It's really him, it's really him. Yuki Chihin stared at Jiang Qin in disbelief. She had even seen this scene in her dreams. He had fought alone for her, but was that figure really for her? Yuki Chihin didn't know if Jiang Qin was aware of her existence, and she didn't know why he had come here. However, at this moment, everything seemed to be filled with hope. If he could come out on top, the person she loved might once again become the invincible hero in her dreams. All of this seemed to be specially arranged by the heavens. At this scene, the corner of Yuki Chihin's mouth changed from the initial desolation and bitterness to the current slight anticipation, becoming the expression that she should have in her heart. Not long ago, Yuki Chihin, who had almost lost all hope in life, had never thought that the heavens would play such a joke on her. She didn't know whether she loved Jiang Qin or not, but if she could marry him, perhaps it would be much better than those strangers. At least, she no longer had that inexplicable rejection in her heart. The person who had appeared in her dreams countless times had finally become a reality. It's him, it's him, it's him. Bai Jiagong was killed by him. I've seen it before. This guy killed Bai Jiagong in one move. It's really terrifying. Are you serious? You're not kidding, are you? Is this guy really the murderer who killed Bai Jiagong? It can't be wrong. I've seen it too. It's really terrifying. A battle between godly venerable realm experts is not something that we can hope to achieve. There was a commotion in the crowd. More and more people began to point fingers at Jiang Qin, but most of them were afraid. Because he killed Bai Jiagong, killed a godly venerable realm expert, and killed the future realm lord of Tianlai Boundary. This was unimaginable to anyone. At this moment even Tao Qianjun had heard the rumors. Was this guy in front of him really the one who killed Bai Jiagong, the son of Tianlai Boundary's realm lord? You killed Bai Jiagong? Tao Qianjun asked in a deep voice. A scumbag deserves to die. Jiang Qin said coldly. A scumbag? You killed the son of a realm lord for no reason. Aren't you afraid that Tianlai Boundary's lord will find you? Aren't you afraid that you'll be besieged and hunted down by the entire realm? Tao Qianjun pressed forward and looked at Jiang Qin. Since he's here, I'll kill him. Tao Qianjun's eyes narrowed as he looked at Jiang Qin deeply. He was not afraid of Jiang Qin, but the current situation was not too optimistic for them. This person who could kill Bai Jiagong was definitely not an ordinary person. If he really won this battle, how would it end? Since you have the ability to kill Bai Jiagong, it seems that your strength is not bad. I'd like to see it for myself. Spiritual Master Tianyin looked at Jiang Qin with a smile. If you kill Bai Jiagong, you'll be qualified to fight with me. Tao Qianjun said faintly. At this moment, Tao Qianjun also fell into silence. Now, he was not afraid of Tianlai Boundary but this guy who was causing trouble. Moreover, Tianlai Boundary's realm lord probably already knew that his son had been killed. Delaying him first was also an expedient measure. Alright. I can give you a chance, but it depends on whether you can grasp it or not. The corner of Tao Qianjun's mouth suddenly curled up as he looked at Jiang Qin. This guy always gave him an unpredictable feeling. To be able to kill Bai Jiagong, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. Thank you, City Lord. Jiang Qin cupped his hands and said. Then let me try and see how much you're worth. Zhang Liaoyuan looked at Jiang Qin with a faint smile. Then it's up to you, brother Zhang. Su Jianshan smiled. Originally he also wanted to make a move, but Zhang Liaoyuan took the initiative. This kind of scene of being in the limelight was quite exciting for them. Both of you come at me together. Jiang Qin's words once again caused an uproar among the crowd. Many of them even took a deep breath. This Jiang Qin is too arrogant, isn't he? How could he be so daring? Two hierarch realm experts attacking at the same time. This was simply unimaginable. Chapter 3106. Sigh, this guy won't be able to go far. He's so arrogant and wants to fight two people at the same time. He's digging his own grave. I thought he's a powerful expert, but it seems like he's just a fool. I'm looking forward to this guy defeating Bai Jiagong. Ah. Both the soul condensing pill and the city lord's daughter are very tempting. I'd like to give it a try if I'm not weak. Jiang Qin's arrogance made Su Jianshan and Zhang Liaoyuan furious. Isn't he looking down on us? The two of them were enraged and their faces instantly turned gloomy. I alone am enough to deal with you. Zhang Liaoyuan said in a deep voice. You're not my match. Jiang Qin shook his head. Weak too weak. Even when facing a late hierarch realm expert like Lin Yukong, he could only force him back with one palm. These two early hierarch realm experts could not pique Jiang Qin's interest at all. He had his own reasons for wanting the two of them to fight at the same time. He wanted them to not lose too badly. But it was obvious that Jiang Qin's good intentions were a blatant provocation in their eyes, a manifestation of arrogance and conceit. Is this guy really capable or is he stupid? He wants to fight two people at the same time? Zhang Liaoyuan sneered. I think he's capable. Daoist Tianyin said faintly. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Qin from the beginning to the end. Although this guy looked ordinary, he gave people the feeling of a vast ocean. This wasn't something an ordinary man could do. Let's fight together, then you won't lose too badly. Jiang Qin said. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Brother Zhang, let's fight together. If we don't teach this arrogant guy a lesson today, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Su Jianshan shouted angrily and looked at Zhang Liaoyuan. Both of them tacitly agreed to attack each other. This guy must be taught a lesson. Tao Qianjun was also looking forward to Jiang Qin's battle. Jiang Qin's strength should be able to contend with Zhang Liaoyuan and Su Jianshan, the two early-stage hierarch realm experts. After all, Bai Jiagong might not be their match if the two of them joined forces. After all, they were both hierarch realm experts. This is the real you. Xianxia murmured. He was still as cold as before, calm and composed as before, as steady as Mount Tai, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. He was as proud and aloof as a goshawk in the sky, or as arrogant as a kuanping in the 9 regions. He was so conceited, yet so insufferably arrogant. Everyone was watching the scene. Under everyone's attention, Jiang Qin stood proudly while Zhang Liaoyuan and Su Jianshan, the 2 early-stage hierarch realm experts, launched their attacks. Their terrifying auras swept across 10 miles. If it wasn't for the protective barrier around the arena, perhaps the area within 1,000 miles would have been flattened. Both of them used all their skills. Their fists and palms collided with each other, causing layers of airwaves to roll. That kind of power made those below the hierarch realm to hold their breaths. They did not dare to miss it, let alone look at it directly. They were too strong. However, Jiang Qin did not hold back. His expression was calm as he struck out both of his palms. Su Jianshan and Zhang Liaoyuan's attacks were destroyed in an instant by Jiang Qin's palms. It was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The seemingly strong attacks were destroyed by Jiang Qin's palms. What followed was a terrifying wave that could overturn the heavens and earth. Zhang Liaoyuan and Su Jianshan's attacks were not weak, but they were completely destroyed by Jiang Qin's palms. Moreover, they were defeated in just one move. The 2 of them did not even have the strength to fight back and were sent flying by Jiang Qin's palms. They were seriously injured. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Qin only used one move and it was enough to severely injure the 2 of them. Even Tao Qianjun did not dare to say that he could do such a thing. Wasn't his strength a little too terrifying? Even Jiang Qin and Su Jianshan could not believe their own eyes after repelling the 2 of them. However, after 10 breaths, they finally realized that Jiang Qin had gone easy on them. If he did not go easy on them, the 2 of them would have been dead by now. The 2 of them looked at each other in shock. However, the truth was as Jiang Qin had said. They were not a match for Jiang Qin. It was not sarcasm nor arrogance. It was confidence. It was the unchangeable truth. After a while, the entire arena was filled with thunderous applause. It was even more shocking than Tao Qianjuan's speech. Jiang Qin's technique had shown them what it meant to be truly shocking. He defeated his opponent with just one move. It was something that many people could only dream of. Not to mention those Divine King Realm experts, even those Hierarch Realm experts were still in shock. Just with pure strength and without any fancy moves, he had seriously injured 2 Hierarch Realm experts. How impressive and domineering was that? This man is really terrifying. Now I feel that Bai Jiagong's death was not unjust. Yeah, I heard that he was killed for flirting with someone's wife. He deserved it. No one can challenge the pride of an expert. He has the right to be proud. Jiang Qin defeated his opponent with just one move. It became a story that everyone was talking about. Jiang Qin had become famous after this battle. Countless people admired him. Jiang Qin looked at the green-veiled lady on the tower again. When their eyes met, Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat. However, he still could not remember who that lady was. However, he knew that he definitely knew that lady. You're really strong. I can't wait anymore. An earth-shattering fighting intent was emitted from his unyielding eyes. His majestic and mighty body gave off a suffocating pressure that was akin to a mountain pressing down on others. I know that I'm strong. However, it's a fact that you're weak. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Jiang Qin was a bit too good at making fun of people, wasn't he? Everyone was startled by his words. However, to be honest, many of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Jiang Qin was quite interesting. He was the first person to look down on a Hierarch Realm expert. You'll pay for your arrogance. Chapter 3107. So strong. The strong-mouthed disciple was shocked and rushed forward again. This time he was even stronger than before. Heaven-splitting divine axe, invincible. The strong-mouthed disciple shouted angrily. Instead of retreating, he charged forward with the momentum of a bull, shocking many people. Jiang Qin's expression was calm. With a flip of his hand, he punched out again. The fist wind intertwined with the 9-foot gold-plated axe, and the 9-foot gold-plated axe was actually shattered by Jiang Qin. Lines and lines of cracks appeared on the axe. The strong-mouthed disciple's expression changed greatly, and he retreated. This terrifying vibration caused the 9-foot gold-plated axe to collide with him. The feeling of being heavily injured by his own divine weapon made the strong-mouthed disciple want to cry, but no tears came out. The 9-foot gold-plated axe was instantly shattered, and he was also sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He was completely defeated. The audience was shocked once again. Jiang Chen was like an ancient bull. With a punch and a palm he dealt with everyone, but he was as steady as Mount Tai. Even Tao Qianjun started to worry. Now he could only hope that the Lord of Tianlai realm would appear quickly and suppress Jiang Chen. Then he would be able to do the Lord of Tianlai realm a favor. At the very least he would be able to stop the Tianlai realm from taking their anger out on him. The son-in-law he valued the most was the strong-mouthed disciple and the Reverend Tianyin. This was because the strength of the Penglai realm and the Tianluo temple was quite strong, especially the Tianluo temple. If he could climb up the tree that was the Tianluo temple, then he would definitely be able to rise rapidly in the Moro prefecture in the future, and he would not have to fear anyone. However, all of this depended on the Reverend Tianyin. Now, the strong-mouthed disciple of the Penglai realm had been defeated, and only the Reverend Tianyin was left. This forced Tao Qianjun to make preparations in advance. Jiang Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. In the end, if Jiang Chen wanted to leave, he might have to suppress him. I already said that your strength is too weak, but you just don't believe me. Jiang Chen smiled and said. At this moment he had nothing to say. After all, he had lost to Jiang Chen. Moreover, he had lost in a rather ugly manner. However, he had not died in the hands of Jiang Chen. After all, it was rumored that Jiang Chen had killed Bai Jiagong. Now it seemed that this guy had the strength to do so. Now it seems that you are indeed the strongest. However, in front of me, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. As one of the strongest disciples in Tianluo Temple, it looks like I'll have to show you the true power of an ancient temple today. Dao Master Tianyin looked at Jiang Chen and said faintly, Ancient Heaven Luo Temple? I've never heard of it. I wonder what's the relationship between Hongyan Temple and Tianluo Temple? Jiang Chen said, You know Hongyan Temple? Daoist Tianyin said with a faint smile. It was not strange for him to know about Hongyan Temple. After all, as one of the top 10 ancient temples in the entire West Pole state, Hongyan Temple could barely be considered as the 10th. Do you know Daoist Qi Yen from Hongyan Temple? Jiang Chen asked. You know Daoist Qi Yen? He's an eminent monk from Hongyan Temple. How could I not know him? However, Hongyan Temple and Tianluo Temple don't interact with each other. Daoist Tianyin said proudly. If you can't even defeat Daoist Qi Yen, I advise you not to fight anymore. Daoist Qi Yen might be an eminent monk, but I'm not afraid of him. Even if he's here today, I'll definitely exchange a few moves with him. Daoist Tianyin said. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. You're not even comparable to Daoist Qi Yen. It seems like this battle is meaningless. Jiang Chen's words made Daoist Tianyin's expression turn solemn. What? Because he's already dead? Jiang Chen said faintly. What? Daoist Tianyin couldn't believe what Jiang Chen said. If what he said was true, that Daoist Qi Yen was already dead, then how strong was this guy? Daoist Qi Yan's strength was quite powerful. Furthermore, he was an eminent monk from Hongyan Temple. Daoist Tianyin still couldn't believe that Jiang Chen was able to kill him. However, looking at Jiang Chen's confident expression, he was also skeptical. No matter what, if you want to get the beauty today, you'll have to go through me. Daoist Tianyin sneered. Whether it was true or not, he had to give it a try. If he really wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, it was understandable for him to retreat. However, he was quite fond of the Castellan's daughter and the soul-rising aura-gathering pill. Wouldn't it be better to have both? If this guy didn't appear out of nowhere, perhaps he would have already been together with the Castellan's daughter. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. To him, these guys were like chickens and dogs. However, what he wanted was not the Castellan's daughter, but the soul-rising aura-gathering pill. Yuki Chihian was incomparably nervous. She knew that if Jiang Chen could defeat Daoist Tianyin, he would become the son-in-law of the Castellan's daughter. To Yuki Chihian, this might be the best outcome. Even Yuki Chihian's calm heart was filled with a trace of anticipation and excitement. If it's really him, then I'll just accept my fate. It's a good ending to be able to stay by his side. It's time and fate. Yuki Chihian's lips curled up into a faint smile. Under her green veil, a trace of maiden's feelings rippled. Tao Qinjuan's face was solemn. Jiang Chen had defeated 3 people consecutively. His heart was getting more and more worried. He hoped that Daoist Tianyin could defeat Jiang Chen. If that was the case, his plan would become a reality. He would board the ship of Tianluo Temple and help the Lord of Tianlai Realm to capture Jiang Chen. This way, the Lord of Tianlai Realm wouldn't vent his anger on him. It could be said to be the most perfect ending. However, Jiang Chen was the biggest variable in all of this. He hoped that he wouldn't defeat Taoist Tianyin. Otherwise things would become extremely bad. He would be surrounded by enemies. If Tianlai realm and Penglai realm joined forces, his situation in the ethereal realm would become even more difficult. Jiangchen, Jiangchen, Jiangchen. Outside the arena of the city lord's mansion, hundreds of thousands of people were cheering and cheering for Jiang Chen. Although they didn't know Jiang Chen, they didn't know Taoist Tianyin either. This guy who appeared out of nowhere was like a devil incarnate. He was like a brother or sister who walked out from among them. Naturally, he would receive everyone's support. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's strength was too strong. It was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. His strength was so strong that it made people speechless. Looks like little Qinzi is going to win. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Sister Ning, how can you still smile? If that guy wins, I'm afraid that peerless girl on top of the city tower will definitely give herself to little Qinzi. Didn't you see how radiant he was before? How he winked at people. Just looking at him makes me angry. This guy is like eating from the pot and looking at the pot. Yan Qingqing crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her face was filled with dissatisfaction. Then can you still control it? If he really has such intentions as his women, we should support him. If he doesn't have such intentions as his women, shouldn't we believe him even more? Yee. Chapter 3108. Feeling two sharp gazes, Yuki Chihian also looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. At this moment, her heart was filled with shock. Her face was still covered by a green veil, but the appearance and temperament of those two girls had already made Yuki Chihian feel as if they were celestial beings. Her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. What kind of man would be able to control such girls? Yuki Chihian murmured. She was incomparably shocked. Although she was extremely confident in herself, her confidence had already vanished into thin air when facing these two stunning girls. As for these two women, when they looked at him, there was actually a faint hostility in their eyes. At this moment, Taoist Tianyin was also incomparably solemn towards Jiang Chen. The battle between the two was about to break out. This is the day of your death. You can't win against me. Taoist Tianyin held the Buddhist discipline staff in his hand as he charged towards Jiang Chen. Layers of Buddhist discipline staff shadows flew up high into the sky. Jiang Chen held his blade horizontally and faced the attack with only one hand. He wasn't afraid of Taoist Tianyin at all. Facing the incoming Buddhist discipline staff shadows, Jiang Chen showed no signs of fear. He threw out a fist shadow with a terrifying aura. Taoist Tianyin's unparalleled Buddhist discipline staff shadows smashed onto Jiang Chen's hand, but they were continuously pushed back. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, but Taoist Tianyin's expression changed greatly. Just one move was enough to make Taoist Tianyin feel how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Using an iron fist to counter it was simply too terrifying. Who wouldn't be shocked when this strike came crashing down? What a terrifying aura. Su Jianshan, Zhang Liaoyuan, and even Xiangman were overwhelmed with shock. Wasn't Jiang Chen being too arrogant? But this punch gave them a deep understanding of jealousy. Jiang Chen indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Taoist Tianyin's powerful might made them feel a wave of palpitations, but in Jiang Chen's hands, it was like a child playing house. Within 3 moves, Sage Tianyin had already unleashed all of his techniques. His strongest attack had landed, but he was unable to break through Jiang Chen's palm wind. After 3 moves, Jiang Chen also instantly counterattacked. Under the superposition of his fist and palm, his strength split Mount Hua. His unparalleled posture shocked the world. One punch shook 3 mountains. Qi waves surged as a terrifying might surged forth, rendering Taoist Tianyin completely unable to block Jiang Chen's attack. The rod in his hand was directly split into 2 by Jiang Chen. Taoist Tianyin's face changed as he staggered backward. Jiang Chen took advantage of the situation to chase after him, sending out a palm strike that caused thunder to rumble. No! Taoist Tianyin bellowed. But Jiang Chen's palm wind had already landed. He was unable to retaliate and was directly sent flying by Jiang Chen. Taoist Tianyin suffered a crushing defeat, and without any warning he was forced to retreat. His body was covered in injuries. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen not using his full strength, Taoist Tianyin would probably be in an even more miserable state. The crowd once again burst into thunderous applause. Jiang Chen had used an overwhelming advantage to defeat 4 people in a row. Now the scene was quite lively, and no one could stop the surging enthusiasm of the crowd. Yuki Chihian's cheeks carried a faint blush. Jiang Chen did not let her down after all. In the end, this guy still managed to come out on top. Jiangchen, Jiangchen, Jiangchen. Jiangchen's cheers were deafening, each louder than the last. Jiangchen was like a representative of the powerless crowd. He was not like the genius disciples of Tianlai realm, Penglai realm, or Tianluo temple with strong backgrounds. Jiangchen, on the other hand, was all alone and looked down on the crowd. This was true ability. Tao Qianjuan's expression became a little embarrassed. He wanted to borrow the power of the Tianluo temple and Penglai realm to form a marriage alliance, but he did not succeed. His plans were directly disrupted by this kid who appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, he felt quite sullen. Thank you for letting me win, Lord City Lord. I should be the final victor. Now, can you give me the soul-raising spirit-gathering pill? Jiangchen said with a faint smile. You killed the son of the Lord of Tianlai realm. Before the matter is cleared up, how can I marry my daughter to you? Everything will be decided after the Lord of Tianlai realm arrives. Tao Qianjun said lightly. Jiangchen's expression changed. The moment he looked at Tao Qianjun again, his expression became cold. In that case, Lord City Lord, are you going to go back on your word? Are you going to tear up your promise in front of so many people? Jiangchen said coldly, pressing forward step by step. Yes, Lord City Lord won't go back on his word, right? That's too funny. If that's really the case, I'll feel ashamed. Are the words of the dignified Lord City Lord not as good as farts? Shh. Lower your voice. Be careful of the trouble that comes from the mouth. Lord City Lord might have his own difficulties. What difficulties? Isn't it just that he doesn't want this guy to become his son-in-law? Didn't you see that Taoist Master Tianyin has the Tianluo temple behind him, Penglai realm is behind him, and by Jianghu has Tianlai realm? If it's an ordinary person, how could he become Tao Qianjuan's son-in-law? In the end, isn't it just a political marriage alliance? TSK, if Lord City Lord really goes back on his word this time, then I'll immediately withdraw from the netherworld. At this time, many of the spectators were relatively supportive of Jiangchen. After all, Jiangchen had obtained first place and obtained the final victory. If Lord City Lord went back on his word, he would be slapping his own face. How would he explain to the millions of people? How would he gain a foothold in the netherworld? How would he be respected and loved by tens of thousands of people? This was an extremely serious question. Tao Qianjun had no choice but to take it seriously. Tao Qianjuan's eyes turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. When did I say that I would go back on my word? It's just that you killed the son of Tianlai realm's realm lord. If I let you marry into the netherworld just like that, Tianlai realm would start a war with my netherworld. Then wouldn't I become the eternal sinner of the netherworld?" Tao Qianjuan's words were like pearls, reasonable and well-grounded. At this moment, even those spectators chose to remain silent. Indeed, Tao Qianjuan's words were not false. Jiangchen had killed by Jianghu, so Tianlai realm would not let the matter rest. And once Tianlai realm vented their anger, it would very likely lead to a war between realms, and Jiangchen would become the biggest target. This was indeed something that the people of the netherworld had not thought of. They had never imagined that they had wrongly blamed Lord City Lord. At this moment, it was Jiangchen who had become the target of scorn. At least now, it was already impossible for Jiangchen to marry the City Lord's daughter. At the very least, he had to first solve the problem of Tianlai realm. Chapter 3109. At the end of the day, is this the reason why you speak irresponsibly and go back on your word? Jiangchen sneered and snorted. Tao Qianjuan's face was gloomy and he completely ignored Jiangchen. You only have yourself to blame. If you didn't kill the son of Tianlai realm's lord, how could this matter have developed to this stage? How could it have become your hindrance? Originally, I wanted to betroth my daughter to a handsome young man, but you are immoral. How can I be at ease? Tao Qianjun shouted in a low voice. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. You really disappoint me. Jiangchen shook his head and said. It seemed that he had to use force. Shameless thief, give me back my son's life. Thunder rumbled and exploded in the void. A loud shout made everyone's expression change drastically. Within 1,000 miles, the sound waves rolled and shook people's hearts. It's Bai Chao. Has Tianlai realm's lord finally come? Tao Qianjuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Jiangchen's time of death had come. As long as this guy died, he could start the martial arts competition again. At that time he would definitely be able to find a suitable son-in-law from Penglai realm and Tianluo temple. Who is that? What a terrifying aura. It's someone from Tianlai realm. Could it be Bai Jiagong's father? It must be Bai Chao. It must be Tianlai realm's lord. What a powerful aura. This time Jiang Chen will not be able to escape. Everyone looked up into the air, and as expected, a red-haired man stepped on a green cloud. He was clad in golden armor, and he held a meteor hammer in his hand. Beneath him was a three-eyed amethyst lion. His aura was majestic and intimidating. Brother Bai, you're finally here. Tao Qianjun said in a low voice. My son can't die in vain. Your nether passage realm will have to bear the blame. Who else could it be but Bai Chao? A terrifying sound wave caused the experts in all directions to tremble, as if they were afraid of a tiger. I know what I'm doing. Although Jiang Chen won first place in the martial contest for a spouse, I resolutely refused him, all for the sake of returning justice to Brother Bai. Young Master Bai can't die in vain. Even if you hadn't appeared, I would have forced him to carry a thorn and ask for punishment. Such a person isn't fit to be the son-in-law of the Nether Passage realm. Since Brother Bai has come, I'll leave him to you to deal with. If you want to kill or scrape, it's all up to you. Tao Qianjuan's righteous words were spoken with a strong sense of righteousness, and it was even to the extent that it caused others to be unable to refrain from shedding tears. But in Jiang Chen's opinion, it was hypocrisy, and it couldn't be any more fake. It was as if Jiang Chen was his subordinate, arrogant and bossy. That kind of high and mighty attitude caused Jiang Chen to laugh coldly. How did such a person become the ruler of a world? Who do you think you are? You even dare to order me around, ha ha ha. Jiang Chen pointed at Tao Qianjun as he spoke while laughing wildly. I originally thought that since I, Jiang Chen, had defeated them in a just and proper manner, this medicinal pill would naturally belong to me. But now it seems that if I don't use force, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Jiang Chen shouted coldly. His gaze was terrifying, and even Tao Qianjun felt quite a bit of pressure from him. Boy, you dare. You're someone who deserves to die, so it's only right that Brother Bai kill you. A life for a life, this is the cycle of the heavens and it's not up to you. Tao Qianjun pretended to be the envoy of justice and spoke nonsense. At this moment, the person who was the most worried was Yuki Chihian. She'd never imagined that the matter would actually develop to such an extent. She'd originally thought that the heavens had greatly changed her fate, but who would have imagined that such a scene would actually occur? This was simply forcing her into a hopeless situation. If Jiang Chen died, then she would absolutely not live alone. The outcome of the battle had already been decided. She was now Jiang Chen's woman, so how could she give herself to someone else? To Yuki Chihian this was impossible. She'd rather choose death. Faithful to the end, unswerving until death. This was Yuki Chihian. Do you think that I care about your daughter? Do you really think that I want to be your son-in-law? What I want is merely the soul-rising spiritual pill. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered coldly. At this moment he could only snatch it. At this moment, Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu both soared into the sky and stood guard by Jiang Chen's side. The two stunning beauties caused even more astonishment in all directions. What? Yuki Chihian couldn't believe her eyes. So he doesn't want me at all. What he wants is just a mere pill. Am I really that worthless in his eyes? Yuki Chihian slumped on the stone pillar and smiled bitterly. Yeah, with such a stunning wife, how could he be interested in a lowly person like me? From the beginning to the end, it was just her wishful thinking. From the beginning to the end, she was just a grain of sand in Jiang Chen's eyes, insignificant. At this moment, Yuki Chihian's heart was as dead ashes. Xue Qianying had always felt that she was noble and arrogant. She was not the kind of person who would fall into the mundane world. However, she was worthless in Jiang Chen's eyes. No one could understand the pain she was feeling in her heart. It was an incomparable sense of defeat. It was a kind of desolation where her heart was like dead ashes. What's the use of me in this world? What's the use of me in this world? Yuki Chihian realized that even if she really fell down, perhaps no one would mourn for her, and it wouldn't stir up any dust on the ground. Ah, good. Everyone heard it, right? This guy is intentionally causing trouble, and he even wanted to scheme for my medicinal pills, kill the son of the realm lord of Tianlai realm, and instigate a battle between us and the Tianlai realm. You really are a schemer, humph. Brother Bai, let's join hands today and kill this bastard together. Tao Qianjun shouted angrily. He laughed coldly and pointed at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen instantly became the target of everyone's criticism. Bai Chao also hated Jiang Chen to the bone. After all, Jiang Chen had killed his son. This debt was absolutely irreconcilable. Give me your life. You have to pay the price for your arrogance, Bai Chao said in a deep voice. He held the meteor hammer in his hand, and the three-eyed amethyst lion under him leaped into the air and charged towards Jiang Chen. Retreat, Jiang Chen said. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing quickly retreated. The current Yan Qingqing had already reached the hierarch realm. However, Wu Ningzhu was only a late divine king. She couldn't help Jiang Chen much. Today Jiang Chen will start a massacre. Let's see who can stop me. Jiang Chen sneered. In this world, if there were no divine emperor experts who could do anything to him, even a half-step divine emperor could only serve as a foil to him. Not to mention these hierarch experts who didn't know their place. Chapter 31:10. This person's strength has already reached the peak of the middle divine venerable realm. It's too terrifying. I reckon that this Jiang Chen is dead for sure. Sai, if he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself. Who does he think he is? He even dared to kill the son of the realm lord. He's too audacious. Impermanence in the world. Who would have thought that this all-powerful guy would be killed so quickly? Who can stop the Tianlai realm lord and our realm lord from the Nether Passage realm? Haha, I reckon that this Jiang Chen might not even be able to defeat the lion under the Tianlai realm lord. It's a pity. Those two beauties will definitely perish like Jiang Chen. Bai Chao's attack was like a thunderbolt. One man and one lion were unstoppable. From their point of view, Jiang Chen seemed to have already been killed. At this moment, Yuki Chihian gritted her teeth. From her point of view, Jiang Chen had also fallen into a dead end. Two great realm lords attacked at the same time. How could he still have a chance to survive? Yuki Chihian's heart was already filled with love. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen would marry her or not, regardless of whether Jiang Chen loved her, since she was the final victor of the marriage contest, then in Yuki Chihian's heart, there was only Jiang Chen. Even if she was going to die, she would die before him. Yuki Chihian did not hesitate at all. She resolutely rushed out, like a ray of light, rushing to the peak of the void. This scene was unexpected. The daughter of the city lord actually made a move, and directly blocked in front of Jiang Chen. This scene was unexpected. Jiang Chen did not notice it either. At the moment when Bai Chao attacked, there was actually someone standing in front of him and blocking this attack for him. Blood sprayed out from the white-robed figure. It was like a cold light that pierced into Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen frowned, his heart was filled with an indescribable pain. Who could it be? He had actually risked his life for him to block the attack of the Tianlai realm lord. Originally, Jiang Chen basically didn't need anyone to block him. But in Yuki Chihian's heart, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, could he be stronger than two world overlords? No matter how fast his strength increased, how could he be a match for them? Therefore, Yuki Chihian had no choice but to step forward. This was her only choice and also her final farewell. No. Tao Qianjun roared angrily, but it was already too late. Because Yuki Chihian had appeared too suddenly, no one had noticed her. Jiang Chen also didn't have the time to save her. Her and the Tianlai realm lord's attacks seemed to have appeared in an instant. That kind of despair and deathly stillness continuously spread out. Tao Qianjuan's heart instantly collapsed. Because once Yuki Chihian died, everything he had done before would be useless. Yuki Chihian was his chess piece, his most important trump card. Once Yuki Chihian died, it was possible that he would lose everything. A smear of bright purple and red blood splattered on Yuki Chihian's snow-white clothes. Jiang Chen quickly acted and saved Yuki Chihian. The green veil slid down, and Jiang Chen's gaze was also completely fixed on Yuki Chihian's face. Shock, surprise, trepidation, panic, and finally, solemnity. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably grim. He knew that he was wrong and it was a huge mistake. He should have thought long ago that this person was someone he knew. From her gaze he must have seen it before. It was as if he had seen it before. The corner of Yuki Chihian's mouth was still indifferent and calm. It was as cold as frost, just like her face that had never changed in 10,000 years. But the corner of her mouth was covered with blood, but it was gentler and more real. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Yuki Chihian was so beautiful, so cold, and so charming. But unfortunately, her breath was fading away little by little, and her eyes were gradually dimming. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you," Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Yuki Chihian gently covered Jiang Chen's mouth with her slender fingers. "Don't say sorry. All of this is predestined. Maybe we are not fated to be together. No matter how unbearable I am in your eyes or how hateful I am to you, from the moment you defeated everyone, I, Yuki Chihin, am also yours. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, I, Yuki Chihin, will never give myself to another man. Although, in the end, the one you want is not me. At this moment, Yuki Chihin's eyes dimmed. Her heart was abnormally cold because Jiang Chen said that the one he wanted was not her, but a pill. Compared to the two girls beside you, am I too ugly? Yuki Chihin said with a bitter smile. She felt like there was an ugly duckling living in her heart. Whether it was Yan Qingqing or Wu Ningzhu, both of them were so beautiful, so outstanding. Compared to them, she was simply too inferior. I know that in your heart I am just a passerby. But I hope that from now on you will remember me. Don't blame my foster father. My life was saved by him. Even if I am unwilling, this is my choice and also my fate. Leave quickly, you are not their match. Otherwise, even if I die, it will be in vain. Yuki Chihin held Jiang Chen's hand tightly. A peerless beauty, a beauty that could topple a city, had perished at this moment. The wind stopped, the clouds dispersed, but Yuki Chihin's aura had also disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen's eyes became gentle as he nodded his head silently. He continued to inject the myriad qi into Yuki Chihin's body. But it was too late. Even if an Emperor Realm expert was here, he might not be able to save her. Promise me, leave quickly, live well. Yuki Chihin spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her vitality was also slowly severed at this moment. Why are you so foolish? So foolish. How did you know that they are no different than dolls in my hands? So foolish. Jiang Chen sighed. His hands started to tremble. His gaze became extremely sharp as he murmured. A monstrous aura surged out from him, causing everyone's expression to change. Jiang Chen's aura was like a peerless devil that had descended from the heavens. That invisible storm caused everyone's heart to tremble. Looks like they knew each other long ago. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. To be willing to die for little Qinzi, it means that she's not a simple girl. Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. Bai Chao Tianlai boundary, Tao Qianjun ethereal boundary. Aha, today I will wash the ethereal boundary with blood and trample on Tianlai. When Jiang Chen raised his head again, he looked at Tao Qianjun and Bai Chao. A deathly aura filled the air. Both of them must die. Such a big tone. I haven't had the time to settle the debt with you. What's so great about a stinky girl? The one that I'm going to die is my precious son. Bai Chao roared angrily. Even if it's you and your son, 1,000 dog lives, it's not even worth a finger of hers. Jiang Chen shook his head. When his eyes met Bai Chao's, Bai Chao felt his heart palpitating. This guy's eyes were really terrifying. But what could he do? Terrifying eyes didn't mean that he was strong. Today nobody could change his mind. My adopted daughter died because of you. Brat, I will never let you go. Tao Qianjun said ferociously. A mere origin divine tool dares to show off in front of me. Jiang Chen sneered. He grabbed Bai Chao's 8 Zhang meteor hammer in his hand. Bai Chao's expression changed drastically. His pupils shrank. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Jiang Chen directly crushed his origin divine tool. Bai Chao's lips were slightly dry. After 2 exchanges, he had lost his proudest divine weapon and his most loyal assistant. The three-eyed amethyst lion had already suffered heavy injuries. Purple flame golden crystal. A purple flame spurted out from the three-eyed amethyst lion's mouth. As Jiang Chen turned around, he struck out with the 3,000 flame sky seal. The 5-elemental divine fire instantly engulfed the three-eyed amethyst lion. Almost in an instant, the three-eyed amethyst lion turned into ashes. The whole place was dead silent. Bai Chao and Tao Qianjun looked at each other. Their expressions changed again and again. Isn't this too exaggerated? The Lord of Tianlai Boundary's three-eyed amethyst lion is a middle hierarch realm expert. Moreover, it's an extremely terrifying demonic beast. How could it be melted so easily? This Jiang Chen's strength is too heaven-defying. I think even if the Lord of Hidden Path Realm and the Lord of Tianlai Boundary join forces, they might not be able to stand on the upper hand. This guy can kill by jianghu without fear. He's not easy to deal with. Does he really not put the 2 great boundary lords in his eyes now? Someone could not help but curl his lips and say. His heart was filled with fear. Jiang Chen's power had almost instantly crushed the three-eyed amethyst lion. No one saw clearly how the three-eyed amethyst lion died. However, The flame that was even more terrifying than the three-eyed amethyst lion was the best proof. "You dare to kill my divine beast? I'll fight you to the death." Bai Chao roared angrily and joined forces with Tao Qianjun to attack. The two of them had almost used all their strength. This time they were determined to kill Jiang Chen. Otherwise, not only would they lose their positions, they might also become ghosts under Jiang Chen's palm. Both of them had the intention to kill because Jiang Chen had threatened their lives. Bai Chao was the most furious one. His son and his mount were killed by Jiang Chen. He had lost all his face. If he let Jiang Chen leave at this moment, how useless would he be? Bai Chao and Tao Qianjun were very strong when they joined forces. The two of them could definitely fight against a late hierarch realm expert. Unfortunately, they met Jiang Chen, who did not even put a half-step divine emperor in his eyes. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen's eyes changed. His human and dragon body turned into a giant dragon. His roar was extremely ear-piercing. In an instant, the world was thrown into chaos. The power of Jiang Chen's dragon transformation had forced Tao Qianjun and Bai Chao to retreat. Jiang Chen's palm strike had completely emptied Bai Chao's body. At that moment, Tao Qianjun's face turned pale. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation was so powerful that it instantly killed Bai Chao. Tao Qianjun finally knew what kind of terrifying devil he had provoked. However, at this moment, a monk with a purple hairband and a black robe with golden embroidery appeared silently in front of Yuki Chihian. The monk had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Jiang Chen with a profound gaze. He then moved his hand and Shui Qianying's body started to move slowly at this moment. She then disappeared into the void and murmured. Chapter 31:12. Bai Chao was dead. Everyone in the Netherworld realm was in an uproar. This was something they did not expect and they did not understand. Why was Jiang Chen so strong? Why was he able to kill Bai Chao with just one move? This scene of Jiang Chen fighting two heroes, two great boundary lords, one dead and one injured, almost made the whole world quiet down. This is too crazy. The Lord of Tianlai Boundary is already dead. It seems that no one can avenge the Tianlai Boundary. It's really ironic. The Lord of Tianlai Boundary actually lost his life here to avenge his son. It's really scary. This Jiang Chen, is he really the reincarnation of the devil incarnate? Guys, look, our Netherworld realm's lord is also about to die. No one knew who said that, but at this moment Tao Qianjun was already completely defeated. Compared to the Lord of Tianlai Boundary Bai Chao, he was still considered to be relatively lucky. Under Jiang Chen's attack, his life was not directly taken away. This was already quite a considerable result. After all, Jiang Chen's methods were really too good. No one could stand in his point of view and look down on all living beings. The arrogant Bai Chao was dead, and the powerful Tao Qianjun was also defeated. The whole Netherworld realm was in a state of panic. Everyone, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Tao Qianjun roared. The 20 aides of the City Lord's mansion, as well as more than 10 Hierarch realm experts on the battlefield, attacked together. More than 30 Hierarch realm experts had already completely surrounded Jiang Chen. After all, as the saying goes, even a tiger can't fight against a pack of wolves. With so many people, how are you going to deal with them? Tao Qianjun sneered in his heart. Bai Chao, that idiot, was the first to attack and kill himself. He almost fell into Jiang Chen's death trap. With so many Hierarch realm experts, even he could only look at their backs. What did Jiang Chen do? No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than more than 30 Hierarch realm experts? Let's see if you can survive this time. Tao Qianjun's eyes were sharp and his murderous intent was resolute, leaving no room for maneuver. Jiang Chen had killed Bai Chao, so he had temporarily lost the threat of the Tianlai realm. If he could kill Jiang Chen again in this battle, then the Penglai realm and the Tianluo temple would definitely be greatly shocked. At the very least, they would refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases, and would not directly point the spearhead at them. Jiang Chen coldly stared at Tao Qianjun. What a reckless guy. The human wave tactic was like a pile of dog shit to Jiang Chen, it was utterly useless. Little Qinzi should be fine, right? Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but worry. More than 30 Hierarch realm experts were a terrifying force to be reckoned with. Sister Ning, don't tell me you've forgotten how little Qinzi fought against 100 people with a single sword? These guys were just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in his hands. Yan Qingqing was full of confidence in Jiang Chen. At this time, they only needed to wait for Jiang Chen silently. You're right. It seems like I've been worrying too much. Wu Ningzhu smiled. The smile at the corner of her mouth was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a city. Jiangchen was not afraid at all. Facing the 30 Hierarch Realm experts, he sneered and struck out the 3,000 burning sky seal. The 30 Hierarch Realm experts were almost instantly defeated. They did not even have the slightest bit of strength to resist. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. More than 30 Hierarch Realm experts were directly swept away by Jiangchen. 17 died and 13 were injured. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one dared to take another step forward. The first time was an accident. Would the second time still be an accident? There were so many of them, yet they could not do anything to Jiangchen. Even if they were to take action again, they would only be courting death. Every Hierarch Realm expert's face was filled with fear. At this moment, Jiangchen was far more terrifying than a devil. The Hierarch Realm experts who died beside him were the best proof. One move. Just one move and their people were all dead. This was the dignity of an expert that could not be violated. Tao Qianjuan's lips were dry. Although he still wanted those Hierarch Realm experts to take action, he knew that they had been beaten by Jiangchen. They were retreating step by step and did not have the slightest courage to fight with Jiangchen. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. When Jiangchen's reputation had made them feel fear, even if they were strong, they would not be able to exert even 10 or 20% of their strength. Moreover, they were not Jiangchen's opponents. Tao Qianjun retreated step by step, but at the same time he did not forget to throw out palm after palm. However, when his palm hit Jiangchen's body, it was like scratching an itch. It had no effect at all. On the contrary, Tao Qianjun felt numb from Jiangchen's counterforce. Tao Qianjuan's heart was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke this bastard? Why didn't he let Bai Chao deal with him? If he did not take action, he could at most sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. However, the current Jiangchen did not give him such a chance. To put it bluntly, Jiangchen wanted to kill him as a warning to others. However, he had no other way. He could not defeat Jiangchen. More than half of the 30 Hierarch Realm experts were killed in one strike. Who would dare to disobey Jiangchen after witnessing such a result? Those who ridiculed Jiangchen at the beginning had shut their mouths obediently. Jiangchen's strength had given everyone a loud slap on their faces. They were powerless to fight anymore. Facing a devil like Jiangchen, they could not even look at him. How could they be his enemy? Jiangchen's long hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were cold and his aura was cold. His angular face was filled with arrogance and coldness. I didn't want to kill you, but you forced me to do so. I wanted to reason with you, but you didn't listen. Jiangchen said faintly. He was not an unreasonable barbarian. He only wanted to use his own strength to obtain the pill. However, he was framed by Tao Qianjun in the end. This guy was really despicable. I beg you, let me go. Consider it as an explanation to my adopted daughter, Qianing. Tao Qianjun said while gritting his teeth. His life was more important than anything else. If he did not die, he would be able to dominate the world. If he died, it would be the end of everything. You still have the face to mention Qianing? If it wasn't for you, would she have died? You watched helplessly as your adopted daughter was killed, yet you still joined forces with Bai Chao. And now you even dare to use the word, adopted daughter, to plead for your death. How ironic, how ridiculous. Ah. Jiangchen said with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with disdain. This kind of person deserved to die. After all, I have saved Chen Ying's life. If you still consider her as your old friend and let me go, I, Tao Qianjun, will serve you faithfully. Chapter 31:13. It can't be, right? The city lord actually knelt down in front of Jiangchen. Isn't this too strange? Our ethereal realm's realm lord is actually willing to compromise? The situation is worse than the person. This is something that can't be helped. Haven't you seen how strong Jiangchen is? Even the realm lord of Heavenly Lai realm has been killed by Jiangchen. More than half of the 30 Hierarch experts have died. The city lord can't do anything about it. It's not shameful to lower one's head in front of an absolute expert. It can only be said that Jiangchen is too strong, so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end. He's so strong that our city lord couldn't do anything about it. A dignified realm lord. How sad. Everyone's heart was filled with mixed feelings. After all, the city lord was a high and mighty figure in their hearts. However, in Jiangchen's eyes, the city lord was so weak and vulnerable. Now he had become a prisoner of the city lord. His life and death were in the hands of the other party. Needless to say, this feeling was unbearable. Tao Qianjun was also completely helpless. He really didn't have the ability to contend against Jiang Chen. More than half of the hierarch experts had died. It would definitely cause the overall strength of the ethereal realm to be greatly reduced. He didn't know how many years they would need to recuperate. This was what he was most worried about. He was worried that others would join hands to destroy his ethereal realm. Jiang Chen's peerless divine might shook the heavens and earth, making everyone tremble. Tao Qianjun was naturally no exception. However, he could only play the emotional card now to be able to escape from Jiang Chen's hands. The death of the realm lord of Heavenly Lai Realm by Chao shocked Tao Qianjun too much. In the hands of Jiang Chen they were like ants that could be trampled on. Don't mention Qianing to me anymore. If I knew that your adopted daughter was Yuki Chihin, I would definitely stand on your side even in the end. However, you are so stubborn. If I don't kill you, how can I face the realm lord of Heavenly Lai Realm? Am I right? In the face of the death of his adopted daughter, he was actually so indifferent. In his eyes, Yuki Chihin was just a chess piece, dispensable, but she was the most important part of his plan. Right? A person like me with no background is worthless in your eyes. What you want is to use your adopted daughter to ally with the forces of other domains. That is why you care about her life and death, not her person. Now that she's dead, your plan has completely failed. In your eyes, I can only see endless unwillingness, and not the slightest bit of pity. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. He felt sorry for Yuki Chihin. How could such a person be her adoptive father? If it weren't for the fact that Yuki Chihin had once been indebted to Tao Qianjun, she would never be willing to be under someone else. Moreover, in the face of such a crisis, she would never allow Yuki Chihin to become someone else's tool. Therefore, Jiang Chen guessed that Tao Qianjun must have guided Yuki Chihin patiently and methodically. In order to repay a debt of gratitude, she must have acted this way. Her personality was incomparably stubborn. To make her become a toy and link for colluding interests was completely a fool's dream. However, for the sake of this unforgettable debt of gratitude, Yuki Chihin had acted this way. This is all a misunderstanding. How do you know the depth of our mother-daughter relationship? How do you know that I am doing this for her own good? I am your enemy precisely because you killed the son of the realm lord of Heavenly Lai Realm by jianghu. If I don't join forces with Bai Chao to deal with you, he will very likely point his spear at me. At that time, who will know the suffering of the people of Seclusion Realm? Once a war between realms starts, how many people will die because of it? For the sake of the big picture, how can I not do this? I didn't expect that Qianying would have such an ignorant friend like you. So what if you are strong? Tao Qianjun coldly snorted. At this time he had already given up. Rather than being killed by Jiang Chen, he would rather die a clean death. At the very least, he would let the countless people of the Seclusion Realm remember him as the realm lord who valued friendship and righteousness. Tao Qianjun spoke vehemently, his face filled with pride, as if he was the brave warrior who had died a righteous death. Even the people of the Seclusion Realm were filled with endless sighs. It seemed that Tao Qianjun was truly a realm lord who valued friendship and righteousness. They thought that the Seclusion Realm lord was afraid of death, but in reality he was helping the world. Jiang Chen coldly sneered. How could he not see through the Seclusion Realm lord's sophistry? But just as he thought, this fellow's words were filled with righteousness, as if he stood at the peak of righteousness. Although he didn't care about the lives of so many people in the Seclusion Realm, he couldn't let Yuki Chihin bear the infamy of infamy for no reason. If he killed Tao Qianjun he wouldn't be afraid of anything. But Yuki Chihin would also be seen as the same as him. It was her arrival that caused the great war between realms, causing the Seclusion Realm to become the target of public criticism. It would make everyone feel that Yuki Chihin was a star of calamity. All of this was caused by her. How could Jiang Chen allow her to be so lowly? At that time, her death would be considered worthless by others. On the contrary, Tao Qianjun would become the object of worship of tens of thousands of people. Jiang Chen's heart trembled slightly. He originally didn't want to kill Tao Qianjun. In other words, he wanted to. But he couldn't let Yuki Chihin's soul be condemned. He couldn't break Yuki Chihin's final will. This was the best respect he could give her. Forget it. So what if I kill you? Qianying won't come back. And do you know what the last thing she said to me was? She told me not to hate you, not to kill you, not to make things difficult for you because after all, she owed you. No matter what the process was, the result was very disappointing. Qianying's death wasn't worth it. She didn't need to die. So from this moment onwards, a life for a life. Yuki Chihin no longer owes you anything. As for your kindness, I will repay it in her stead. Sparing you from death is only to comfort Qianying's soul in heaven. Jiang Chen's words made Tao Qianjuan's heart skip a beat. He heaved a long sigh of relief because he knew that Jiang Chen had changed his mind. If he wanted to kill him, he didn't have any strength to resist at all. So in the end he could only give up. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would actually change his mind. He knew that it was impossible for him to mobilize Jiang Chen because of his own words. It must be because of Yuki Chihian's last words that made Jiang Chen change his mind. No matter what the reason is, I hope that you can understand that this world isn't as simple as you think. You should know very well why I didn't kill you. Whether you're a scheming schemer or willing to compromise, it has nothing to do with me. Your strength is not worth mentioning to me. Killing you is like killing a chicken. In the future, be a good realm lord. Chapter 31:14. I got it. Tao Qianjun said while gritting his teeth. His face was incomparably gloomy as he nodded silently. His heart was filled with endless grievance and unwillingness, but as long as he could survive, it was more important than anything else. Qianying, I've done what you asked me to do. I know that you've already seen through everything. It's just that you can't escape the condemnation in your heart. You don't want to owe anyone anything. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. The moment he turned around, he discovered that Yuki Chihian's body had disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Who did it? Jiang Chen was shocked and his expression changed greatly. Tao Qianjun didn't have the ability to take Yuki Chihian's body away under his eyes. Moreover, no one had discovered this. Even Jiang Chen didn't feel anything strange. However, Yuki Chihian's body had disappeared without a trace. Not only Jiang Chen, Tao Qianjun was also dumbfounded. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were also perplexed. Yuki Chihian's body had been taken away by someone? Who had the ability to do such a thing right under Jiang Chen's nose? Jiang Chen's heart became incomparably gloomy. His Emperor Realm's soul had scanned the surrounding 10,000 li, but he still couldn't find anything. Where did Yuki Chihian go? Could it be that she could leave by herself? She was already dead and there was nothing strange about her body. However, the current outcome had shocked Jiang Chen and made him feel extremely guilty. I'm sorry, Qianying. Where are you? Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably sorrowful. Yuki Chihian's death had completely turned his heart cold. How could her body suddenly disappear? Yan Qingqing frowned. She could see Jiang Chen's worry. However, at this moment even Jiang Chen couldn't find her body, let alone them. Qianying, don't worry. I'll definitely let you rest in peace no matter where I go. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. He looked up at the void. No matter who it was, he must make them pay the price. Where's my pill? Jiang Chen looked at Tao Qianjun. Tao Qianjuan's eyes flickered. At this moment, how would he dare to challenge Jiang Chen? He immediately offered the Soul Rising Spirit Gathering Pill with both hands. Holding the Soul Rising Spirit Gathering Pill in his hand, Jiang Chen could feel that the medicinal effect of the Soul Rising Spirit Gathering Pill was much better than the Soul Nurturing Ganoderma grass. Although the Soul Nurturing Ganoderma grass was indispensable, it paled in comparison to the Soul Rising Spirit Gathering Pill. Jiang Chen handed the pill to Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu glanced at Jiang Chen. She was extremely touched. Jiang Chen was willing to pay any price for her, even going against several great domains. His sincerity made Wu Ningzhu shed tears silently. Her eyes were slightly red, but she couldn't express her feelings. Take it, Sister Ning. The medicinal effect of this pill is very strong and gentle. It's extremely beneficial to the recovery of your soul. Jiang Chen smiled. Little Qinzi, for me you didn't hesitate to go against the whole world. Thank you. Wu Ningzhu held the pill tightly in her hand. Silly girl, why are you thanking me? If it was me, wouldn't you do the same? Don't worry. Even if I have to go to the ends of the world, I won't let anything happen to you. Jiang Chen rubbed Wu Ningzhu's head and said softly. Sister Ning, don't worry. Little Qinzi won't let anything happen to you. Don't you know his ability? Yan Qingqing also held Wu Ningzhu's hand. At this moment, the hearts of the three of them were tightly connected. Shortly after, Jiang Chen looked at the resolute man again. Young master of the Penglai domain, I would like to request for the Jade Essence Soul Seed. Is it possible? The resolute man was also shocked. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing towards him as he said indifferently. Jade Essence Soul Seed? That belongs to my father. It's his treasure. Brother Jiang, I'm really powerless. The resolute man had a wronged expression as he said with a bitter smile. He was really afraid that Jiang Chen would slap him to death in a fit of anger. If that happened, he would really be wronged. All right, then bring me to the Penglai domain, Jiang Qin said. The resolute man's expression changed. His expression became even more strange. All right, brother Jiang. If my father doesn't lend it to me, then don't blame me. The resolute man sighed in his heart. You want to forcefully snatch the jade essence soul seed from my Penglai domain? That's simply a pipe dream. Do you think my Penglai domain is the same as Tianlai domain? How can my father be compared to the Tianlai domain's lord? Tao Qianjun and the resolute man sneered in their hearts. It seemed that Jiang Qin was seeking his own death. The Penglai domain's lord had the strength of a late-stage hierarch realm expert. He was slightly stronger than them. Although Jiang Qin's strength could suppress them, it would not be so easy to deal with the Penglai domain's lord. The departure of Jiang Qin and the resolute man made Tao Qianjun heave a sigh of relief. He said disdainfully, "One day, you will know how stupid you are. One day you will know how foolish you are. The Penglai realm lord will definitely teach you a lesson that you deserve." The corner of Tianluo Temple's spiritual master Qinin's mouth also curled up. He said indifferently, "Does this guy really not know how terrifying the Penglai Immortal Island is? The Penglai domain is one of the most terrifying domains in the Moro prefecture. This guy is completely seeking his own death. We should really mourn for him." Penglai domain, the immortal island of Penglai. 100,000 miles of lush ancient trees, 1,000,000 miles of long rivers, 1,000,000 miles of setting sun, 1,000,000 miles of great rivers and lakes, a vast ocean to the south and thunder to the north. When Jiang Qin and the resolute man landed at the edge of the Penglai domain, they saw the 1,000 miles of miasma. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and looked cold. This terrifying terrain was boundless. However, for Jiang Qin, he could see the endless miasma of the Penglai Immortal Island. This was definitely a master-level super formation. Even Jiang Qin could not see anything strange about this formation. This is the Immortal Island of Penglai? It's quite beautiful. The fragrance of flowers permeates everywhere, and there are no clouds in the sky. It's really a paradise on earth. Yan Qingqing secretly praised. That's right. This is indeed a rare and wonderful place. Wu Ningzhu also nodded silently. The resolute man looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing with covetous eyes. To him, these two beauties were already in his hands. As long as they entered the Penglai domain, what else would he have to fear? He really liked these two women too much. Compared to Tao Qianjuan's adopted daughter, they were even better. With these two women, what more could he ask for? "If you look again, I'll dig your eyes out," Jiang Qin said. Lung lung. The resolute man quickly shifted his gaze. Right now he was still under Jiang Qin's control. How could he dare to act rashly? Chapter 31:15. Jiang Qin suddenly raised his head and stared at the sky. An incomparably huge eagle flew past and headed straight for them. The sound of the wind was swift and fierce, and its aura fluctuated. It had the awe-inspiring might of cutting down the world with its wings. Its wings were 10 zhang long and its eyes were like awls. When it flapped its wings, it soared through the sky and soared through the 9 continents. Its majestic appearance was unparalleled. "Little Qinzi, be careful." Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu cried out in alarm at almost the same time. They knew that this eagle was approaching menacingly and was definitely not simple. It's just an evil beast. Jiang Qin looked at it coldly and struck out with his palm. The mountain winds howled and thunder rumbled. The eagle's posture was pushed back by Jiang Qin. It let out a sigh and looked back angrily at Jiang Qin. However, it had already glided up again. Jiang Qin held his blade horizontally and didn't move an inch. The 3,000 winds were unable to do anything to him. However, at this moment, the upright man had already flown up and sat on the back of the eagle. He coldly looked at Jiang Qin and the others and said disdainfully, "Little bastard, you still dare to come to my Penglai celestial island and behave atrociously. Little brat, you still dare to come to my immortal island Penglai and behave atrociously? You must be tired of living. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you killed that trashy world lord from the Skylai world? Let me tell you, the Penglai realm is not something that those trashy realms can compare to." The upright man stood on the back of the eagle with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes carried a hint of coldness. Previously, he had suffered great humiliation in the hands of Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin didn't really suppress him, this kind of treatment was already a great humiliation to the young master of a realm. How could he not be angry? He had been enduring silently all this while because he knew that he wasn't Jiang Qin's opponent. That was why he avoided the brunt of the attack. Now that he had entered the Penglai realm, how big of a storm could this brat create? Now that he was in the territory of Penglai realm, even if he was a dragon he had to coil up. If he was a tiger he had to crouch. His father was much stronger than the trashy Tianlai realm lord Bai Chao. Moreover, the Penglai immortal realm had been a true great realm since ancient times. Even in the Moro prefecture, it was second to none. Jiang Qin coming here was tantamount to seeking his own death. It seems that you are still very confident in yourself and your Penglai immortal island. Jiang Qin smiled slightly, calm and unruffled. Jiang Qin had long since noticed that this fellow was dissatisfied. However, Jiang Qin could not be bothered to bicker with this kind of person. After coming to the Penglai realm, he could very well fight against all the outstanding heroes and kill them with a single strike of his sword. He completely disregarded this stubbornness of speech. Trash will always be trash. Mud will never be able to support a wall. Little bastard, who do you think you are? Such shameless boasting. Today you will definitely die here. How can my Penglai realm allow others to humiliate us? The Jade Essence Soul Seed is the clan treasure of my Penglai realm. You want it just because you want it? Do you really think that you are an unparalleled emperor? My father is already on his way here. Today you will definitely die. If you kneel and beg me for mercy, then offer up the two great beauties with both hands, I might spare your dog life. The stubbornness of speech narrowed his eyes. His gaze fell on Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu. He had a drooling expression on his face, unable to control himself. In his eyes, this fellow Jiang Qin must have walked on 8 lifetimes of dogshit luck to be able to have such fortune. Two great beauties would never leave him. What virtue or ability did he have? Even the daughter of the ethereal realm lord, Tao Qianjun, whom he had yet to meet, had died for him. This caused the stubbornness of speech to be filled with jealousy. Why was he able to have the goddess, while he, the dignified son of the Penglai realm lord, did not have such fortune with women? He must snatch the two women beside Jiang Qin to his side. And this moment was not far away. I, the stubbornness of speech, have never been unable to obtain anything I want. Why are you still not kneeling and begging for mercy? The stubbornness of speech shouted in a deep voice. His expression was cold and his killing intent was overflowing. Jiang Qin smiled and shook his head. This fellow was a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Now that he had returned to the Penglai immortal island, his heart was naturally incomparably at ease and confident. He still wanted to become Jiang Qin's enemy. Most importantly, he wanted to snatch Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. This was already a death sentence for him. What a coincidence. There is nothing that I, Jiang Qin, cannot obtain if I want it. It's just that no one has been able to lay a finger on my Jiang Qin's women. Those who had evil intentions have already entered the underworld. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold. This fellow was already shameless to the extreme. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted now? Even if he had the Penglai immortal island as his strong backing, it was not worth mentioning in Yi Shiwen's eyes. Brat, I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. When my father comes, it will be the time of your death. Coveting the treasures of my Penglai immortal island, you really don't know the meaning of death. The stubbornness of speech said fiercely. He naturally did not dare to make a move now. Even his father's celestial eye condor could not gain an advantage against Jiang Qin. One should know that the celestial eye condor had a trace of the Kuanpeng's bloodline. Among the demonic beasts, it was considered an extremely terrifying existence. Although it was not as domineering as the azure dragon or the black tortoise, it was still a truly ferocious beast. It seemed that he still had some ability to kill Bai Chao and a dozen hierarch realm experts of the netherworld realm. After all, he was not someone ordinary people could compare to. It seemed that he had to wait for his father to make a move to kill him. Then I'll kill you first. Let's see when your father will come and avenge you. Jiang Qin said indifferently. He took a step forward and the wind and thunder rumbled. The miasma in the sky was also dispersed. An aura that soared into the sky completely crushed down, causing the entire sky to become incomparably dark. The stubbornness of speech suddenly changed. The eyes of the celestial eye condor moved and it quickly retreated. However, in the next moment, an even sharper blade light had already cut through the void. It split apart the miasma in 100 li, and split the green mountains on the ground. An extremely tall and burly figure rose into the sky, holding a 9-foot-long blade in his hand. He was extraordinarily domineering. His rough face was terrifying and full of hostility. His eyes were sunken and lifeless. He stared at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice, "Is it you? Are you the one who wants to kill my son?" The middle-aged man shouted in a deep voice. His voice spread and shocked countless experts around the Penglai Immortal Island. Usually the Penglai Realm Lord would not show up. Now, all the trivial matters of the Penglai Immortal Island had been handed over to the stubbornness of speech. He had been cultivating in seclusion to reach the peak of the hierarch realm for more than 8,000 years. "I only want the Jade Essence Soul Seed. He's just my guide. I spared his life, but he doesn't know how to be grateful. Tell me, should I kill him?" Jiang Chen said coldly. This father was full of arrogance. It seemed that he was also jackals of the same tribe as the stubbornness of speech. Like father, like son. If this old man was not so ruthless and arrogant, how could this little guy be so arrogant? "Bullying my son at my doorstep, you're dead today." The stubbornness of speech sneered. He held the Lingtian long blade in his hand and pointed the blade light at Jiang Chen. He had completely locked onto him. "You're tuning in to this sword dance in the vast sky YouTube channel? Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.